I think it's time to go.
From the hills and hollers of southern Indiana to the Lone Star State of Texas, we are the hunters of the paranormal. Truth seekers, mount up.
Hello, Truth Seekers. We're back again. We got another good show for you here. An awesome guest, and the majority of you, if you listen to Vic Cundiff and some other radio shows, you'll know this guy very well. This is the legendary Roy Stublefield. And I tell you what, Roy,
hey, it's an honor.
It is an honor to have Roy Stublefield on here. I feel like a kid at Christmas having him on here, guys. When I first heard his show, I was listening to Vic Cundiff, and so then, like, the next night, I wanted to listen to it again. So I started listening to it. I was listening to it for about a week. That episode,
My
wife was like, my wife went from like, "Are we listening to that again?" And then and a couple of days later, like, "Can we listen to that again?" And my mom listens to it all the time too, Roy. My mom and my wife and everybody, they love you, man. They love that.
Yeah.
They love that episode. We're sorry that it happened to you, but man, you sure have a way of painting a picture and describing everything that happened to you, man.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you for coming forward. That took a lot of bravery to come forward. I know exactly with the experience that I had when I came forward. It was hard for me to talk about it because of the ridicule that you suffer through. I didn't tell my story for years. And it's hard to talk about, to certain people. Another shout out I'd like to say is the Fort Worth Phantom here. I just have to say he's doing a heck of a good job on our show. He is awesome. He's the man with the plan, man. And he finds good people and gets us good people on the air. So you're doing a really good job, David. And I really appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate you
so much, Roy, for coming on. We really appreciate it.
Well, thank you guys for having me. Me and David only had a few exchanges yet, but we got each other's phone numbers now, so we're gonna talk quite a bit more. And hopefully, by the time the show is over, Ghost Hunter, you'll be willing to sit in with us, or me and you can have some one-on-one conversations. There's some other stuff that's happened last year that I think you guys have found interesting, but I'm not going to go into that on this show. I'll talk to you guys about it behind the scenes and let me know what you think.
That'd be great. That'd be great, Roy.
But thank you guys for having me. I don't think I'm a legend or anything like that. I just think I was a vain, arrogant SOB back then because, well, if I had to just put them guys in my car, I would have never had my encounter. But because of how much I love that Monte Carlo, not putting them sweaty guys in my car. They're extra fragrant after playing basketball that long. So, I just figured I'd walk it out. But I'll just go ahead and get into it.
Okay, Roy.
Well, it was 1981. I was living with my cousin and his mom. And I've had quite a few questions. People say, well, that was your aunt. Why don't you just call her your aunt? Well, because of her age, Pat didn't like to be called auntie or anything like that. It was either call me by my first name or don't call me at all. Okay, you got it. I have been living there with her since I was 16. And the year I graduated in 81, she came home from work one day and she said, we're having a family meeting, 5 o'clock. Now, of course, I don't know if you guys ever had to go through this, but when the matriarch tell you you're going to have a family meeting, that means somebody didn't do something or somebody done screwed up.
Yes, sir.
And they about to go over the rules again. Well, surprisingly enough, that's not what she wanted to talk to us about. She was about to inform us of the fact that She about to relocate to New Orleans, and she was going to leave us in the house. Now, being 18 years old, I was the oldest one in the house. That was a dream come true. 18 years old, my cousin is 16, no parental supervision. All we got to do is make sure we pay the rent and keep the utilities on, which we both had part-time jobs in, and I had a little side hustle I was doing. So that was a dream come true. I'm like, when you leaving? I can't wait. What do you mean? I'm like, I don't mean it like that, Pat. I don't mean it like that. But I was looking forward to that being an exciting summer. No parental guidance at all. So you guys get the gist of what I mean.
Yes,
so,
sir.
We had that talk. It lasted maybe about 20 minutes, and she got up and she went in her bedroom, and then she came out and went in the kitchen, and she said, "Stub, come here." That's what people call me. They call me Stub. I'm like, okay, no problem. I went in the kitchen. She said, "Well, I'm gonna need you to do me a favor." What's that, Pat? I'm gonna need you to help me to drive to New Orleans and unload the U-Haul. I'm like, okay. How am I gonna get back to Nebraska? She said, I'm gonna put you on a bus and send you back Friday. Okay, that worked for me. So we spent the weekend. This was on a Friday when we had this conversation, by the way. We spent the weekend loading up the trailer, you know, all of her stuff out of there, and we left Monday morning. Yeah, it was Monday morning. Took about 40 hours to get there. She drove half the way and I drove half the way. So we got there. We were so exhausted from all this driving that we only unloaded the U-Haul, took the bed out and took it upstairs and the pillows and stuff. And then we zonked out. Next day we got up and got to work on getting the rest of the trailer unloaded and got all that stuff upstairs. And I'll just think about right now as I'm telling you this, that woman had to be really strong.
Yes,
because
yes, sir.
Her bedroom dressers and stuff, even with all the drawers taken out of them, I know some guys that work for moving companies that wouldn't be able to handle that. So I just was thinking about, just here right now, just thinking about, man, she had to be really strong. But anyway, we got that unloaded, started getting the apartment. And when we got done, she's like, well, I'm not cooking tonight, so let's go get something to eat. What do you want to eat? I don't know. I've never eaten anything from Louisiana. I've never been here before. I don't know what to eat. She said, you ever had Popeye's chicken? I'm like, Popeye don't eat chicken. He eats spinach. And she looked at me like, what? And I'm like, you said Popeye's chicken. I've only seen Popeye eat spinach. So what are you talking about? So she took me to Popeye's chicken. You want to talk about good. Oh my God. I was in heaven. I'm like, this chicken don't even taste like from Nebraska. This is gonna be a real good experience for me. So we got the chicken and ate, and she took me around and was showing me different spots that most tourists would see when they come to New Orleans. And that evening, she took me down in the French Quarters. Oh. As we walking down the street, I'm looking and I'm seeing these people walking around with these big 32-ounce cups in their hand. And I'm like, is that alcohol they drinking? And then I seen one guy, and he was throwing up on the corner. I'm like, yeah, that's alcohol, but the police is not hassling them. Matter of fact, where are the police at? All these clubs, you're hearing jazz, blues, country music, R&B, whatever the genre was, they had a club. They have a club in the French Quarters that you can listen to the music. So I'm standing there and I'm just bug-eyed looking around, and I'm like, I like this place. I don't want to go back to Nebraska. They don't have anything like this in Nebraska. So I turned and I looked at her and I'm like, I want to stay. She said, what you mean? I'm like, I'd like to stay here. She said, well, you still plan on going to college this fall, right? I'm like, yeah, but they got colleges here, don't they? I can do that. She's like, okay, yeah. But are you sure you want to stay? I'm like, yes, I'm positive I want to stay here. Mm-hmm. She said, well, you're going to have to get a job too. I can go to school and get a job. I was doing that the last 2 years of high school. What's the problem? She said, I just want to make sure you're sure. I'm like, I'm sure. So right then and there, I decided I wanted to live in Louisiana. I started looking for a job the following Monday. 8 days after that, I got walked into Chess King on Canal Street, and I put in an application for a job. I got hired on the spot. I'd never sold clothes before. I'm always been a people person, so I didn't think it would be any different than talking to people. It's only this time I want your money.
Yeah.
I'm not just talking to you to shoot the breeze. So she showed me how to work the cash register, all the stuff that I would need to know, and I got settled in working that job. I was riding the bus back and forth to work, and I noticed this Monte Carlo sitting on this car lot. And it was the color of a new penny with a white top on it. That car was gorgeous.
That sounds
It was a
like
1978. It was a 1978. That car was gorgeous. I'm like, I gotta have that.
Wow.
I gotta have that car. So I got off the bus one day and I went and talked to the dude. Well, of course, with me being a new resident in town, I didn't have, credit wasn't a big thing back then as it is now. But this was a buy here, pay here lot, so they really don't worry about that. But the guy said, well, man, how do I know you ain't going to just get my car and go back to Nebraska? I said, I just moved here. That's how. But long story short, he told me to bring him $750, and they wanted, it was $3,500 or $5,500. I can't remember. I have to look at my journal, but
Wow.
I gave him $750 down, and I drove off the lot in that car. You want to talk about having a big head and arrogant, because when I know every time I pull up to a red light or stop sign, I can see people in other cars looking over at the car like, damn, that's a nice car you got there, young man. I'm like, yeah, I know it is. I know it is.
Big pimping it.
But I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said he was pimping it.
Did you?
Well, I wasn't pimping. I was wishing, but I wasn't pimping. But
you baby that
I'm
car
sorry.
a lot? Did you baby that car?
Oh,
You probably wish
I
you still
never
had
took
that,
it to a
don't you?
car wash. I wash it by hand.
Oh man.
I armor all the inside by hand, get down there with the little fake rim hubcaps with a toothbrush, make sure I got all the debris out. Yeah, I babied that car. That was my baby.
That's awesome.
But also, when I moved down to Louisiana, I had just broke up with a girl that was my first serious relationship. We had been together a little bit, almost 2 years. I'm going to say a little bit shy of 2 years. So I was somewhat bummed out at the time, but I figured a trip out of town would be good, take my mind away from her and put on other things. So I was okay, but like I said, I was a little bummed out, but I was young. You bounce back a lot faster when you're young than when you're old. So
sure hurts a lot when you're young, doesn't it, Roy?
right. You want to do bad things, but you got to make sure you stay mentally balanced while you're dealing with that pain.
Yeah.
And I was okay with that. I know I had my cousin, my support system, my brother, and so I was okay. But I guess I had been working at Chess King for approximately, I'm gonna say, roughly 2 weeks after I got the car. And I was working the day shift, 9 to 5. And if anybody doesn't know what Chess King is, Chess King was a clothing store that they stayed on fashions in the store. If you wanted to look like Michael Jackson, I'm sorry, not like Michael Jackson, you went to Chess King to get could come up ankle so you can look like Urkel back then, Seagulls, Duran with the little skinny ties. We had all of that stuff. But in this particular Chess King, we also had a small woman's department. It wasn't nearly as big as the men's section, but there was enough stuff in there that a lady could come in there and get her a decent wardrobe or make some additions to her wardrobe. And we had a little bell above the door that jingled when somebody came in or when they exited. That's how I was in the back or something. Somebody came and I hear the bell. I know I got to get out there. I got a customer. And I was hanging up some shirts on the women's side and I heard the bell and I turned around. My boss was there and she was actually helping 2 people at the time. And I heard the bell go off. So I turned around and looked. And this woman / girl / woman, however you choose to look at it, was coming in the door. I stared at her for a few minutes, and the first thing went through my mind was, she got everything Uncle John needs. Everything. And I'm looking at her, but I'm trying not to just stand there and stare, and be rude. But I'm like, man, she is fine. And I started thinking, she got a boyfriend, she got a husband. How I'm gonna make my approach? Because I try to sit down and think about things before I do it. I don't want
Yeah.
my mouth to ever outrun my mind. So I'll think about what I'm gonna say. And she came over and she was looking at, the merchandise, and I asked her, can I help you? Is there something in particular you're looking for? She said, well, not right now. Let me look around. So I walked away and I kept looking back over there. And then when she looked at me, she gave me that look that people give, I need you. Can you come over here? So I went there like, yeah, how can I help you? She said, well, do you have these shirts in any other color? I said, I believe you do. Let me go on the back and check. And we did have three other colors, orange, green, and it was a purplish color, but it wasn't like a deep purple. And I brought them out and I'm like, this is what we have. She said, well, I really like that orange one. I don't like that purple one. So she selected the orange and the green shirt, and then she got a white one. And I started, making a little small talk with her, like, are you going to wear this out on to go out to the club or something? Just make a small talk. And she was responding, but it was mostly one word answers. And I'm like, okay, she's not really that interested. So I'll just go ahead and ring her up and get her out of here. But sometimes I can be like a pit bull about something. When I get latched on to something, I don't usually let go too easy. That's brought me some rewards in my life, and it's caused me some agonies in my life. But anyway, so we up at the counter, and I'm like, well, I'm new in town and stuff. I'd like to take you out on a date, because I had looked at both her hands. She didn't have a wedding ring on. And she kind of looked at me like, hmm. And I kept talking. I'm like, just give me a tour of your city. Show me where it's a good place to go. Small talk like that, just to try to stare in her ear. And she's like, finally, yeah, she said, yeah, I will go out on a date with you. I said, okay, that's good. Let me get your telephone number. And she broke eye contact, and she didn't look at the floor, but she just kind of looked off to the side, and she's like, I can't give you my number. I'm like, what? I said, man, you got a boyfriend. And I guess I should have asked her, you got a boyfriend or fiance, since you don't have a wedding ring on. But I guess a small part of me really didn't care at that time. I mean, when I say she was fine, she could have been on a magazine cover.
Oh, man.
When I say Coke bottle shape, I mean Coke bottle shaped. Her eyes were like a hazel and green.
Oh,
and
wow.
her hair was kind of, because she was a Creole.
Red, like
if
a
you've
red
ever seen
skin?
yeah,
Do they have
we
like
call them red bones.
Yeah, they're like that down in the Bahamas. They're like that, and they're just beautiful, man. They're like a mix of Indian. Yeah, they're beautiful.
But Creole in Louisiana is half French and half black.
Oh, really? Wow.
That's their bloodline. Yeah. So
wow.
Yeah, she just was, man, she was gorgeous. But I'm talking to her, and I said, well, okay, well, give me your address then so I come pick you up. She said, I can't give you my address either. I'm like, what in the hell? But you got to think, in 1981, it wasn't uncommon for, I'm getting ahead of myself. And I asked her, well, why you won't give me your telephone number or your address? She said, well, my mother won't let no men or boys come by the house to see me. I'm like, okay. But in 1981, that wasn't totally unheard of where, you got to usually as the father be like, I know what you're after, young man. You're not getting it here. You're not coming by my house. Leave my daughter alone.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, that kind of made sense to me. I'm like, well, how are we going to meet then? She said, well, there's a park a couple of blocks away from my house. Just meet me there. I'm like, you going to show up, right? She's like, no, the question is, are you going to show up? I'm like, I'll be there. So I started flirting with her a little bit more. Now my boss is standing there because she's done helping these customers, and she's got this little smirk on her face, and she's acting like she's doing something, but I know she was ear hustling. I know she was. And I rung her up, walked her to the door, and I opened the door for her to let her out. Now, the sun was coming into the front of the store, but it wasn't coming directly in like that. It was coming at an angle from the side. So if you went out and you turned to the left, the sun would be directly in your face. If you turn to the right, it's just going to be in your back. And when I opened the door for her, she turned around and I was looking at her in her eyes, and I noticed, I thought I was imagining this at first, but around her pupil, I seen a gold ring.
Wow.
Around her pupil, but you could only see it if the sunlight hit her. Even the lights in the stores, I never seen it. It happened like that because of the way she turned into the sun to face me again.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, your eyes are absolutely gorgeous. I've never seen eyes like that before.
Wow.
And she just kind of smiled and said, thank you. And she turned, she said, I'll see you Friday, 7:00. And she gave me the name of the park. I'm like, I'll be there. So I stuck my head out the door, of course, like a man gonna do. And I watched her take about 5 steps down the sidewalk, getting hypnotized by that sway. And then I like, you better get your hindquarters back to work, Roy. Get your hind. Now this was on a Wednesday. I went back in the store, and my boss, she said, "You're a pretty smooth talker. You know that?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" She said, "I listened to what you said, Roy. You're a pretty smooth talker." I'm like, "Well, I just wanted to go out on a date with her." She's like, "Well, you got the date." I said, "But now I need your help." She said, "What?" And I'm like, "I forgot to ask her how the hell to get to the park." Because this was in Metairie, Louisiana, and I live in New Orleans. And she said, "Oh, I could tell you how to get there." So she drew me a map, turn by turn directions. I'm like, "I appreciate this so much." She said, "Well, you know, you're supposed to close Friday." I'm like, "Huh?" But I got to be at the park at 7:00. She said, "That's all right. Just come in at 9:00 and I'll close this Friday because you're new here. I know you really don't have no family here or a lot of friends. So I'll cover for you this time." I'm like, "Thank you so much."
God bless
This
that
was
lady.
This was July 7th, 1981, the day I met her.
Wow.
Thursday came, Friday came, I went to work. And since I work at a clothing store, I'm like, I'm gonna just pick an outfit out of the store and pay for it. And that's what I'm wearing on my date, which is exactly what I did. I got dressed in the storeroom and I came out and I'm like, "Do I look okay?" She said, "Yeah, you look fine." She said, "Have a good time and be safe." I'm like, "Okay, I will." I went and got in the car, put the map up on my radio, set it on the ashtray, and I'm driving down. It's about 22 miles from where I left from the store to get to Metairie to this park. And as I'm driving up the airline highway, I'm looking on both sides of the road, and it's getting toward dusk, but it's not dark yet. And I'm noticing that there's trees on both sides of the road, but they cut back like about 75, 80 yards from the highway. And I'm like, ain't really nothing out here. There's actually a city up here, but I really didn't, care too much about it because I'm on my way to my date. I pulled up in the park at 6:56. Parked my car, got out, walked over, and this park, there are a lot of parks in Louisiana. They're outside, and 80% of them have this tin roof over them because it rains so much in Louisiana. I mean, it rains a lot there. So I guess the people that made the parks figured, okay, well, just because it's raining, there's no reason for these guys not to be out here playing basketball. So we're gonna give them some cover. It had a small restroom in it, the basketball court, and then the 3-tier stadium stands that you'll see. That's what's around the park. There's 2 sets of them. I walked into the park and I sat down on one, and I hadn't been there 5 minutes. I looked at my watch. It was like 7:01, 7:02, and I'm like, "Man, she ain't here yet. What's up with that?" And this guy walked over to me. He said, "Hey, man, how you doing?" I'm doing all right. How you doing? He's like, you want to play basketball? And I looked down at what I had on, and then I looked at him, and I looked down at what I had on again. Like, no, man, I'm not dressed to play basketball. I'm waiting on somebody. Oh yeah, who you waiting on? Now, I don't know this dude. I never met him before. There's no reason to put him in my personal business. And now, as we're speaking right now, I'm thinking another reason that I didn't say that. What if that had been her boyfriend?
Yep.
So I just said, when she get here, you'll see who it is. If you know her, then you'll know who I'm waiting on. He said, all right, cool, cool. He said, by the way, my name is Herman. I said, what's up, Herman? My name is Stub. He said, you not from here, are you? I'm like, no. I said, how you know that? He said, because of your accent. I busted out laughing. I'm from Nebraska, dude. You from Louisiana, and you mean to tell me I got an accent? Okay. All right. Okay. So he kind of looked at me like, what's so funny? And I'm like, don't worry about it, man. So many people had said that to me when I was there that I just found it really funny. But while we standing there, where he was standing there talking to me, these 5 other guys come up. They asked me the same thing. Hey, man, you want to play basketball with us? I'm not here to play basketball. I'm waiting on somebody. Oh, yeah, who you waiting on? When they get here, if you see them and know them, then you'll know who I'm waiting on. I don't know these dudes, but they introduced themselves, but nobody gave me their birth name. It wasn't Robert, David, Johnny, or Steve, or but I looked at her and I'm like, oh, real name, man, what's with that? And they started laughing. And I looked at him like, what's so funny? They said Herman's not his real name. We just call him Herman because he got a big head like the dude on Herman the Monster, the TV show. That's why we call him Herman. I got a good laugh out of that too. And I'm looking at him like, well, you do got a pretty good sized noggin, man. So I guess the name fit. He wasn't offended or nothing because they've been knowing each other, I guess, since kindergarten or first grade. So they was real good chums. But we sat there and we had a conversation. They was asking me what's like in Nebraska. And one guy said, oh, Nebraska, I know Nebraska. Y'all got that football team that be beating up on everybody. That dude be running around with that big cowboy hat on. I was like, you talking about the Cornhuskers? He said, yeah. He said, man, y'all got a tough football team. I'm like, yeah, we do okay. We do okay until we play somebody from Florida or Florida State then, or Miami. Then we get our heinies handed to us. But we pretty good. So we kind of struck up the beginnings of a friendship, I guess you could say. And they left and went to play basketball. And I started looking at my watch. 7:15 has come and gone now. 7:30 comes and goes. 7:45 come and go. And I'm like, I started getting that feeling in my stomach. Man, I done drove all the way out for nothing. She done stood me up. When 8 o'clock sharp hit, I got up. I'm like, I'm out of here. I guess I'll just go down in the quarters and try my luck down there, or just give me something to eat and go home. Well, as I was getting ready to leave, Herman said, hey, man, you leaving? What happened to your date? I said, I guess she ain't going to show. He said, well, you here, you might as well play basketball with us now. I said, you know what? You show right. Now, ever since I was 12 and got introduced to fishing, when I got old enough to get my own car, I always keep a fishing pole, a small tackle box, and a change of clothes in the trunk of my car because I never know where I'm be driving and I run into a body of water that's begging to be fished. So I had a change of clothes in the car. I went and got them out of the car and my tennis shoes, and I went in the bathroom, changed clothes, put my other clothes I had on in the trunk, and I started playing basketball with them. And we played basketball the rest of the evening until midnight when the lights cut out in the park. Now, with the parks that you have in New Orleans, Monday through Thursday, the lights go off at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. On Fridays and Saturdays, they cut the lights off at midnight. Sundays, they don't cut them on at all. So I play basketball with these guys, against them and with them sometimes, until midnight. I guarded some. I got to see them up close and personal. I talked to them and looked them in their face. I could tell you all their features and how they looked back then in 81. I never got a feeling that they were bad dudes or anything. They just seemed like some young black men that was out here trying to make it in the street and stay out of trouble. They could have been out robbing banks, robbing people, kicking in doors, raping, molesting, all of that. But instead, they spending their time just having fun at the park. And this park is not that big. When I got there, there probably was 30 people in the park. But if it had been 100 people in the park, you'd been rubbing elbows with people continuously because it wasn't that big a park. So when the lights cut off, we're talking. Everybody's like, okay, man, that was a good game. You know, we talk about how we played, what we done better to win this game or why we won a game. Just some small talk. And I'm like, hey, where's the closest liquor store at? I need a cold beer. After drinking this hot faucet water for the last 4 hours, I need a cold beer. And Diamond said, well, hey, man, we getting ready to go to the liquor store right now. Why don't you just come and go with us? I'm like, well, how far is it? He said, it ain't that far. It ain't that far. Let's just come and go with us. Now, at that moment, I made a decision that changed my life. Because if I had not been so vain about my car, I could have put them dudes in the car and we could have drove to the liquor store. Instead, I'm looking at how much they sweating. And you play basketball, you're gonna become a little fragrant. I'm like, I'm not about to put you out of my car. No, I'll just walk with you. So I said, okay, well, let's go. We exited out of the park on the opposite side that I came in and walked down the street and started walking on the railroad tracks. Now, immediately to my left, there's 3 buildings. There's a junkyard, a tire shop, and a lumber yard. They're not connected, but they're right next to each other. And directly behind them, there's that big chain link fence with the 3 strands of barbed wire on top. That's what was behind the buildings. But also, there's 3 single street lights directly behind these buildings. But they're spaced apart so that when you walk into the light under one, there's an area of gloom in between that first light and the second light, and then the second light and the third light. And when I say gloom, you can see a silhouette of a person if they're standing in the gloom, but I couldn't tell you exactly what your facial features would be. I can see a silhouette of you unless I'm standing 5 feet or closer to you. So that will give you an idea of the light that I was in.
It should come right back.
Sorry, guys, we're having some technical difficulties. Our signal's been in and out tonight for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
There you
Can
go.
you guys hear me?
He should be back.
Yeah, it dropped. The signal dropped for a little while. You was
You
talking
were-
about the gloom and
The
you
light,
couldn't see 5 feet out of the.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. I can pick
Thank
up
you.
from there.
Thank you,
Just
Lee.
let me know when.
Sorry, Roy. I don't know why our signals are like this tonight. Are you guys having a lot of wind out there where you're at?
No, it's just cold.
We've been having a lot of wind here, so that
Yeah, here too.
Yeah.
Okay. No, for a change, it's not windy here tonight. It's just cold.
Oh man. Do you
Hey,
guys
take that where you're at
Yeah.
for now, anyway.
Just let me know when you need me to come back. I need to get my charger.
Okay, go.
You can go ahead.
Okay. So unless you're standing 5 feet away from a person, you really can't tell what their facial features are. And sorry, I had to go get my charger. And
that's fine.
So immediately to the right, there's a field of thistles that, for anybody that doesn't know what a thistle is, it starts out like a dandelion. And then it grows to about 5 foot, maybe 6 foot. That's how tall they got in Nebraska anyway. And they have a single purple flower on top. But the leaves that it has get these thorns, or I call them hypodermic needles, because I got stuck by some, and that's what it felt like I got stuck by.
Wow.
Now, in Louisiana, because of how much it rains, the ones that were growing there were between 7 and 8 feet tall. And I mean, this field is thick. This field is thick. It's like so this field ran from the railroad, just off the railroad tracks, to, when I give these measurements, I'm giving them based upon a football field. So I'm gonna say they were about 150 to 125 yards long, and then wide, because they ran down as far as I could see, they ran down the tracks. But on the other side of this field, you could see houses. There were porch lights on, or if you, from certain angles, you could see the light from a living room in the picture window. But so there were houses there, and then I got these buildings right here on the left. I was in a residential neighborhood. There were houses right across the street from the park.
Wow.
Tracks dropped away, so we're about, I'm say elevated about 3 feet up in it. It's because when they're dropped away. Me and her have been making small talk, and just out of the blue, he said,
Sorry about that, y'all.
"How often do you have to feed a newborn baby?" I looked at him, I'm like, when they get hungry, but usually it's every 2 hours. I thought it was an odd question, but I didn't really think anything about it. And then he said, well, when you got to change their diaper, is that really hard? You know, I'm like, no, it's not that hard. You just pull the tape on both sides, clean them up, and put another diaper on them, put some powder on them, and put a fresh diaper on them and tape it down. And I kind of looked at him when he said that, like, what? And then he asked me another question. He said, well, when they get sick, how do you know what's wrong with them? You take them to the doctor, or you ask somebody that knows about kids, give them the symptoms and see what they tell you. Why are you asking me all these questions about kids, man? He said, oh, yeah. He said, well, my girl about to have her first baby. And he said, man, I'm scared to death. I'm like, what you scared of? He said, I don't know nothing about being no father. And I kind of smiled and I said, okay, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. And he did. I said, let it out. I said, this is not a bad thing about to happen to you. It's a good thing. I said, you're just going to have to change your life. It's no longer you that you have to worry about. You got to worry about you and your son or your daughter. But it's not a bad thing. You're going to build a relationship with this child. You're going to learn how to be a father. If you don't know anything about being a dad, go to the library, check some books out, talk with your mom, talk with your grandma. Ask them these same questions. There's people there to help you, but don't be afraid, because it's not a bad thing. The bad thing you did done already happened. That's why you're about to be a father. But it's not a bad thing. I was just trying to, bring his mind, give him a better perspective and change his mindset of what he was in, because I could tell he was nervous and it bothered him. The only thing I can figure is that he was afraid of failing and not really thinking about how he will succeed. So I told him, just calm down, man. It's gonna be all right. So I'm looking around as I'm talking to him. He said, "What? Did you see something?" I'm like, "No, man. It's dark back here." And I'm making sure I look around. He's like, "Oh well, there's a big black dog that live in the junkyard over here, and sometime he get out." He said, "I think it's a half Rottweiler, half German Shepherd, or half black lab or something." He said, "But it's big." He said, "But if he come running out barking, just pick up some rocks and start hollering and throw them at him. And he usually run off. He probably might still bark at you, but he gonna run off." And he said, "Plus, we out here with us." Okay, man, I'm okay. Now, at this time, we walked through that first street light and we're actually in the gloom area. And I guess the distance would be between being directly under lights, I'd have to say 7 to 10 feet, roughly. So we're in this gloom, and I had looked to the left, and I turned my head back to the right to say something to Herman, and I seen something come out of the thistles. I didn't see exactly what it was, but the first reaction that I had was run. Now, at this time, I'm 5'10" and a half. I weigh 225 pounds. I can bench 300 pounds and I can squat 500 pounds. I got timed in the 40-yard dash. I ran a 4.340. So I could get out of town real quick. I mean, real quick. And I was on my way out of town. I can't tell you why, but something just said run. Also at this time, I'm not arrogant, but I am confident that whatever physical confrontation with another human being, whether it be Andre the Giant, The Rock, Dave Bautista, Lyle Alzado, one of them dudes, I'm going to come out on top, because I'm not going to stand there and go toe to toe with you, especially Andre the Giant. I just want you to chase me long enough before you start losing your wind. Then I'm going to chop you down like the tree that you are.
Yes,
That's my attitude, Jim.
Yes, sir.
I never felt any of that. Something just told me to run. I took 5 to 6 steps, just about to take that other step to hit where I hit top speed. And I heard, I don't know if Herman tripped and fell, or if he was tripped and fell, but I heard the sound when somebody hit some rocks and they slide. And he said, "Don't leave me." But it's the way he said, "Don't leave me." There was something in his voice that actually pulled at my heartstrings for me not to leave him. And I pumped my brakes because I'm thinking that had to be that dog. So as I'm running, when I was trying to brake, I slid a little bit, but I bent down with both hands and picked up 2 handfuls of rocks. They had the white rocks on the railroad tracks. And we had been crunching along on them. And with 7 people walking, that's a lot of crunching. So you're really not going to hear a lot of other sounds, but I could still hear the cars from Airline Highway, because they're right on the other side of this building. Airline Highway was ran right in front of there. So you can hear cars going up and down, but anything that didn't create as much noise, you're really not going to hear it unless everybody start walking and listen. But I heard him scream that, "Don't leave me."
Man. That had to have been rough, Roy.
I can hear that his voice in my head right now. Just give me a hot second.
Yes, sir.
So I picked up the rocks and I turned around. I got my arm cocked and I got my mouth open get out of here, because I'm like, I can't let this dude get mauled by this dog. I just can't do that. And I actually ran back between 3 and 5 steps. That put me approximately 10, 11 feet from Herman. And he's in the gloom because I could see part of that white t-shirt he had. I'm sorry, tank top he had on. But the silhouette that I seen above him, that had to be the biggest dog on the planet. That's what went through my head. That is a record-breaking dog. That's over this dude. And I'm like, he said the dog was big, but he didn't give me those, sizes like that. And I got my arm cocked back to throw these rocks, like I said, and I got my mouth open, and I'm looking like, that's a big ass dog. And I could see the silhouette. I seen the ears, but this thing, it wasn't even paying any attention to me. It was looking Herman dead in his face. And if Herman's face is right here, it was about that far from his eyes.
Oh,
but
man.
It was looking him dead in his eyes. And Herman's propped up on his elbows on his back now, and he's got his head up like that. And he's just looking like he's not moving. He's not screaming. He's not struggling. Nothing. He's just laying there stock still. And I'm like, what the hell I'm thinking, does it got him by his throat? Does it have a hole to him that he's not moving? Because, the face was just so close to him. But after I had time to run it through my head, it actually had his head down and had tucked its muzzle like that in order to be closer to him like that. So it looked up at me because I seen when the head came up, the position of the ears changed. And I knew it was looking at me. But all I could see was the silhouette. And my hand came down to my side, and I heard the sounds of the rocks just falling between my fingers. And I'm looking, and I'm like, that ain't no dog. That's not a dog. What the hell is that? That's not a dog.
Oh, man.
Because I seen shoulders. Dogs don't have shoulders. I've had dogs the majority of my life. I got one right now, man, probably about 3 feet away from me. Dogs don't have shoulders like a man.
Nope.
And I'm like, what the hell is that? Now, the other guys, when I started running, and I hate to put it like this, but black people, when they start running, if you come running by them, they don't look to see what's chasing you. They just get up and start running too. We'll figure it out later on when we get to safety. But we don't turn and look and be like, okay, what the hell is chasing us? So they started running too, but I guess they didn't run that far when they seen that I wasn't running with them or past them, because I'm pretty sure I could run faster than all of them dudes. I'm positive of that. Just because I've been playing football so long and I was religious in the weight room. But they stopped and they turned around, and I started hearing, what is that? What the F is that? What is that? I'm standing directly in the middle of the railroad tracks, and I'm trying to figure out what this is. I guess they have been saying this for a couple of minutes, and I heard somebody say, don't shoot it. I'm like, please, Lord, don't shoot this damn thing. I'm standing right in the middle of the tracks in front of it. Chances are you're going to hit me first, because they had to move to the left or to the right in order to see what I was seeing clearly. As soon as they said that, the whole demeanor of this thing changed. It took 2 steps forward. I seen a hand come out of the darkness directly into the light. The fingers would be approximately 10, 11 inches long. The fingers.
Wow.
Not including the palm. The fingers. Wow. And on the end of each one of these fingers is a claw that's 2 3/4, 3 inches long. They're curved, but they're not wickedly curved. It's like a curve like that, not like a not like just enough so that when you put your hand down on the ground, the tip of your finger won't make contact with the ground. And I'm like, That's a hand. Now I'm not talking about a raccoon hand. I'm talking about a hand that looked just like mine, only much bigger with claws on the end of it. Thumb is in the same position mine is in. And I'm like,
Wow.
what the? I'm gonna try to watch my language. What the blank is that? What the blank is that? I'm like, that's a hand. And I'm looking, and you see, if you've ever seen a nature show when a lion is stalking something, that slow, deliberate movement, that's how that hand came out of the darkness. Then here come another hand. Now, in taking them 2 steps, it covered about 4, almost 5 feet. That put this thing about 8 feet away from me. Just the hands and the head. The head hadn't come into the light yet, but the hindquarters are now directly over Herman's face. He's still not moving. He's still not scrambling. He's still not trying to get away. And the first thing that came to my mind when I seen that hand is, I know what I'm looking at. Now I'm looking at a werewolf. I hadn't even seen the head yet. Just seeing that the power in that forearm and that hand. Wow. Wow. I started saying, I should have kept running. I should have kept running. I'm here now, though. And when the head started to come into the light, the eyes actually started picking up the light from that street light. It wasn't that they were self-illuminating. They were reflecting that light back. And the best color I can give you is when you take that red orange moon and that bright white full moon, if you mix them colors perfectly, that was the color of the eyes. With a black pupil in there. The jet black pupil, and the eyes were about the size of golf balls.
Was a pupil round? Was a pupil round, Roy, or did it have a slit, like a slit?
It was round. It was round.
Okay.
I remember that because I looked in them eyes a long time that night. It seemed like an eternity.
You probably still see it to this day, don't you?
Yeah.
In your mind.
Yeah, I'm gonna suffer for this later on tonight. It's just every time I talk about this, it's okay. It's okay. I got me some tequila. I got some tequila. I'll be fine. That head came into the light. I'm talking about 22, 24 inches from one side to the other.
Wow, that's
And
yeah,
the muzzle, the best, if I was to compare it to a dog, the best description I could give you is an Alaskan Malamute. It was broad. It wasn't pointed like a German Shepherd or Doberman Pinscher. It was broad. And the ears weren't extremely long, which when I thought about it further, they might have seemed a little bit too small for the head, just based on the size of the head. But I don't think that they had them fully erect in. They were probably at half mast, if you will, kind of angled back, but not fully erect. But even though they did flip them forward, but when it came into the light, it looked at me and it looked at each one of them guys where they was at. It was a smooth motion like that, but yet it was a slight hiccup there. Like it was looking at each and every one of us. And then I guess that idiot still had that gun pointed at it, and she growled.
That could have went bad.
She growled, and it wasn't a really loud growl, but I felt it hit me. I can't tell you if it hit me in my head and went down to my feet, or hit me in my feet and came up to my head, but I felt it. But it wasn't really loud, but it was like, if you really want to take it there, we can take it there. That I didn't hear a voice in my head or anything. That's just the feeling that I had.
You just had a knowing.
I felt that growl, and then she came a little bit. I mean, her arms are so long, they had to be like 5.5, maybe 6 feet, just the arms. But it was longer from the elbow to the wrist than from the elbow to the shoulder. I figured out that's how it was able to assume the posture that it was in, because I could see the muscles bunched up in the forearm, and the fur was about 2 inches long max. I could clearly see the muscles, the power, and how big the forearm was. I'm like, you getting ready to die, Roy. And it's not going to be a pleasant death. You getting ready to die. There's nothing you're going to be able to do against this thing. Batman ain't going to show up. Superman ain't going to fly in. You about to die. I started making my peace with God. I'm like, God, I'm coming to see you. I'm going to be the one in 100 pieces, but I'm going to be there. I was imagining every shred, every rip, and I hadn't even seen the teeth yet.
Wow.
When I went, I don't know where my mind went, but I basically, my life must have been flashing before my eyes because I was thinking about certain things, and then I started trying to think how I'm going to get out of this. But my thoughts are going so fast. Can I run? No. Can I kick it? No. Can I punch it? No. Should I run through the thistles? No. Can I run, get around behind it? No. I'm just, ideas are coming and I'm dismissing them because I got one opportunity to get away and I got to come up with a foolproof plan in order to make this happen. And I couldn't think of anything. That's why I just said, God, I'm coming to see you.
Wow.
I guess the guy put the gun down, and when she looked at me, when she directly locked eyes with me, I just stood there and pissed on myself.
Everybody would. I would say, Roy. Everybody would.
I mean, I could hear her breathing. I could smell her breath.
Oh my gosh.
It smelled like she had ate something and just never ever brushed her teeth.
Wow.
But it wasn't a foul, rotten meat smell. It was more like doggy breath, just magnified.
Wow.
And I'm standing there looking at it, and she's looking at me, and these guys are just, they hollering and they screaming, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is, excuse my French, what the fuck is that?
No, you're good.
What the hell is that, man? What is that thing? I'm not saying anything because I'm just looking at it like, okay, I'm the closest one to you now than Herman, and so I'm going to be the first target. But that didn't happen. I still don't know why, but wow. When she must have kind of leaned forward towards me because once I kind of got my faculties back, I guess once I dumped that urine, my brain power kicked in a little bit better. And I started thinking, okay, if I can make it to that chain link fence and climb to the top, I'm going to get chewed up by that barbed wire. I'll deal with that because that's a lot less better than getting chewed up by this thing. If I can make it to that roof on that lumber yard and run across the top of it and drop down, I'll be right next to Airline Highway. I can flag somebody down and try to get some help.
Wow.
I shuffled. I know I must have shuffled my feet or was pointing, turning my feet in that direction to get ready to make that move. And she looked at me. And when she looked at me, that was more than an animal looking at me.
Wow.
There was intelligence there. I'm not saying I got a telepathic message or anything like that, but just the look on her face was like, run. Go ahead, try it. See how far you get. Run.
Wow.
So what did Roy do? Roy stood there and pissed on himself again.
Wow.
And I'm like, that's a werewolf. What in the hell? That's a werewolf. What? You know, until you're in a situation like that, you really never know how you're going to react. Because my whole life, and even this thought went through my head during that encounter, I've been lied to. I've been lied to all my life by my mother, my father, my grandma, my grandfather. Monsters aren't real. Boy, what's wrong with you? You just had a bad dream. Ain't nothing under your bed. Ain't nothing in your closet. Ain't nothing in the dark waiting on you. They were wrong. Now, I'm not saying that they did it intentionally. I'm never going to say that. Unless they had an encounter of their own And in order to save us from having an issue like that, they lied to us. But I don't think that my parents or my grandparents would do that to me. But yet and still, I'm less than 10 feet away from a werewolf, a monster.
Wow.
Well, I don't know how much time it lasts, but I know the guy, when she looked at me like that, I stopped being able to hear the fellas yelling and screaming. It's almost like I went deaf. But I
Yeah.
didn't realize until after that, it wasn't that I went deaf. My heart was beating so loud in my chest that that's all I was hearing was this thud,
Mhm.
thud, thud. And
Wow.
I, like I said, my thoughts just went through my head was I can't make it to that fence. I guess she figured out what I'm trying to do because she was locked on me. She ignored them. She was locked on me.
She knew. She could sense it. Wow.
Either that or she read my mind. I don't know, but she didn't break eye contact, and that's when I was really looking at her in her eyes. But I also started looking at, because now let me just say this real quick. Now the upper half of her body is in the light since she's come forward, so I could see her coat. It didn't look like she had been running around out in the woods or anything or in them thistles. It actually looked like she had just got brushed. There was no debris in her coat, no
Wow.
leaves, no mud, no grass, nothing. It looked like somebody had just got done brushing her and let her out in the backyard to play.
Wow.
Wow.
I've never been able to understand that. You came out of them thistles, and first of all, for you to be in them damn thistles with them needles, how thick is your skin? How tough are you? No human being's going to do that. At least no rational human being going to do that. But yet you came out of them thistles. So I'm looking at her, and let me say, I didn't know it was a female at this time. I had no idea because she was on all fours that whole time until she changed her stance later on, which didn't take that long. But I'm looking at her. I guess my mind went blank for a hot second. I can't tell you exactly what happened when I was looking in her eyes, other than I was taking in the size of her head, the ears, the muzzle. Either her nose was even wet on the ear. Seeing her sides expand and then shrink, seeing them expand, and I could hear her breathing. It sounded like on a low level.
Wow.
And I'm just standing there stupefied, like, Roy, this is gonna be a bad death, dude. This is gonna be bad.
Wow.
Well, I can't tell you how much time elapsed, but somebody must have moved, or that dude pointed that gun again, because she stopped looking at me and she looked past me. That's when she laid her ears back and she raised up her jaws. Now she didn't open her mouth. It's like it was closed mouth, but you know when they raise up them dew flaps, you can see their teeth.
Mm-hmm.
The canines alone, you ain't gonna never find a dog that got teeth like that. You might find them on a Bengal tiger or an African lion, but you ain't gonna find them on no dog.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we talking about this long, which is I'm doing about 3 inches, 3 1/4 inches long, about big around as my pinky, where it inserted itself into the gum. Every tooth behind that, her canines, was a cutting tooth.
Wow.
Not molars like a dog have. I'm thinking more of a bear trap, how they interlock.
Yeah.
That's how her the rest of her teeth interlock, but every one was a cutting tooth. I can see it clear as day, and I'm standing there looking like, oh God, this gonna be even worse.
Wow.
you know,
Built for tearing
I
and
don't
shredding.
know. Yeah, I don't know the reason for this encounter. All I could take was what I knew at that time by werewolves. These cheap grade B movies that be on TV, or the black and white with Lon Chaney, something along that. They ain't never heard no Dogman, nothing like that, and I don't think I seen a Dogman. I don't think that was a Dogman until somebody can give me 100% proof by bringing that thing and landing in front of me and then land a Dogman next to it. That was a werewolf I see. And the reason I say that is this. When she growled and laid her ears back, if you've ever had a dog that had fleas and they might be sitting next to you or just sitting up and they make that real quick movement to start biting at the base of their tail or their haunches,
Yep.
that real quick movement, they just go from being still to yum, 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 yum. She jerked like that. Now, I'm not saying that she started biting on her haunches, and I never saw a tail, so I can't say she was biting on her tail, but she jerked like that. And then she stood up on two legs. And I'm standing here looking at her go up, up, up. I mean, she did it so fast. If I had a blinked, I would have missed it. But in my mind, it was playing in slow motion. And I'm like, good God, this thing got to be 9 or 10 feet tall. I've been playing basketball a long time. I know the standard basketball rim is 10 feet tall. She could have dunked the basketball with the length of her arms and how tall she was standing flat-footed. No problem. And she might not even have to straighten her arms out to do it. But when she stood up, I seen 4 breasts. Not mammaries like a female dog have. Those look like 4 human breasts. I didn't look any lower to see if there was 4 more because that in itself blew my mind because I'm like, and this is a female. I said, that's a female.
Wow.
4 breasts. That's when I started got to see the rest of her coat. Now, she was black. The kind of black that it looked like it eats light.
Absorbs light.
That's how black she was. But I'm seeing splashes of gray in her coat, or it may have been just because of the angle of the light hitting her, but it was like a patchwork quilt. I'm sorry. A splash here, a splash there. It wasn't a uniform pattern. And I'm looking like, I'm just taking all of this in. I can't tell you what the feet looked like because she just wasn't far enough into the light for me to see it. And plus, I'm not about to take my eyes off that business scene. I'm focused on the head.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that my best guesstimate, we're talking 9.5 feet tall. Shoulders that any bodybuilder, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Dave Bautista, they would be jealous of her shoulders and her biceps. If she had flexed her arm like this, I'm pretty sure her bicep would have been bigger than my head. Now, not that I got extremely large head. My head ain't even big as Herman's, but I got a good sized nugget sitting on my neck. But just seeing that, because I lifted weights, I play football. I've been in the weight room and in the locker room with some freaks of humanity. Guys 6'9", 350 some pounds. They're big, but it's a sloppy big. They're not svelte. They're not cut up like that. They lifting to be strong, not to enter any a bodybuilding contest. So her forearms, the biceps, and those hands with them claws, man. And when she stood up, she looked over to the right into the thistles. She stopped and she's ignored us altogether and was looking over in that direction. I guess after about 3 or 4 seconds, I took a peek and looked over there, and about 55 to 60 feet back in them thistles where it's pitch black, I seen 6 red lights. Not eyes. These were lights. I know I've seen plenty of eyes in my life on different animals. These were not lights. A lot of people say, well, those are her pups. Her breasts were not sagging like she had been nursing, like she ever had a set of pups. They were breasts that, I'm sorry.
Did she have human looking breasts, or were they more like a dog would have? We had somebody in the chat.
They look like human breasts.
Human breast. Oak Nana over here asked that question, so I thought I'd ask you. Sorry, Roy, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But...
Okay.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. A lot of people seem to think that she had pups in those thistles. Okay, if she did, I never seen one, and I never seen the eyes. They were human breast that a woman that goes to the gym religiously just to stay trim and fit
Mhm.
would have. There
Wow.
wasn't a bunch of jiggling when she stood up. There was no bouncing and swaying. They just did that one uniform move, that one up and down, and then they didn't move. But those look just like human breasts. I've had female dogs that had puppies. I know what the
Wow.
breasts look like when they nurse.
Thanks for
That's
sharing that
not what
with
she
us,
had.
Roy. Thank you for
Okay.
sharing that with us.
So, and as close as I was, yeah, I seen that with great detail. Now, she still got fur on her covering them up. I'm not saying I seen nipples and anything like that, not even the areola, but I seen breast.
Yeah.
And when I took that peek and looked at seeing those six red lights, they were standing in a triangle formation, two in the front, and then two to the left and two to the right, like that,
Mm-hmm.
right here, and then like that. So, but they were weird in itself because if you take a reflector off a bicycle, that red reflector,
Mm-hmm.
you take a black magic marker and start in the center and just start making a circle and going outwards like you're going to black in the whole uh, reflector, and
Mm-hmm.
then you get a quarter to an eighth of an inch from the edge and stop. That's how much red I seen. But because it was so black and because of how red they were, I could see them clearly. Now I only look like this, and then I look right back at her. But I know what I seen.
Mm-hmm.
She slightly flexed her hind legs and she jumped off the railroad tracks into the thistles. And when she hit the ground running, she was laying them thistles down. She was moving so fast they were popping right back up like she had never even went over. And she was headed straight for those lights. I
Oh,
watched her
wow.
for about 5 seconds, and then I snapped out of it and I immediately ran to Herman. I'm like, Herman, get up, man, get up, get up. He's still in the same position. He's not moving. For all intents and purposes, excuse me if I offend anybody for what I'm about to say, but he looked like the village idiot. He had some drool coming out of the corner of his mouth. His eyes was just, they were open. Wasn't no life behind him. He was just
Wow.
blank and he still propped up. His mouth was open. The other guys come running up. They hollering and screaming, Herman, you okay, man? You okay? I'm looking at him, trying to get him to get up on his feet. It's like picking up just a dead body. He's not trying to assist at all.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I shook him a little bit. I'm like, Herman, come on, man. We got to go. We got to go. Diamond came up and got on the other side of him, and we pulled him up on his feet, and I put his arm around my neck, and Diamond put his arm around his neck. And I'm like, come on, I'm trying to turn around. Come on, let's go. We need to go back to the park. They like, no, we need to get down to the liquor store. Why? Well, because it's a payphone down there. We can use the phone to call the police, but we got to go in the direction further down them tracks where that thing ran. Why y'all want to go that way? We ain't got that much further to go, man. Just go down here and then we got to cut through what you mean we got to cut through the thistles?
Oh,
Are you
man.
serious right now? Come on, Stub. Come on, man. Just come with us. Just come with us now. I done peed on myself twice. My Converse is full of urine. My socks is wet. But my herd mentality done kicked in now. I'm not trying to go nowhere by myself in that area at all. I'm staying right there with the group because if this thing come back, I'm running this time. It's catch as catch can. But I made a commitment to stay there and not let Herman get mauled by a dog. We
That's
pretty much drug him down them railroad tracks. And then we get down past the third light, and there's a path that I guess these guys have been taking this path, them and everybody else in the neighborhood, that they wore a trail through them thistles down to the dirt. It was wide enough for two people to walk through shoulder to shoulder. But it's dark. Now, dude got his gun out. This little snub nose 38 he got. And I asked him, where'd you get that gun from? Oh, man, I bought this from some dude on the street. Okay. We walked through the thistles, 150 yards. Longest walk of my life. I'm looking left, I'm looking right, I'm looking up in the air, I'm looking everywhere trying to make sure I don't drop Herman. And if I see anything or hear anything snap break, I'm dropping Herman, I'm gone. But I didn't leave him. We exit out of the thistles into the back of the liquor store. And this is when I started thinking about how long did this happen? How long was we there? Because when we got around to the front of the liquor store, it was 12:49. We left out of the park at 12:29.
Wow.
So we had to be on them tracks at least 10, 12 minutes dealing with this thing. It wasn't a little 3-4 second encounter, 5 minute encounter. I didn't realize how long we had been there, even when I added in the time that we had to walk to the liquor store after this happened. But of course, this was later on when I got back home. We walk around to the front of the liquor store. It's one clerk in there. There's a little ledge outside the main window. I propped Herman on that, and I got to keep my hand in his chest because if I let him go, he gonna face plant. He's still not moving on his own. So I'm standing there, but I'm not looking at Herman. I'm looking through the glass because Diamond, Lil Bit, and Shorty Mac went in there, and they all talking at once. Man, call the police, call the police. There's a monster that, there's a monster, there's a monster. Everybody talking at once, and the dude is looking from one to the other, and then he looked back and he's like, he said, man, I don't know what y'all been smoking. I don't know what y'all been drinking. I don't know what y'all been shot up. It's almost closing time. I ain't got no time for this foolishness. Make your selections, bring them up here so I can ring you up, and then leave the store. Mm-hmm. Please, man, call the police. There's a monster out there. We just seen a werewolf. There's a monster. Can you please call the police? Look at my friend. Look at my friend. The dude's not looking. I guess he figured it was some kind of trap to rob him. That's the only thing I could figure at that time. But I'm just standing there holding Herman, and I'm looking, trying to read lips when I can, but I'm looking at body language, and the dude shaking his head. So finally, he just said, either buy something or get out. Man, well, just let me use the phone to call the police. That's what Diamond said. Absolutely not. Buy something or leave. I'm getting ready to put you out the store. It's closing time. I'm ready to go home. I ain't got time for this game y'all trying to play, dude. And I'm like, if y'all been coming here all this time, why is he acting like he don't know y'all? That's what went through my head later, not at that particular point in time. I'm saying like, are you fucking kidding me? He ain't gonna let him use the phone either. So he pretty much put him out of the store, and then he locked the door, and I'm like, man, come here. I said, get Herman. Let me go talk to him. So I walked up to the door, and he's standing there, and he's turning the key and lock, and I'm like, hey, can you let me use the phone, please, sir? Will you please let me use the phone? He shook his head no, turned the close sign around, and walked behind the counter. Just before the guys came out, one dude said, hey, is that your car parked in the back of the building? He said, yeah, why? He said, will you at least move your car to the front of the building while we're here? Because there's a monster back there on the railroad tracks, man. I know you don't believe it, but there's a monster. I put that on everything. There's a monster. He's like, yeah, whatever. Jeez. Go ahead and get out of the store.
Wow.
So while I'm over here talking or attempting to talk to this man, I hear Little Bit saying, what is this white stuff in Herman's hair? What he's rubbing at his head like that. What is this white stuff in his head? I really wasn't focused on what he was saying because I was talking to the guy, but I could hear the background noise of him talking. So when the guy turned the close sign around, I just threw my hands up like, whatever, man. So I started walking over there, and that's when I started paying attention to what he was saying. He's like, what is this white stuff in his hair? Now, we have been walking along the railroad tracks on these white rocks. Herman done fell. With my detective skills, I'm figuring, okay, he must have hit his head and slid or something. He done got some of that white dust in his hair.
Mm-hmm.
So I walk, when and I kind of showed her one eye way, man, move out of the way. And I'm looking and I see this white spot in Herman's hair. I look my finger and rubbed at it, just to show him this is just some white chalk. No. It wasn't coming out. It didn't get lighter. It didn't get dimmer. It didn't move. So I took both of my hands and I'm rubbing his head like that. I even took my shirt and rubbed it on there. No change. I took my hands and separated his hair. Herman got a white circle in his head about that big.
Wow.
of snow white hair that went down to his scalp.
Wow.
I looked at him when he walked up to me when I first met him. I played basketball with this dude for 4 hours. I walked down the street with him to those railroad tracks, looking at him every now and again. There was no white spot in Herman's head when I met him, after I met him, while we played basketball, until we got back to that spot. And I even had his arm around my neck. And I wasn't looking at his head then because I'm so busy looking around for if this creature come back. But he got a white spot in his head. That didn't make no sense to me. And if I ever doubted or thought it was a bad dream, that kicked all of that out that window.
Wow.
Of course, we also found out that he evacuated both of his bowels at some time during that encounter. So now we got to get him home. I damn sure ain't about to go back through them thistles and back up them tracks. So we got to take the long way home. And plus, we're pretty much dragging a comatose person.
That had to have been rough.
But we're engaged in conversation. Man, what the fuck was that? That was a monster. Where the hell did that come from? Them things is running around. You know, I'm hearing these dudes saying all this stuff, and I'm pretty much I'm focused on looking around. I did say a few things, but I'm focused on looking around, and I know that's when I found out that the guy had got that gun off the street from somebody and what type of gun it was, because he had it in a fanny pack.
Mm-hmm.
It took us almost 45 minutes to get back to the park. Because if we heard a noise that didn't sound like a car going by or somebody opening or closing the door, if it sounded like some leaves crunching or stick breaking, we stop and we get in a circle and look around, and we stand there for 2 or 3 minutes until we were sure that thing wasn't coming back. So it was a long walk, but we got back to the park, and lo and behold, we walked through the park, went across the street. Herman stayed right across the street from the park. Second house from the corner.
Oh, wow. Wow.
We went into the yard. 3 of them went up on the porch. One was ringing the doorbell. The other one is beating on the door like the police before they're about to kick in your door. They ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, bam, 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 ding dong, ding dong. I got Herman sitting on the porch, and I got him linked up. I had him by the front of his shirt like this and was holding, or when he leaned forward, I put my hand in just, when his feet weren't on the ground, but he was sitting on the porch, but they were just off the ground. If you could, I'm just giving you his posture at the time, but he still ain't looking at me. He's just staring off into space. He had stopped drooling. We had wiped the drool around his mouth, and he just was staring off into space like he was gone, man. Herman was gone. He had checked out. I don't know where he went. I don't know what that thing did to him when it was looking him in his eye, but Herman had checked out. Finally, the porch light comes on. It's a little bit after 2 a.m. in the morning. His mother answers the door. She's got on her night clothes. First words out of her mouth is, "Who the hell is ringing my doorbell and beating on my door like that? Y'all done lost your damn mind. What the hell is going on?" Once again, just like they did to the clerk, Herman, something wrong with Herman. Monster on railroad tracks. Herman, monster was on top of him. And she's looking like, wait a minute, what?
Wow.
Once again, all 3 of them start talking. Now, I don't know this lady. I'm just standing there looking at her while I got her son. But when they said for the 3rd time, something is wrong with Herman, that's when she was like, "What you mean something wrong with Herman? What's wrong with my baby?" She moved him out of the way, and she walked to the edge of the porch, and she looked at me like, "Who the hell are you?" I didn't say nothing to her. I don't know this lady. All I know is I brought your son home, and you need to take him either to the hospital, to the psychiatric ward. You need to take your son. She shook Herman by his shoulder. Herman's head just... She said, Herman, baby." He didn't respond. She said, "Herman, answer me." And she shook him again. She grabbed his face like that in her hand and turned him to face her. And when she looked in his face, she said, "What the hell did y'all do to my son? Don't nobody leave. I'm calling the police." I'm gonna get some answers, but y'all better tell me what y'all did to my son. As soon as she said that, I let Herman go. Well, I eased him back down to where he was laying on his back because she had let him go and was on her way in the house to get the phone, I'm assuming. I laid Herman back. I walked out of her yard and then I beat feet back down to my car. I put all that 4-3 into effect. And matter of fact, 2 houses up the block, there was 3 people sitting on the porch. I think it was 2 women and a man or 2 men and a woman. I heard them say, I wonder what he running for. I ran straight to the trunk of my car and stripped off them wet shorts and underwear, and yes, in front of God and everybody, kicked off the shoes off, and I just put on the shorts that I showed it to the park in. I slammed the trunk shut, and I jumped in the car. When I left from that curb, my back tires were spinning.
Oh, I bet.
My back tires were spinning and smoking. When I hit the corner, I didn't even stop for the stop sign to drive out on the airline highway. I almost hit a car, and I almost got hit. I didn't even give a damn.
Oh, man.
The guy that almost hit me pulled up next to me on the highway. He's flipping me off and hollering and screaming. Dude, I ain't even worried about that right now. Now, a lot of people ask me, why did you leave? Why didn't you wait for the police to come? Well, shortly before I left and went to New Orleans, I bought a gun from a dude off the street. I bought a 357 Mac. Even though the guy told me, man, this gun ain't been used to commit no crimes and ain't got no bodies on it. Okay, that don't mean it's true. Why are you selling it to me for $100 then?
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to have protection for myself, whether I stayed in Nebraska or was in Louisiana, because at that time it was rough living in Nebraska just because of the color of my skin.
Yeah.
So
I
you want to have protection.
Mm-hmm.
So also I know that based on Herman's condition, when the police show up, first thing gonna come to their mind is, what kind of drugs is he on? What did y'all give him? To the best of my knowledge, I'm the only one that had a car.
Mm-hmm.
But from prior dealings with the police, because I have a car and they assume that this is some kind of drug-induced state, they're gonna want to search my car.
Oh, yeah.
They find that 357 in my trunk of my car. Just say they did, and they took it down for ballistics to find out if this gun had been used to kill somebody, and then come back, yeah, somebody in Omaha got shot by this gun. 9/10 of the lost possession. That gun is in my possession.
And it'd be on you.
Exactly. I can't be there when the police show up. Yeah. I didn't do anything wrong that night, other than I didn't run my old chocolate black ass off when that thing first hit them tracks. That's the only thing I think I did wrong. But when I got back to my apartment, the first thing I did was lock the doors. I pushed the couch in front of the doors. I went into the kitchen and unplugged my refrigerator and drug it into the living room, pushed it up against that couch and plugged it back in. I went to the cabinet. I took down a fifth, a Jack Daniels Green Label, and a shot glass. I took 2 shots to get my hands to stop shaking. And then I started replaying what happened. I got about 2 or 3 minutes in, and since I've been keeping a journal since I was 10 years old, I went and got my journal and I started writing in it. Now, the first 3 pages is pretty much gibberish. It's basically, I saw a blanking monster. I can't believe I saw a blanking monster. You ain't got no choice but to believe you saw a blanking monster, Roy, because you just seen a blanking monster. You smelled his breath. You seen it breathe. You heard it growl.
Wow.
Calm your ass down. Calm down. Calm down. Just stuff like that is what I was putting on the first 3 pages.
Mm-hmm.
While I was doing that, I went and got my speed loaders I had bought, and I loaded all 3 of them with bullets and set them on the table next to that pistol. And then I sat there and I started looking at the door, because in my mind, this thing is going to have followed me home and it's coming. As sure as the sun rising the next day, this thing is coming to get you, Roy. Why you got away tonight? I have no idea. I didn't even start thinking about the fact that I had been stood up until 2 days later. 2 days later, I drunk that night until I passed out. I was drunk. Woke up, grabbed a gun, almost shot myself in the foot. Thank God I didn't order a pizza or anything because I'm not saying I would have killed the pizza delivery guy, but I would have put bullets all around the door, that door frame, because my hand probably was shaking so bad. So thank God I didn't do that.
Wow.
The next 3 days, I didn't leave my apartment. I didn't answer the phone. I didn't make any phone calls. I didn't go back to work until next Tuesday, and I was supposed to show up Monday morning because I wasn't ready to leave out of the house yet. I just could not, I couldn't come to a rational conclusion about what happened to me. First of all, I got to deal with the fact that I know for a fact now that monsters live on this planet with us.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm trying to figure out what did it do to Herman that turned his hair white? Now, years later, when these paranormal shows started coming out on TV, and I started hearing about people die for a short time and come back, they might, part of their hair might be white, or they see something in their house that scared them so bad that all their hair turned white.
Yeah.
It started making sense to me. Herman got scared so bad that for some reason his whole head didn't turn white, but just a little bit bigger than a 50-cent piece. But it turned it white all the way down to his scalp.
That's a trip.
Now I got to figure out why this happened to me. What did I do in my life that I had to be on them tracks at that particular day, that particular time, that particular night? This happened July 9th, 1981. It was not during a full moon phase. There was no moon in the sky other than a sliver.
Yeah.
So the traditional werewolf thing, years later, of course, it don't fit. But when I started thinking along these lines of that woman was supposed to show up at the park.
Yeah.
She never showed up. She never came back to the store. She never called the store.
Yeah,
Now,
that's odd.
I left out one thing, and I normally do this. I don't normally do this on purpose. It's just that when I get caught up in retelling this, it comes to me a little bit later. But when she stood up on her hind legs and turned her head to the right, I'm about 98.5% sure that what I saw that caught the light that flashed was a gold hoop earring.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It wasn't the flash of her fur. I know what gold looked like when light hit it. It was a flash. Now, some people say it could have been a tracking device. Maybe those were her handlers that were out there in those thistles. Okay, 6 of one is half a dozen of another to me at this time, but I'm certain 98% that was a gold hoop earring from the way that it raised and lowered when she flipped her head like that.
Mm-hmm. You would have known that movement.
That is why. Yes, that is why to this day, it is my firm belief that woman that I was supposed to meet on that date showed up. She just showed up in a different form.
Yep.
Wow.
I don't know why she was focused on Herman if she was supposed to meet me.
You know, Roy, I've sat and I've thought about this, and I don't know if this is right or not, but a theory that I have is that she was after Herman. She picked him off behind you, and maybe it had something to do with he got somebody pregnant and she was pissed off at him, or was at odds with him or something, and picked him out. Does that make sense?
That's another theory. I'm definitely willing to accept that. I thought about that, but I also thought about this. Mm-hmm. I've heard some encounters concerning Dogman where when a person is going through something in their life, whether it be stressful, usually it's not nothing good, strung out on drugs, alcoholic, domestic violence, just a person that's not good in their spirit. Sometimes they have encounters with Dogman. Now, I do know that Herman was afraid that night. But when we have this conversation after we stop, recording,
Okay.
I'm going to inform you about a phone call that I received that it's going to blow your mind.
Okay.
It's going to blow your mind. So
Yes, sir.
I just spent the next 3 days locked up in my apartment trying to figure this out. Scared to death because I'm still thinking this thing is coming from me. I got lucky that night. Why I felt so strongly about that, I cannot tell you to this day. But I had a firm belief in my head that that's what was going to happen to me. When I finally did go back to work Tuesday, I was not the same person that left Friday. Every sound that I had been accustomed to hearing in the store, I'm jumping and I'm looking because I had my gun on me. Because I'm like, okay, that was that woman that showed up. If she come back in this store, I'm going to blow her chest out her back, and then I'm emptying the rest of them in her cranium. That's what's going to happen as soon as I see her. No ifs, ands, outs, and buts about that.
Wow.
Thank God it didn't happen like that. But my boss noticed that I was different. And she asked me, Roy, you okay? I said, absolutely not. And she kind of, what? I said, no, I'm not okay. She said, well, how did your date go? She never showed up. She said, wait a minute. What? I said, she didn't show up. She said, well, what happened? I said, I really don't want to talk about that. But she wouldn't let up. The whole day, every 10, 15 minutes, she's like, Roy, you can talk to me. She said, I know something happened. Just tell me what happened. No, I'm not. She said, why? I said, because I don't want to lose my job. She said, you ain't going to lose your job to tell me what happened Friday night. I said, if I don't lose my job, I don't want them people to show up. She said, what people? I said, the ones that bring you the pretty white jacket with the extra long sleeves. So I don't want to tell you what happened. She kept at me and kept at me. Finally, I guess about 3 o'clock, I'm like, listen, I'm going to tell you what happened, and then I'm going to go clock out so I get ready to start looking for another job. She said, let me ask you 3 questions first. I said, what? She said, did you kill somebody? No, I didn't. Did you rape somebody? No, I didn't. Did you beat somebody up? No, ma'am, I didn't. She said, then tell me what happened. I told her what happened from start to finish. She didn't interrupt me. She didn't ask me any questions. She just was just like this on the counter looking at me. When I got done talking, she said, oh, you saw Luke Guru. I said, have you not been listening to what I just told you, woman? I'm not talking about no damn dude named Lou Guru. I'm talking about a monster. And she kind of chuckled a little bit. She said, no. I said, Luke Guru. I'm like, what do you mean, Luke? I said, I'm not talking about Luke. She said, L-O-U-P. I said, Loop? She said, yeah. I'm like, what are you talking about? She said, that's what we call werewolf here in Louisiana. It's a French werewolf. It's a French name. Yep. I said, okay. What do you know about him? She said, well, my grandmother told me that, she gave me the rundown. If you get bit by one, then until you kill the one that bit you, you're going to be cursed to be one. Or they came over during the Great Migration to America, and some of the French settlers were actually cursed like that. And they've been biting people and hanging out and killing folks, a lot of Cajuns in the swamp for years. Okay. I said, now, here comes the big question. How do you kill them? She said, well, according to my grandmother, she was good for saying according to. I noticed that. She said you need some rock salt, some oil, and fire.
Okay.
And I stood there for a minute and I'm looking at her, I'm like, I'm not talking about cooking no damn werewolf. What the hell I need some rock salt? And fire and oil. I'm not talking about having no damn fish fry, no werewolf fry. What the hell am I gonna do with this stuff? She said, listen to me, Roy. I'm like, I'm listening. And it seemed like you making fun of me. She said, no, I'm telling you what my grandmother told me. She said, you take the rock salt and you throw it on the Luke Guru. They're supposed to be highly allergic to this stuff. I said, okay. She said, while they trying to get that stuff off of them, that's when you throw the oil on them. Okay. And then what? She said, and then you set them on fire. I said, that ain't gonna work for me. Absolutely not. She's like, well, what do you mean? I said, that's not gonna work for me. With my luck, I'm gonna get that rock salt on this thing and get it irritated. Then I'm gonna throw some oil on it. And when I light that match, the wind gonna come up. There go my fire. And guess what? Now I got a irritated, highly allergic to rock salt werewolf ready to tear my hindquarters in 3 or 4 different directions. That's not gonna work for me. So she said, well, I have heard silver in some cases will do the job. I said, where the hell can I get some silver bullets? And that's when she looked at me and she said, you serious, ain't you? I said, I can't make this up, lady. My mind is not that creative. Are you serious right now? She's like, I kind of thought for a minute you was, playing a joke. And she said, but I can look at you now and tell this really happened to you, didn't it? I said, yes, ma'am. And she just stood there and looked at me like, what happened? She said, what happened to the rest of the dudes? Did you go back out there and check on them? No. Why would I do that? She said, well, don't you wonder what happened to Herman? No. She said, why not? I was like, listen, let me tell you something my grandmother told me. If you stupid enough to find yourself in a situation where you could get killed and you manage to get out of that situation, don't be a damn fool and take your ass back there.
Yep.
I said, right. I have no intentions of ever going back out into Metairie, Louisiana. I'm not going to Herman's house. I'm not going to look for none of them dudes. I got away. I need to worry about me. I just met them dudes that night. I did what I was supposed to do that night. I don't feel like I owe them anything else.
Yep.
I got to get right for me. There's a monster hunting me, lady. Don't you know? She said, well, how do you know it's hunting you? I said, how do you know it ain't?
Mm-hmm.
She said, well, okay. But she told me, you can go ahead and clock out now. I said, I told you you're going to fire me. She said, no, I just want you to clock out because you need to be away from here. You need to be wherever you feel safest. Go ahead and go home. Don't come back to work for a couple more days. I said, I need to check. She said, I'll let you make up for it another time. I'll still give you a check. But right now, I need you to go home. And that's what I did.
That was a heck of a boss. That was a heck of a boss.
Yeah, she was great. She was really great. I mean,
she cared about you, didn't she, Roy?
Yes, she did. And but honestly, I kind of even started thinking about maybe she the one that's in cahoots with that chick and called her and told her, hey, we got fresh meat in town. Come down here to the store.
Uh-huh. That thought just came to my mind a minute ago.
Come down. When you have something like this happen and you in that rabbit hole, you're willing to you look at every possibility to make sense to what happened. And my brother told me one time, he said, when you think about stuff, do you think in a linear pattern or do you just do it in a hide and seek mode? I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, when I think about stuff, I take the idea or the problem that I'm thinking about and I imagine a body of water with no wind, no current movement, nothing's moving the water. It actually looks like the glass is so smooth. I said, okay. He said, then I take a rock and throw it into the middle of that. I said, okay. And then what? He said, as soon as that rock hit the water, it sends out ripples in every direction. He said, so when you're thinking about stuff, start thinking about it like that. Think about every possibility, no matter how big or how small. Mm-hmm. And usually you'll come up with the best answer that you need, little brother. I'm like, I never thought about it like that. He said, I know you didn't. That's why I just told you that. So I was willing to accept a lot of stuff. I was going to the library, looking for anything I could find on werewolves. Of course, in 81, there was very little literature concerning that. But you had plenty of books on demonology and witchcraft. I checked out so many books from the library that the librarian actually asked me, are you trying to put a spell on somebody or learn how to become a witch or something? Are you trying to make a deal with a demon? I said, no, I'm writing this for a paper for school. And she looked at me. She said, oh, really? I'm like, yeah, I got to have this paper done by the end of the month. That's why I'm checking out all these books. I wasn't going to tell her what happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
I was in a bad spot for the next 3 years.
No, I
I
bet.
became an alcoholic. I
Oh,
would not
man.
date a woman. When it got ready to get dark, if I'm out with my fellas, or something, I'm like, well, man, it's about 6:15. It's about time for me to get on back to the house. What you mean, man? The bar don't open till 9 o'clock. I ain't going to the barbershop tonight. Why not? It's dark outside. Well,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, Roy, that's what happened at 9 o'clock. Okay, my black ass ain't gonna be out here at 9 o'clock. I'm gonna be in my apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you something wrong with you. You damn bet you. Something wrong with me. And I'm not gonna tell you what's wrong with me, but my life was not good.
No.
I was always in a heightened state. I carried my gun with me everywhere. And I had reloads with me. I didn't care if the police pulled me over and I had my gun. Nothing that had ever happened to me up to that point prepared me for that night.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't doubt my eyes. I can't doubt my ears. I can't doubt my nose. God gave us some of the best recording equipment that's been invented up to a certain point to now. Of course, with technology, you get stuff a lot better. But at that time, your eyes were your camera.
That's
That was your camera. Your brain was the hard drive. Your
Mhm.
ears were your audio. And my
Yep.
father always told us, don't never doubt what your eyes tell you, especially if you know you're not drunk or under the influence of any drugs. That's
Mhm.
why God gave you eyes so you can see. That's why he gave you ears so you can hear. That's why he gave you a mind so you can remember or solve a problem. But don't never doubt what God gave you, son. He taught all of me and my brother and my sisters that. So I used that. I just could never, ever come up with anything that made 100% sense to me other than I met this gorgeous woman that came in the store. I really wanted to take her out on a date, or possibly, if I was lucky enough, convince her to be my girlfriend, maybe even one day my wife. I don't know, but she
Mhm.
didn't show up. But a monster did
Yep.
with 4 breasts, 9.5 feet tall, with fangs, claws, teeth. I ain't gonna say it had a bad attitude, but it made me piss on myself twice. So it scared the bejabbers out of me.
Mhm.
And having went through all of that, I didn't want to date anybody. And actually, after 3.5 years, when I finally did get brave enough to date a chick, I told her, I need to see you at night. I need to see you at night. She's like, what do you mean see me? I said, I want to see you at night.
Mhm.
When I asked her to meet me at this restaurant, I showed up 30 minutes before she got there. I was sitting in my car with my gun on the dashboard.
Oh wow.
Now, I'm
Taking
not
no
saying I was
chances.
going to shoot her. I'm not going to say I was going to shoot her, but I need to see her at night in human form. Thank God she stayed in human form the whole time that we dated. Thank God. But she was real instrumental in helping me get my feet back under me and get my mentality back right, because I would be sitting somewhere thinking and I'd hear a sound, a dog start barking. I'm jerking and reaching. If
Mhm.
somebody was coughing and it didn't sound like a normal human cough, I'm turning and I'm reaching. In the restaurant, in the movie theater. And she used to look at me be like, what's wrong with you, Roy? I'm like, you won't understand. I never told her what happened to me. I never
Wow.
told her. I didn't tell my father about it until 2010, shortly before he died. My mother doesn't know. None of my brother, one of my brothers know, but my cousin, I called him and talked to him because I've been knowing him since he was 8 years old. He know I don't
Mhm.
lie. He said, "Cuz I believe you."
Mhm.
I said, "Okay, I'm glad." He's like, "When you coming home?" I said, "I'll be coming home soon because I don't think I'm be able to stay down in Louisiana too much. That fear factor,
Mhm.
I just couldn't shake it. And when you have to live a life like that, a prisoner within your own mind to a certain extent. That's horrible, man.
Oh yeah.
I missed out on some real good stuff in those
Yes.
years, and
Yep. You sure did.
but
You got
poor
cheated.
Herman, yeah, but poor Herman, I just, I can only imagine, and I don't even have the imagination to imagine, really, truly, what went through his head when that thing was on top of him and looking him in his eyes. That,
The fear that would have been in him would just be out of this world. Like you wouldn't even we couldn't even comprehend. We couldn't even comprehend that. I mean, you can to a certain extent because you were standing there before it and was feeling scared and stuff, but him laying there on the ground with that thing hovering over him. Well, I mean, we could imagine, but not even come close.
I mean, when I did started getting out and about more, I started asking people questions, not about werewolves, but just what is Louisiana like? What's the heartbeat of the city? You know, what is? Give me some of the rumors. Give me some of the folk tales. Give me some of the legends. Louisiana as a whole is a weird ass place. I mean, they talk about vampires, demons. They even if you went and talked to somebody about Lucaroo, I'm pretty sure. Well, I know for a fact, 2 or 3 times I'll mention that to somebody in a restaurant, and the dudes turn around at the other table talking about, you talking about Lucaroo? Man, let me tell you about Lucaroos. They this, they that, they this, they that. That whole thing, and with the amount of voodoo and witchcraft that happens down there, even in the 80s.
Maria LeBeau, wasn't that isn't she like the witch queen of New Orleans or something like that?
She had been.
I may not be saying her name right, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're. I know exactly what you're talking about. But what a lot of people don't know is this: while that lady is famous for what she does, there was another lady twice as powerful as her, according to what I was told. All they called her was Mama.
Mama.
If you wanted something done to somebody, that involved darkness, you go see Mama, and it will happen. She was a voodoo priestess from Haiti that had been in Louisiana since the 50s.
Wow.
I actually wanted to go talk to her one day, and the dude that I was talking to, he said, let me tell you something, man. You do not want to talk to that lady. You don't even want her to look at you. I said, why not? I just got some questions I want to ask her. He said, you do not want to talk to that woman, and you do not want her to look at you. I'm like, why? He said, because if you ever do, you're going to know the true face of evil. I'm like, but she helped people. He said, yeah, she'll help you. But the cost that you have to pay, are you prepared for that?
Yep.
I said, well, what will be the cost? He said, what do you hold dear?
Your soul.
I said, well, I got this Monte Carlo, man. He's like, yeah, you think that car's the one thing you hold dear to you? I'm like, well, that's my most prized possession at this time. He said, how about your soul? I said, she's that powerful? He said, she's so powerful, she don't need to have advertising. The only advertising she done is by word of mouth. If nobody tells you how to find her, you ain't gonna find her, because you got to go out in the swamps to find her. I said, do you know how to get there? He said, hell no, and I don't want to know how to get there. But I've heard about her, and that's all I need. So according to what I was told, that other lady was like a kindergartner dealing with a college student.
Wow. Wow.
Louisiana.
Roy, I got a question. Do you think?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that that creature that night? What, in your honest gut feeling, was it that lady that stood you up, or do you think it was the, the classic cryptid from Louisiana? Or What do
I,
you think? And
I believe
honestly,
still to this day, that was that woman that showed up.
Mm-hmm.
What I saw in her eyes when I looked at her was not animal intelligence. It was way more than that. Way more than that. I mean, if you got a dog or a cat and they look at you, let's say it's feeding time, they know you probably feeding between 5:30 and 6 o'clock. If you shake the can or they hear you rattle the bag, they gonna dance around, but they give you that look on their face like, I know I'm about to eat, I'm about to eat. When I looked at her, it was more like, you can run if you want to, but it's not gonna do you any good. I've been chased by dogs. When a dog gonna bite you, he gives you two signs. He lays his ears back and he shows you his teeth, or he barks and he do that little stiff tail wag to kind of throw you off. That's not what I felt when she looked at me. It was like, you run and I'm going to get you. If you stand there, I'm going to get you. But it was more like a human being that's standing there with a sawed-off shotgun pointed at your chest and be like, run, I want you to run so I can blow your back out your chest. But it's going to happen. It was a human to a certain degree intelligence there. And when I seen that earring, I've never heard of any encounter about a dog man wearing jewelry. They may have put some mud or something on their face, according to some of these things I heard. But even the description that I have of certain dog men don't match up to what I seen. Just the sheer physical power that this thing gave out. Now, a lot of people say when they see a dog man, if they see one between 7 and 12 feet tall, yeah, they scared because of how big the creature was and how massive. But because of the muscles that I was able to see.
hey Roy, do you think the whole time she was out there in the thistle just waiting for you guys, and then when y'all left, she's like, "Oh yeah, I got my chance now." You know what I mean?
Well, well, David, I'd have to say I have thought about that many a time over the years before I finally got to a point where I could put it away and try not to think about it. I think that for her to know that we was going to go down them tracks, for her to know that I was going to accompany those guys down the tracks, either she was a master tactician or she watched us the whole time we was at that park.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
And that in itself is like, you watched me play basketball. You watched me start to become friends with these guys. You listened to us while we was talking about going down the railroad tracks. And it's like, oh, they hitting the tracks. I know exactly where I'm gonna pick them off at. If
Wow.
anybody had drove down them railroad tracks across the street and just looked to their left or to their right, they would have seen us standing there. They would have seen us standing there. You couldn't help but see it because of the lighting. And when she was in the light, they would have been like, damn, that's a big ass dog. I hope it don't get them dudes. But I'm not going to stop the car and help them. If we had yelled and screamed at the top of our lungs and they were doing that, nobody opened up their back door on the other side of them thistles and said, hey, what the hell going on over there? What y'all
Wow.
doing? Get out of here, kids. Nobody, nothing. And I mean, they was yelling and cursing and oh my God. That night could have went wrong in so many other different ways, but it
Well,
didn't.
it's bad enough you having to see this creature, let alone the voices and the fear and of the people you were with, and having to hear that. That's probably going to be something with you. Unfortunately, the rest of your life.
I, it's branded up here. It's
I
branded. Like I said, every
can.
time I do an interview, the next couple of days, not that I have nightmares, but I have dreams to the extent of hearing Herman scream, "Don't leave me." And then, "Why didn't you come back and check on me?" "I don't owe you nothing, Herman. I got you home. What else do you want from me?" Or that growl accompanied with that stare, that look. I got a picture somewhere on my phone. I've been looking to try to match up the intensity of that look, and I think I found it in this picture. I'll send it to you. But when you looking into something's eyes like that, it touches you on a primordial level, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that scares you, everything that worries you about another creature, that there's nothing you can do at that point in time when you are face to face with this thing. And as close as she was for me to smell her breath, for me to hear her breathing, that,
To see an earring, even, that's close enough.
I mean,
Sure is.
with everything that happened to me that night, and this happened in 81, and I didn't share it until 2 years ago.
Wow.
I carried it. There's certain things that I'd stopped doing as far as, well, I'll put it like this. I wasn't never scared to go in the woods after I had my encounter because it didn't happen to me in the woods. The only thing I knew about Bigfoot, that Patterson Gimlin film. We got one female. I know there's a male somewhere. If there's a woman, there's going to be a man around somewhere. That's way in California. I'm in Nebraska now.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't got to worry about that. So I would go fishing, walk through the woods to get to the river, walk through these cornfields to get to a farm pond. I wasn't thinking about no Dogman or no Bigfoot. I'm in Nebraska in the middle of the United States. I'm safe now. But sometime when I sit out there, it's getting toward dark. I start looking around. Sometime my brother be with me, sometime my cousin be with me, sometime I be by myself, or I take my dog with me. But I look around when it got dark. I'm like, hell, I wonder if them things is running around here.
Mm-hmm.
But for the longest time, I kept looking around to see if that woman would ever appear in my life. Whether I was in Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma, Nebraska, Minnesota, or Colorado Springs. I was always looking around. And to this day, everybody that knows me well will tell me when he's driving a car or he's walking, he's always looking around. Now, I don't do it to the extent that I'm neglecting my driving. Yeah, my safety. Thank you. I don't do it to that level, but I've seen some stuff, not cryptid or paranormal related, while I was driving. One night I was driving, going to meet my friend at the bar, and I seen this young lady running up the street. And I'm like, I wonder where she's running from. Then I seen this dude come out of the parking lot. He's running after her. I turned around and went back up to the thing, come to find out he was trying to rape her down in the bus stop. She fought him off and took off running.
Oh my gosh.
Just because I was looking around.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to always be vigilant. And I warn everybody else to have the same amount of caution, whether you're in the city or in the woods. These things are everywhere. Some of them are Dogman, without a doubt. But some of them are not. Some of them are not. Just make sure if your instinct tell you to leave that area, go ahead and leave. Don't stick around to confirm with your eyes what the threat is. Just take your hindquarters out of the area. It
Roy,
might be the best move you make.
Roy, do you think that these things are the result of people doing like witchcraft and, conjuring things and messing with stuff they probably shouldn't be? Or do you think maybe their government has genetically modified something? Or I think it's more along the line of the voodoo and the, like they talk about the Rougarou down there in Louisiana where you're at, or where you were at you have that experience. But I kind of think that there's people out there that they have a secret knowledge, like say the Indians, for example, and the skinwalkers. You know, they're supposed to be able to shapeshift into, you know, these beings as well. And you know, that's some proof right there. I believe what the Indians say. Why would they lie about it? I mean, they pass their, you know, oral traditions down from generation to generations. You know.
Yes.
And, you know, like the connection with Haiti and stuff like that, and they come, you know, the voodoo. That there's, you know, we don't live in that world, so we don't know what they're conjuring or what, you know, what their capabilities are. You know, their capabilities could be very advanced, for instance, you know,
Okay.
they could shapeshift. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. I see the point that you're making, and I agree with that wholeheartedly. Well, I'm gonna share. I don't know how much time I got, but I'm gonna share a little bit because some people gonna think I'm crazy for what I'm about to tell you. Last year, after I did my encounter with Jeffrey Naldani, I was sitting up. I wasn't on Facebook. I had been on Messenger. I was messaging somebody back and forth, and we got done. And a little bit after 1 a.m., I got a phone call on Messenger. I'm like, who the hell is calling me at this time of night? I thought it was one particular person, but I know that they were in bed, so at least I assumed they was in bed. So I looked at the phone, and the number came up all zeros. There wasn't any name attached to it.
Wow.
I'm like, okay. First thing I'm thinking is 3-letter agency. Then it heard my encounter on VIX, and even though I ain't got any proof and don't know where these guys are, somebody called me to tell me to shut the hell up. That's just what I was thinking. I answered the phone. Hello? The voice on the other end was a heavy European accent. He said, "Hi, Roy. How you doing?" I said, "I'm not telling you anything until you tell me who you are and why you calling me, and why is your number not showing up on the messenger?" He told me, "I've listened to all of your encounters. You shared it 4 times. Told me every podcast I have been on." He said, "I know you're telling the truth, but because of his accent, I got to really focus on what he's saying because of his accent." I'm like, "Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Is that all you needed?" He said, "No, the reason I was contacting you is because you never changed your encounter. You didn't add anything. You didn't take anything away. That's how I know you're telling the truth." I said, "Once again, thank you. My imagination is not good enough to make this up. If one of them guys will ever show up or contact me, if anybody else doubts me, listening to them will be what I need, or what anybody that doesn't believe me need." I talked to that dude for 4 hours that night. I'm sorry, 4 hours and 7 minutes. Some of the stuff that he told me, I might pay for this in the end because he told me, "Don't tell nobody about this conversation."
That's okay,
But
Roy.
I told him,
if
no.
I
I have to tell you. I have to tell you this. I have to tell you this. I have to. I'm not going to give you everything that he said, but he told me, "I'm a 4th generation werewolf hunter.
Oh, wow.
These things are real." I said, "What? 4th generation?" I said, "Man, you ain't got nothing better to do with your time to call me up with this balderdash." Of course, I didn't say balderdash, but he said, "I ain't got no reason to lie to you. Just like you don't have a reason to lie about your encounter." I said, "Well, tell me what makes a werewolf." You have 3 different levels. 1, they call the royals. That means you're born a werewolf. The second way to become a werewolf is if your mother or your father is a werewolf and mates with a pure human. The third level is If you are attacked and bitten, they call them mutts. That's how you become a werewolf. I'm like, so you mean to tell me that my mind, when it was in the rabbit hole, and I'm thinking that, knowing that this one was a werewolf, he said, oh, she was a werewolf, no doubt. I said, you know this for a fact? He's like, I just told you what I do for a living. I said, okay, if that's true, then what did she want with me? Or was she after Herman? He said, she wasn't after Herman. She was after you. Why? Why was she after me? What made me so special? He said, think about your physical stature at the time. You can pick up 300 pounds. You can squat 500 pounds. You got probably no body fat on you. He said, and you're reasonably intelligent. I can tell the way you talk.
Yep.
He said, she wasn't coming to get you for a meal. You were going to be changed and brought into the pack. Why? He said, well,
genetics.
Let's just say you got a woman and you really love her and you go and buy her that $5,000 diamond ring or that's $50,000 Corvette or Mercedes Benz. That's just making her look a whole lot better to her friends and her associates, isn't it? I said, yeah. She said, so she bring you into the pack. You're an asset. It's not a bad thing. I said, then why was she on Herman like that? She said, because he was scared about becoming a father. Feared that depending on the reason that you're afraid, you give off a different scent of fear. Wow. She was just curious with him. She wasn't going to hurt him. She was after you. She was hoping that when she showed up, when they took off running, you were going to outrun them dudes and she was just going to pace you down them through them thistles and snatch you and then go right back into the thistles. The rest of what we talked about, we'll have to talk about after this interview. But that's what he called me and told me. And he called me back 4 days later and I talked to him for another 3 hours. Now, for anybody that's listening, if you choose to believe me or think that I'm spinning you a good long tale, you're more than welcome to do that. You don't pay my bills. You don't buy my food. You don't put no gas in my car. I have absolutely no reason to lie about what I just said. I'm not selling this story. I'm not looking for any money for this. I'm doing this because this is what happened to me. Believe what you will. Call me what you will. I'm okay with it. Because if I'm lying, the only person that gonna judge me is up there.
Yes, sir.
Nobody here is gonna get to do that. The only person gonna judge me is that. That's so I ain't got no reason to lie, and I just don't have the imagination to make this stuff up. I got a life. I got a grandson that I need to teach good values. I don't got time for that.
That's awesome.
So believe what Old Chocolate say, if you will, or call him a Stark River maniac. I will gladly take an IQ test or a crazy test, whatever you want to give me. You're gonna be surprised with the numbers that come back. And that's all I have to say about that.
Roy, there's enough of us out here now that's coming forward with the stuff that we've seen, like you've seen, and I've seen stuff, and David's been affected by this stuff. This stuff is a reality, and people that want to make fun of it, they can. And the reason most of them do is because they're afraid that it could possibly be a reality. And that's the way they handle it. But we know, I don't know why we have been chosen to see these things or experience these things, but it's a reality. And, when you see it, you can't unsee it. And we know that they're there. We know that's right. Real. We don't need anybody telling us that they're ridiculing us and telling us that they're not there, because we know the reality that, yes, they are there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I've just walked thousands of acres.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry about that. I've walked thousands of acres of woods and hunted and stuff, and I've seen things that people would be scared to death to see. I've walked out in the middle of the woods, 5 o'clock in the morning, dark, pitch black, without using a flashlight, and hearing stuff walking around you and seeing stuff. It's real. It's out there.
You're a brave soul to be out there in the woods that time of morning. I just want to say one more thing, if I can.
Yes, sir.
For the people that doubt us, this is what I like to ask you. 1, tell me what color love is. Tell me what color love is. My second question is, tell me exactly what God looked like
That's right.
before you start making fun of me. And third, if you should ever see anything like I saw, like David saw, like Ghost saw, you ain't got to apologize to me. I'll accept your apology now and tell you it's okay. I understand where your mind was at before you had your encounter. Because once you have it, you ain't gonna never be the same. Never.
That's right.
You see something walking on two legs that's got the hindquarters of a dog, perfectly balanced, or take off running. Okay, that's gonna change you. So I'm not worried about people that believe, but I just want you to tell me what color love is. You can feel it. Can you hold it in your hands? You can hold the one you love in your hands. You can't hold love in your hands. Just the one you love. It don't have a color. Whatever color, but for Valentine's Day, everything is red. That's not what my blood is red. I don't want to shed that on Valentine's Day or any other day if I can help.
That's right.
If you see God, I've heard that if you do see him, you're going to be blinded immediately because of his magnificence, if he allows that to happen. But in order for you to see him or be in his presence, you can't be alive on this plane anymore. You have to be in a different plane. So when people say that I don't believe that a person could change into a werewolf, I just want to add these two things also. And I'm sorry, I'm babbling now, but
no.
Imagine,
good.
Okay, a woman living on a farm or rurally with her husband. He got an F-350 pickup truck. He's doing the brakes on it. He's laying on his back up under there. One of the jack stands or whatever he got it propped up fails, and that vehicle fall on that dude. This woman weighs 120 pounds, soaking wet with 2-ball bricks in her hand. Where does she find the strength by herself to lift that vehicle off of her man and pull him out from under that truck?
Absolutely.
Where does that come from? Is that a chemical change in the body? Is that a structural change in the body? Or look at the stories that we hear about demonic possession and what the human body is capable of doing when it's under demonic possession. The contortions, the throat, the noises it makes, the climbing up the wall backwards like a spider. How is that possible?
Yep.
You can't do that in your normal state. And lastly, if you were like some of these people that have been shot before, but because of their muscle mass, the bullet don't penetrate as far as it would a person that don't work out. How is that possible? Look at the contortions that we see at the circus or on some of these shows, how they can contort their body. So when people tell me, I just can't see why a human body can go through a transformation like that, whether it be by temporary demonic possession or a curse, or that is what you are. These things happen. So, that's why I really don't get into argument with people and stuff when they tell me I don't believe that the human body can do that. Okay. All right.
That's a good point. The demon possession, and that very well put, Roy. Very well put. Man, that well, we're about 2 hours and 18 minutes into it, guys. Do you want to give it up here, or you want to continue, Roy?
Hey, we can keep talking. I ain't got nothing to do. I'll probably take you outside with me to have a cigarette, but I got you on camera, so I can take you outside with me.
Yeah,
it's dark out there, though. I'm gonna warn you now. It's dark out there.
Hey, you don't have to. You don't have to now. I don't want to. Yeah. Something happens.
No, I'll be right. Listen, I live in a community right now. There's a golf course. Hell, I can throw a rock and hit somebody on the golf course in my backyard. My dog will be out there with me, and trust me, he gonna let me know if anything out there that ain't supposed to be out there.
I'm just saying, hearing your encounter, man, every time I do, it makes me want to check my door locks and windows.
Yeah.
No matter where you're at.
Well,
I hate to
that's
laugh about
always
that.
a good idea. Ooh. Hold on just a minute. I'm still these down. I'm still here, fellas. I'm just switching out my earbuds. They're getting ready to die. Put my other ones in.
We still have people in the chat, Lee?
Yeah, we got 4 people in the chat. Yes, we do.
Any questions, y'all type it in and we can ask Roy whatever y'all want to ask him.
Oh, you rotten. Come on. So people actually been listening to me live?
Yeah, there's been 4. Yeah, you had 4 people listen to you live. Yep, you sure did.
Okay. I'm not, I don't have any problem with that.
That was a surprise to me to see everybody come on. I thought that was pretty awesome. That when I asked you that question about if they had female breast or human breast or like a dog, it was the lady there named OK
Nana. Okay, Nana.
Yeah,
Yeah, she's right here.
Gotta give credit where credit's due, guys.
Shout out to OK
wow.
Nana. She's right here in Fort Worth with me. A very good friend of mine and to mom. She's awesome.
Hey,
hi, okay. How you doing?
Shout out to Lisa. I saw her in the chat. Thank you, Lisa.
Lisa's awesome, Roy. Lisa can speak Cherokee, isn't it? Cherokee, David, that she can speak.
Yes,
and she's
very
like
fluent
in it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I actually think Lisa's a genius.
Hey, anytime you speak any more languages than just one, you definitely got a talent. You definitely got a talent.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I still can't pronounce some English words right.
You and me both.
You coming with me, Conan? Okay, come on. All right.
So Roy, how do you like the Arizona life as opposed to Nebraska?
Oh my God. Well, I love it here. I honestly do. The only drawback is during the summertime.
I was gonna say this. If the summertime's brutal here, I can only imagine Arizona. I've heard it's more of a hot, dry.
My first 118-degree day, I just started putting water in the car because I was sure Satan was gonna roll up one day and be like, "Hey man, you got a bottle of water? It's hot out here." But you just learn to live wisely. If it's 110 degrees, you don't want to be out in the heat unless you were born here. Because I actually seen some guys be out jogging, stuff like that. I don't go fishing when it's that hot until it get dark, because sometimes it might not get below 100 degrees until about midnight. But before 5 o'clock in the morning, it's usually about 102 degrees. But that's just in the summer. But in the wintertime, unfortunately, this winter has been one of the coldest since I've been here, because we haven't hit 70 degrees in about 3 weeks. And usually it's about 75, 81 degrees in the daytime, and then about 50 degrees at night. But it's actually been getting down into the 30s here. I'm assuming that's have something to do with all these storms that's going on all across the country. So, but other than that, some of the best Mexican food I've ever eaten.
Oh man!
Found here.
Woo.
The people they're different to a certain extent, but for the most part, they're just people. Some of them you run into, they're from Arizona because they act like the upper half of their brain been baked, believe it or not. But I've met a lot of good people here. My kids like it. Of course, they're all grown now, and I'm a grandfather, but my kids like it.
Congratulations.
I like it. The fishing, I just wish I had a boat, because we have some magnificent impoundments down here, and the bass, you can actually get some bass that you need to put on your wall down here, and crappie and flatheads and channel cats. But life overall is pretty good. Because I don't like the cold. That's one thing that made me leave from Nebraska. I got tired of shoveling snow, getting up at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning to go out there, start your car, let it run for 10, 15 minutes. So your fuel line didn't freeze. Then you got to get back up again between 4 and 5 o'clock. You either get ready for work and go back outside and start your car up to make sure the fuel line didn't freeze. So living here has been a blessing. Anytime I want to see snow, I drive an hour and a half to Flagstaff. In the winter, I got all the snow I want.
Ghost, you know all about that snow. Tell them about when you shoveled and had to call would you say they brought trucks and everything, and even they brought
trucks to plow our driveway out, and 2 of them got stuck. It cost us $600 to have our driveway plowed. Our driveway.
How long is your driveway?
about a quarter of a mile long.
Oh, there you go. There you go. You pay for gas and manpower that night.
Yeah, and I
That's
had
a
to
lot
get
of-
out. I had to get out and help them jump up and down on the back of the truck to get it out.
Man. Yeah,
That's a lot of shoveling.
How far are you, Roy, from Snowflake, Arizona?
Oh, I'm from Snowflake. I am approximately, let's see, it's a 4-hour drive from Phoenix to the Grand Canyon. I'm sorry, 5-hour drive from Phoenix to the Grand Canyon. So I'm gonna say about 3.5 hours.
3.5 hours. You know, that's where Travis Walton had his encounter up there.
I met him.
Did you?
I met him.
I have too. He's a good dude, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a different kind of guy, but he is a good guy. I went to a UFO conference up in Payson, Arizona, and he was there. And I pulled him to the side. I'm like, hey, he said, what? I'm like, do you realize you got an alien following you? And he looked at me kind of weird. I'm like, Travis, I know who you are. I've watched the TV show. I don't think they did a decent job, but they didn't give it justice to when I read your encounter firsthand. But I said, I was just joking with you, man. He was like, don't joke with me like that, Roy, please. But we talked for about 15, 20 minutes. And I said, well, come and have lunch with me. He said, unfortunately, I already got a lunch engagement. So, but if you're here tomorrow, I'm like, no, I'm just going to do it one day because it was a 3-day conference over the weekend. But somebody invited me to go. And I'm like, I want to go up there and see. And actually, when I was up there, I saw 2 UFOs.
Wow. What color were they, Roy? Was it at night or was it in the daytime?
It was at night. The first one I seen was at night, and the only reason I knew it was there is because it blocked out the stars.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Yep.
The second one I seen was, I want to say silver, but a dull silver color.
Mm-hmm.
And it was quite a ways away. I actually didn't see it. Some of the people I was with, the lady said, what is that right there in the sky? I said, what are you looking at? She said, that gray thing. And I kept looking and I kept looking. I'm like, I'm not seeing what you're seeing. And then she came and stood and actually put her finger right up under my nose and was moving my head. She said, it's right there. And I'm like, oh, okay. It wasn't the classic saucer shape. It was flat like a disc. It was more of a disc, but not with the bubble on top and the bubble on bottom. And then around it was more like a flat disc. Almost, it kind of reminded me of a quarter.
Huh.
But it was because it was so far away. Now, I was here in 1997 when those thousands of people seen the Phoenix lights. That ship was huge.
Did you see that, Roy? Did you
Yes,
see the
sir.
Phoenix lights?
I was at work. We ran out the building to see it. That thing was at least 2 football fields long.
And you could see the structure of the craft
You
itself?
could see the structure. You could see the lights. It was a triangle shape, but it was huge. I mean, huge. There's a doctor, she recorded. She's actually been on TV a couple of times about that, but that shit was huge. And with the disappearances and the weirdness that happened during that time, they actually made a movie about it called The Phoenix Lights about these kids. Nobody's ever seen them again.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
But they were kind of out in, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all right. Go ahead.
They were kind of out in the desert when this happened. So there's weird stuff that happens here. I recently, late last year, quite by accident, some guys that I fish with was telling me about these lakes that sit out by the Phoenix International Raceway. And that sits on the outskirts of town. And they was telling me, man, if you go up there, I swear, dude, you're going to catch at least a 12-pound largemouth. I'm going. I didn't realize, though, that how far I have to walk to get to these lakes. They actually sit on federal property. It's a wetland and waterfowl reserve. And I was walking along. It's about a 5-mile walk to get up to this lake where these bass are at. And I believe I found evidence of Bigfoot right here in the valley.
Yeah, I've heard of him being out there.
I found some tree breaks. I did a video of my walk. You can hear me talking. I ran across a rattlesnake, but there were certain areas that I walked through. Okay, old man, I'll let you in the house. Okay. You follow me out here. You're supposed to stay out here till I get done. I'm talking to him.
Good boy.
Yeah, he got just as much water on his face as I do now. But I found a couple of tree breaks that just don't make sense for the type of trees that they were, and for the way they were broken. And then I was walking along, and I'm hearing all these birds and stuff, and then it went dead quiet.
There you go. That's
Just
when they're
dead quiet. And
oh
Well,
my
it's
gosh.
just-
we know what that is.
yeah,
now now we know
and where the
Roy's
thing-
brave.
well, you know,
Roy-
I'm going back. I actually was going to go out there December 31st and do a nighttime live stream from that area, but it was so cold and it was raining. And then, of course, my common sense kicked in, and I'm like, you know, you can't take no gun out there with you, Roy. You're on federal land, so if something goes screwy, that's the end of old chocolate. So I'm going to go back this year. I just don't know when I'm go back out there. And I've actually run into another lady here that she's got an area that she wants me to come and look at. It's got some wild Mustangs that run through there, and she says she found some cave systems. So I want to go with her and take a look at that.
Oh
But-
yeah, that'd be fantastic.
I'm not trying to do anything foolhardy to a certain extent, but just to know that these things are here in the valley, even though it's away from any neighborhoods, there's mountains that they can leave from and be
Okay.
right
Yeah,
there.
think
There's a
about
24-hour water
think-
source. They got
Me-
food.
Yep, me and Lee's been talking about this, the cave systems, and think about all the food sources that would be just in a cave system. We don't know about a shelter, everything, cooler temperatures, water. You know,
Underground
Hey,
rivers
they-
with fish in it.
yeah, underground. When it rains, it's going to fill these caves up with more water and fish, and man, something could live forever.
Well, just be careful, fellas. Just be careful,
Oh,
because we
Always,
know so little about these things. I don't know why some people go through the extremes that they do to prove that they exist, but some people have that it factor. You don't say
I haven't seen one of these things with my eyes, Roy, just in the pictures. And after what Paul told me, I won't go out at
Mhm.
night anymore. I won't go out at night anymore. Just daytime.
I don't know if you can see. You probably can't see that on your camera.
I
I
can
got
see
a
that.
little footprint.
Oh,
Look,
is that that
there's-
juvenile one?
There's my keys, and then there's the footprint. You can see the
Wow.
toes and everything on it.
Yeah.
4 inches, about 4 inches long, and it only left one footprint. I tried to track it for about 45 minutes. I've hunted for over 30 years, and I'm pretty good at tracking. And
How does
I
that
couldn't
happen
find
in
it.
that soil?
Yeah, exactly. And look at it's, you know, for to be an infant, it went down pretty deep. You know, went pretty deep down into the soil.
Wow.
And there was only one, and I could hear them running. I could hear them running off, be to the north, like the northwest of my position. They were going around like a big hill where there was pine trees. It was kind of like a valley, and I could hear them running back through there, and they were snapping and cracking limbs. At least I think it was them, because that footprint had just been made, but there was no other footprints, no nothing there. It was weird. And I talked to people at the
Wow.
Bigfoot conference, and they told me, they said that usually when you find them, you'll only find one footprint. I don't know why, but
I've heard of that with a lot of people, and I've seen just one print myself, and that look like the big dog prints, and it's just one, and I'm like, what the heck? What's going on here?
That is truly weird. I mean,
Isn't that bizarre?
are there trees big enough to support their weight nearby that print?
there were some big trees, like maybe some trees 3-4 feet in diameter. But
Okay.
and I looked up in the trees. That's the thing. When I was there, because I'm always looking and paying attention. I looked around and looked up in the trees. And I'll tell you something else weird. They say that when these things are around, there'll be a weather change. Like the weather will change suddenly. Like it'll almost like a storm front will come in. And when I found that footprint, this like the sky, it was a nice sunny day, and then all of a sudden the sky got gray, and the wind started whipping up and rocking the trees back and forth, and then just as quick as it came, it left, and it got sunny again.
Wow.
That's
I don't-
very weird.
Yeah, and I don't. And check this out, Roy. I took a guy in there to. He was from Rhode Island, and he wanted to have a Bigfoot experience or whatever. So I took him in there right after I found that footprint, and we didn't find any structures whatsoever. And a year to the day, I went back in there, and they had made a tree bend where they bent the tree, this live tree that was about 8 inches in diameter. They bent that thing over in a big arch and jammed the top of it down into a creek, an old creek bed.
Wow, that's some power.
Yeah, and what only thing I could think of why they're in there in that area, it's secluded, but it has what's called pawpaws in there that are in there in the fall time. And the pawpaw's like they call it an Indiana banana, and it's like a fruit. And anyway, they disappeared. Like those fruits disappear. Like something just gobbles them up. Like you can't even, like, they start dropping around September 8th, and if you don't get out there around September 8th or 9th, they're gone. It's just like something just takes them all. I mean, you'll find an occasional one maybe on the ground if you're lucky, but let me ask you,
Sasquatch out there with a basket at night, getting them all.
I wouldn't doubt it. Have you heard any encounters, Roy, about the Dogman being maybe an extraterrestrial species? Have you heard any of that?
Oh yeah, I've heard several podcasts where a guy was, I can't remember if he was in Canada or in the United States, but he said he's seen Dogman coming out of these blue portals. And I heard another encounter about a UFO landed and numerous Dogmen in formation exited out of the ship.
Wow.
I've heard here, actually, I didn't hear that. I did hear it, but I got it firsthand from a tribal officer when my daughter got married up in Show Low. I had been looking at some property up there because it's beautiful up there. I mean, it is absolutely beautiful. So I started doing some research. I'm like, well, let me see if maybe I can find some land cheap enough to buy up here and maybe build me a cabin or get me a travel trailer or something, a 30 or 40 footer, and put it up here on the property. And then I'll just move up here, when I get ready to retire and take it easy. Well, 60 miles northeast of Show Low is this town it's an Indian reservation. It's called Concho, Arizona. So I'm like, okay, there's all kind of streams and stuff up there. I know there's Bigfoot up north. There was a guy that he passed away now, but he was a resident Bigfoot expert, and I actually went to the library to see him do a share, if you will, about what he captured on camera and his foot cast, and he had a couple of hand casts too. But I had watched a video quite some years, and I'll send it to you, of this guy is standing in his lady's backyard on a reservation, and his lady is telling his officer, this thing comes up and slaps on my house at night, be peeking in the windows. I've heard it run across the roof. And this is in broad daylight. They stand out there talking, and the officer standing there with his thumbs in his belt buckle, and you can see this figure standing down in this field. It's probably half a mile away, standing right next to this huge electrical pole, and it's black as all get out. And the lady said, well, are you going to go down there and arrest him? Well, what you going to do? And the dude looked at her. He said, well, what exactly is it you want me to do, ma'am? She said, you need to make him stop and leave me alone. And he said, you do realize that these things have been with us since way before our time, and our ancestors, before they even rode horseback. They've been having encounters with Bigfoot or the tongue they gave them. But he said, He's really not doing anything. She said, he's scaring my kids. He said, well, so you want me to go down there and shoot him and arrest him, or what you want me to do? She said, just make him leave me alone. He said, okay, I'm gonna call somebody to come out here and take care of your problem for you. And I found that really interesting. But when I started doing this research on this land, I found out that between Show Low and Concho, you could buy an acre of land for as cheap as $36.14 up to $76.74. I found that really odd. I'm like, this is some beautiful, pristine land. Why is it going so cheap? Well,
there's a reason.
I went on to that county's website and was looking at properties for sale for back taxes. And I found out that a lot of that land up there for sale has been zoned out and was set up to be developed into retirement communities. They got water lines ran, gas lines run, and power lines run. They put in some foundations for some of these properties, but one day the foreman, and I got this from a tribal police officer when I talked to him when I went down in the Show Low. I seen him outside of Walmart, and I said, hey man, I want to ask you a couple of questions about some land I'm looking at. And so this is what he told me. One day, the foreman showed up because he wouldn't stay out there at the work site with the rest of the workers. He'd go down to Show Low and stay in a hotel. He went up there one morning to get the day started. Everybody's gone. The tools is gone. They tents that they set up is gone. They little trailers that they were staying in is gone. And he's like, what's going on? Nobody called me. Did the sheriff come up here and make them leave? Did we do something wrong? Was there a fight? He's asking all these questions. Well, he drove up to Concho and he ran into two dudes that was up there gassing up two of his employees or former employees. And he asked the guy, well, man, what's going on? Why y'all just gonna quit on me like this? There's a lot of money in this job. And the dude said, after what came into our camp last night, I'm not going back. I'm not going to work in Arizona again. And there's not enough money in Fort Knox to get me to do either one of them. You on your own. So none of that land ever got worked on again by anybody. But I noticed that everybody that bought that land was from a different country. Dutch, China, Japan, Netherlands, Switzerland. No U.S. citizens purchased that land. I found that very odd, but now I know what's going on up there. And I actually had picked out several acres that would have cost me about $1,900. Beautiful land. I asked that guy I was talking to, his name was Johnny, I want to say Two Feathers or True Feathers, something like that. But he was a tribal police officer. He said, well, I just want to tell you, you're not going to be the only one living on that property. I'm like, if I don't tell nobody else that they can come stay on my property, they're not going to stay on my property. What you talking about, some of these homeless people? Something? He said, no. He said, the real property owners are going to be up there and they're going to come and check you out. I said, you talking about Bigfoot? He said, yeah, I'm talking about my our Wood brothers. I said, thank you so much for your time. I tore up all the papers that I had. I stopped researching that. The reason I did that is because my grandson at the time was 4 months old. If I come down here to get him, I'm going to have him with me for at least a week. As he gets older, he's going to become more active.
Yep.
If I'm staying in a trailer or a cabin, and once he gets tall enough to manipulate that door handle, he can leave out of the house at any time. I might be in the kitchen washing dishes. I might be cooking. I might be in the back of the house. I might be making up his bed or making him my bed, and I come back out and he's gone. But not only is he gone from the house, he's gone.
Yep.
That would kill me.
Yep.
That would kill me. So I'm like, we're going to have to stay down here in the city with the idiots. But I have been camping a couple of times at this place. Believe it or not, it's called Butcher Jones. It's a good fishing spot up here, but I'm not saying I seen a cryptid, smelt the cryptid, But me and my oldest son and his friend was up there, and we slept in the vehicle that night. But his friend woke me up and he said, "Hey," he said, "it's somebody out there walking around." Now there's other people up there camping. I'm like, well, there's probably one of the people. He's like, no, he said, they over there in them trees, man. He said, just keep looking and you'll see. All I seen was the light get blocked a couple of times from somebody's campfire. And I told him, I'm like, we leaving in the morning. He said, F that, we leaving now. We got fish and stuff, and we came back. But I don't have an interest in going to prove Bigfoot exists, or I'd like to see one from some distance away through a binoculars, never a scope. I'm not trying to kill anything that's not trying to hurt me. But I'd like to see one, but I want it to be under controlled conditions. And I understand that now with the technology we have, the only way that's really going to happen is somebody shoot one and drag it in and able to display it before the feds come in and claim the body. But I'm kind of disappointed in our government, if you will, because based on the research I've done, they're saying these things don't exist. Yet Oklahoma last year put out that bounty, or passed a law, it's not illegal to kill one. Now, should that happen, or it probably never going to happen, should that happen if somebody bring one in and all of these people that have been sharing their encounters or telling about what they've been dealing with for generations on their property when they live rurally, or sometime in subdivisions that have sprung up that have been built in territories that these things have been used to living in for years. We're encroaching on their territory, but they're curious enough that sometimes they come close enough to ours. But they know we're dangerous. They know we're not right in the head sometimes. We got them bang sticks that'll put them down or hurt them to the point of where they go somewhere else and die. So I'm kind of disappointed for this reason. Based on David Pilati's books and what I've read in them, they're saying the whole industry will fail if people found out what's really running around in the woods. That's not true. What I've learned about man in 57 years of life is this: you give them enough money, they'll walk through the fires of hell. If you could put enough money out there, they're not gonna stop chopping down trees. They're gonna not stop strip mining. They're not gonna stop doing the things that they do in the forest if the right amount of money is on the table. So let them continue to do that. But I think the biggest reason why they don't want the existence proven of these things is because of lawsuits. Look at how many people disappear on the Appalachian Trail. Look at how many people every year disappear in national forests or in state parks. With the government knowing that these things are out there and not warning us, if you go here, there's a chance you might not come back. You might see something that your mind can't accept. So if they do that and let people know, you're warning them and then removing yourself for responsibility of what could possibly happen to them. But all they worried about is, okay, you should have told us that family of four was going to disappear if they camped in anywhere near the Appalachian Trail, if they camped in the Rocky Mountains, if they camped down in the Smoky Mountains. You should have told us this. Okay, if we had told you, would you still go or would you go? Well, we probably would have still went because we don't believe you. But don't come at me later on talking about, well, I'm going to sue you for millions of dollars because my families or my loved ones are gone, because you should have told us that they were out there. I think that's the biggest reason why the government doesn't want to acknowledge the existence of these things. And also, I believe that they're dabbling and creating some of these things, trying to make biological weapons.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I've listened to Victor on Jeffrey Naldani's show, and based on what he said, they closed 3 facilities because of lack of government funding, and they released 77,000 of them in Mississippi alone. Hence, you have all of these problems in Taylor, Mississippi.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah, I sit and listen to stuff, and I sit back and I think about it, and I think about it, and I think about it, but I'm doing that stone in that crystal clear pond in every direction. It always comes back to money.
Yep.
Be ready for the existence of these things to be proven. Look what they did to Melba Ketchum when she got that video and got that DNA. Her team turned on her because some 3-letter company told them, you do this, and if you don't, your life here on Earth is going to be worse than any hell that you could ever be in. Why? Let us know what's out there. I mean, I'm a knower. I'm not a believer. Let these people know what's out there. Just have them sign some kind of paper saying, I will not hold you responsible for whatever happened to me because I've decided I wanted to walk 3 days into the woods and then set up camp because I heard that there was a family of Bigfoot out there and I got a chance to interact with them or see them. But if you feeding them like some of these people have done, and then the next those people die and some new people take over their property that don't believe in Bigfoot or even know what's going on, that's when shit goes screwy. Excuse my French. That's when stuff gets screwy because these things get used to being fed or they consider a tribute of some type.
Yep.
You stop feeding them. Okay, we're going to start taking your chickens. We're going to start taking your rabbits. We're going to start messing with your cows. We're going to start messing with your horses until you start feeding us again. You're big enough to eat anything in the woods you want to get. Unfortunately, you can't get no Twinkies out there in the middle of the forest. You can't get no cupcakes. You can't get them glazed donuts from Krispy Kreme. You develop a taste for these stuff, but you can only get it from human beings. But one day, hopefully I'm alive to see it. Somebody gonna bring one in. I hope it's alive. And I hope it's taught to interact with human beings. Because if it's not, and it get loose in the city, just think of the destruction of one running rampant can do.
Yep.
So that's my take on that. I just, like I said, I want to see one. I actually have spoken with Kumbo quite a few times, and he's told me, if you want to come down here, well, he live in Alabama now, but you want to come down here to Missouri, I can take you out. I'll call one in, Roy. I'm like, if you're going to call one, call him on your cell phone, Tim. Just let me talk to him on the cell phone. Take me out to your truck and call him in.
Yep.
Oh, man.
He's a great guy, man. So I have talked to quite a few people behind the scenes that have told me, like Paul told me, come down to Kentucky. I'll take you to my spot. I'm like, I'm going to try to get down there. One time, I just want to go out there and see one again before I die. I said, but if you run off and leave me, and it killed me, I'm haunting you for the rest of your life. I'm telling you that right now.
Nah, Paul wouldn't do that. He's a good old country boy and outdoorsman. He is avid outdoorsman, and
yes,
he knows those woods, man. And that's that was my fear too. Was like, he invited me, and I was like, man, I just don't want to get lost. He's like, man, I wouldn't let that happen. I just want to make sure.
Right. I'll talk to him. I was actually supposed to call him a couple of days ago and I didn't. I got busy doing something else, but I'm going to reach out to him in the next couple of days. But yeah, he's a fantastic guy, man. I love talking with him and the stuff that he's captured. Woo.
He's got some good stuff.
I actually had to remove 3 people from the group because they started that poking fun and all that other stuff. I'm like, there's no place for you here. You got to go.
Yeah.
If you can't see exactly what this man is seeing and all these other people done left these comments and you talking about, that's a leaf monster. Ain't nothing there. Really? So you can't see that snout? You don't see them teeth? You don't see them ears?
Eyes, everything.
Right. So but you and me know that he's the real deal. And like I said, he told me to come down there. I'm just I'm waiting till it get warmer. I like to go when it's cold because I feel like you have a better chance to see one when it's not as much vegetation on the trees. But I'll go when I go, and all I gotta hear is like that one growl at him. As soon as I hear that, I'm like, okay, it's lunchtime, man. Where do you say Burger King? We ain't got Burger King, I'll do Subway, but it's time to go. When we ain't gotta leave now, but we got to leave right now.
That's awesome.
But, as you think about everything that's coming, look at the sheer number of reports that are coming in now.
Oh yeah.
All these people lying?
Nope.
No way. No way.
There's too many people coming forward. These people are seeing this stuff.
That's right. I mean, I will say this though, real quick. You asked me earlier about why I thought it was a werewolf.
Mhm.
There's an encounter that I listened to, and it's called "My Uncles Kill Werewolves."
I've listened to that one.
I haven't
When
heard that
that
one, but I'll
Is
check
that
it out.
is that the one where they trapped it in the bear trap and then got it with the shotguns?
yeah, pretty much turned it into hamburger, but they also put
Mhm.
dimes. And yeah,
Mhm.
that one. When that boy asked his uncle, "How do you know they're around? How come you think they're werewolves?" And he told him, "You walk the property, you look out in the woods." He said, "Well, what are you looking for?" When that dude said, "Look for clothes that are folded up or laid over
Wow.
branches."
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah, I've
wow.
When
heard of
he said
that.
that,
That clothes folded up just made me think of people talking about missing 411. They've seen a lot of
Yes.
clothes folded up.
but evidently,
Wow.
based on what he was telling his nephew, was these people walk out in the woods and take their clothes off before they shapeshift.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
He said, because you're not going. He said, don't look for them brand name jeans and polo shirts and stuff. He said, look for the kind of stuff that you buy at the Goodwill and stuff that don't really matter. Jogging pants and shorts,
Mm-hmm.
off-brand jeans and stuff. And I'm listening to it, and I rewound and I listened to it again, and I'm like, so they're saying that they know for a fact, or to a certain extent, that someone has went out into the woods, took their clothes off, and shapeshifted into one of these things, and now they causing havoc on these people's property, messing with their livestock, or possibly trying to get one of their kids or them. So
Somebody just sent me a video about 2 days ago, and this guy's driving. Looks like he's out in the middle of nowhere in the country, and he's driving by this woods, and there's a man standing out in the woods he's got jeans on, no shoes, no socks. He's got no shirt on, just a pair of jeans, and this guy backs the car up, and he says, "Hey, buddy, are you doing all right?" And this guy's down there like growling and like acting like that, And then all of a sudden, he goes down on all fours and starts crawling over this tree that's fell over on the ground, and he's crawling on all fours coming up to the car. And that guy took off. He said, "I ain't about to deal with that," and takes off. Yeah,
what?
yeah. I've got it on our Telegram.
Mhm.
Our Telegram. I'll have to send it to you, David. And
Yeah, I'd like to see that too. That right. What in the
Hey,
hell?
yeah, we're gonna have to get
it
Roy
was like,
on Telegram.
yes, it was like that guy must have caught him. Either he was going to shapeshift or he was going to, I kind of said something like it looked like a meth walker to me instead of a skin.
Okay.
Somebody said skinwalker, but I said looked like a meth walker to me. I shouldn't have said that, but
Somebody shared a video with me. Let me see if I could find it. I found it interesting, and I know he sent it to me on. Hold on, just a minute. I have to go to
Tracy,
Go ahead, guys. I'm still here. I'm just
no, you're
gonna
good. Tracy just
find
asked
this
if that was
video real quick.
on. Yes, Tracy. Yes, Tracy. The encounter me and Roy were talking about was on VIX. If I find the episode number, I'll give it to you.
yeah,
She was
I'd like
asking
to hear
about
that too.
Yeah, I'll let you know too. It's a good one.
That was a really good one. I mean, the way they had that young man go in that hallway away from all the windows, and the way that they was watching the dogs while they were digging, and the way they put them spiky
Yeah.
plantains where that thing would have to walk.
Well, I
through
think
that
wasn't it peeking through their windows, and they set up bear traps by the windows and caught this
Right.
thing, and then they killed it, and they brought the little boy out and was like, "You want to see this thing?" And like you said,
Yes.
I basically it was
And
hamburger meat.
the description that he gave of that, what he saw was, that blew my mind. Okay, who sent me this video?
I just wonder if you was to shoot one, if it would change back into a human. That'd be scary.
That right there.
Now
Yeah,
you're
I'm
facing
buying me a
homicide.
ticket to a ship on Mars. I'm buying me a ticket to a ship on Mars if that happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there you go.
Hopefully
And
you
I
get that
mean-
thing on video as a werewolf before it turns into human form. That way you don't have the authorities on you.
Maybe
Right.
maybe that's the big secret. Maybe these things are the elite, and they come out and hunt. They're
That's
I've often wondered that, or
that's
you mean used by the elite?
or maybe they are the elite.
Right, right.
Run the people running the show behind the scenes. You know, the real people that we don't know about, like the ones above the government. They
right.
Or the elite know about them and they're using them.
and you know a lot of those like the elite are from the the European countries, like you were talking about that guy was
Yeah,
talking to you. Yeah,
he said his name was Boris. I don't believe that's what his real name is, but the stuff that he told me, it just it blew my mind. I mean,
and why
you
would
got to
somebody
contact.
make that up? Why would somebody even make that up? Like you said, we couldn't
Yeah,
make that stuff
and
up.
for him
If
to,
someone's gonna reach out to you, Roy, about this, it's gonna be somebody more than likely that's legit because he knows your encounter is
That's right.
100% real, and he's like, man, I got to get at this dude and let him know. You know what I
okay,
mean? That's the way
David,
I look at it.
I just sent you 2 videos on the
Okay,
messenger. If you can pull
okay.
them up and look at them, I found this weird as all get out. I mean, just weird. I mean, I couldn't believe that what I was seeing. I don't know if it was genuine or staged, but look at the speed. Now, somebody may have seen it and debunked it by now. I'm not sure, but when I first seen this, somebody shared it with me. And I was like, "Are you serious right now?"
I
But
may
look at
not be
this.
able to check it till after. I'm having to
Okay,
do it on my phone tonight.
I don't know. I don't know how to send it to you, Lee. So, David, I'll just have David forward it to you. But if you send
Yeah,
me a friend
Yeah, I
request
can
on
post it.
Messenger, I'll
I
send
can
it to
post
you.
it on the Telegram as well.
we got it. We got a channel on Telegram, Roy. If you'd like to join our channel and look at some
Yeah,
stuff that we've got on there, we'll be more
of
than glad to
course.
have you. We're doing it by invite only, because the people that make nasty comments, you've
Yeah,
dealt with it in
yeah,
groups.
Yeah,
yeah.
Paul's on there. Paul's on there too.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm always trying to. Sorry. I'm always trying to learn and see more stuff. I'm actually in contact with a guy that I talked to a couple of years ago when I first had started my R&B's group, and before I disbanded it, I had spoke with him, and I got to get his permission before I can do it. But he's got quite a few pictures that he shared with me recently that, oh man, y'all need to see these if I can get his permission to share them, because he's worried about his job. So I was talking about interviewing him, but he said once he retired, he'd be more than willing to do it. But he sent me some pictures, and I'm like, I was so engrossed with looking at them, I forgot to ask him, well, can I share these? Can I share these? And he's like, well, they're not mine. Somebody sent it to me. Let me check and see. So I may be able to or not, but if I can share them pictures, man, he's got something out in the open. Y'all need to see.
Oh,
Y'all
man.
need to see the picture, because but I do have a couple that I can share with you. David, you remember we was speaking about a certain show host from Alabama, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna say no name, but they put me in contact with somebody, and they have a couple of video I sent the picture that somebody sent me. Oh, actually, you know what? I don't even have to go through them. The lady that actually sent me that video picture told me I could show, but I sent it to that person that I was referring to, and they found a satyr, I'm sorry, in the picture. You can see it clear as a bell. You can see it better than the Dogman that's in the picture. It's standing in the tree. You can see the hocks, the head, the shoulders, the horns. Let me find that. I'll send that to you right now. That just blew my mind,
Wow.
because it takes a certain eye to be able to see that, but you can see this thing. Well, I ain't gonna say you can see it crystal clear, but you can see it.
Have you
Where is
seen?
that?
Do you know who Squatch Man is, Roy, from Indiana here?
Yost?
Yost. Yeah.
Greg
Have you
Yost.
seen? Have you seen any of his shows?
Shout
I've
out Greg
watched
Yost.
I watched 3 or 4 of those. I actually had reached out to him to Okay, here's the original one right here. I'm gonna send this to you, David. I reached
Awesome.
out to him to have a conversation with him, and I believe we talked because I was going to be doing some. I was going to start doing some lives for the group, and it hadn't grown to the point that I needed it to. Okay, I don't know what filter she ran this through, but I sent you two pictures. If you have an ability to run it through some filters, if you look and you see this
Yeah.
on my phone, God damn it. There's okay. Over. I know there's a reflection on there, but
I
there's
see
supposed to be
something.
there's a Dogman in there, but there's a blue area. Once you pull it up and look at it, there's a blue area. If you can zoom in on that, that's a satyr standing up in a tree.
Wow.
Wow. I can see the
Yeah,
dog
I can
man.
wait.
I
Yeah,
can
I
make out
can.
the dog man.
It's right. I'm still not good with this, but it's right there above my finger. Let me see if I can hold that closer. It's a blue looking area. It doesn't look green. You'll spot it easily because the coloration is different and everything else in that picture. It's a light blue thing. And I'm like, what is that? Well, they ran it through some filters. And by the time they did, man, because I don't have a computer where I can look at it. I just look at it on my phone. But I'm going to see if I can go over there and find the one that she sent me and send it to you
It,
because that just
it,
blew my mind. That's
yeah,
not the first time I've
it's
seen it.
amazing to me how these filters can really make it. I'll see something in my pictures and then I will filter it, and boom, there it is. It's like, what the heck? Hmm.
Yeah,
The reason I
it's been.
the
Oh, go
reason
ahead.
I was the reason I was asked was he's got a story on one of his shows, and he's doing an interview with a guy called the Champ, and the Champ went fishing with his son, and they encountered a goat man with the horns, and the
Mm-hmm.
Champ, they called him the Champ because he was a boxer, and he started to square off with this thing, and it took off because it had his son in a trance.
Wow.
It had the son's the Champ's son was in a trance, and these homeless people kept coming up missing in this area where he um had this encounter. And he said he knew that he really felt that this goat man thing was getting these people and killing them, these homeless
Wow.
people, and the cops didn't give a damn because they were just homeless. Like they didn't care. And
Yeah.
yeah, you're gonna have to watch that show. We'll send it to you, or a link
Yeah,
to it. We'll
please
get you a
do,
link
because
to
that
it.
is
Yeah.
so you know something is killing people and you don't do anything about it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that was I think it was down around Kentucky, just Louisville, Kentucky, is where the encounter happened. I guess he worked with this guy. Greg worked with the guy, but I tell you what, it's a really good interview. I really enjoyed that one, and that guy's telling the truth. He ain't making that stuff up. He didn't have no reason to. You could tell he didn't even really want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Mm.
And you can't blame people because the way other people treat them, and how dare people treat people like that haven't even, haven't experienced that, and haven't went through the trauma of seeing that. Since I've had my experiences, I'm always out looking. I'm looking to see if I can see them again because I want to know what it is. I want to know what it was that I saw.
Yeah. That is
There,
okay. I can't see. I'm looking at something right now, and well, where's this other picture? I'm looking for this other picture so you can be able to see that thing better because they did it on their computer, and I'm not. Where the hell did it go? Okay, there's that one. There's that one. There's that one. But it's really weird that the police actually won't. If there's something going on, just because of life or because whether they chose to do drugs or whatever, but it caused them to lose everything where they have to live out in the woods.
mm-hmm. They were living under a trestle thing, or close to this trestle deal.
That's horrible, man. I mean, I would want to know or something done, because what if it was one of their kids waiting on the bus stop and they got snatched by one of them things?
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Or your neighbor across the street is telling you, hey, man, something just ran out of the woods and grabbed your little girl and went it went that way. Well, why did you just stand there and watch it? Ain't my child. What you want me to do about it?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. Now that's just for the ones that's doing that, and to me, they're like people. You got some good ones, you got some bad ones, you got some that's mentally disturbed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think that's the same way with these creatures, man. These creatures
that's what I was
like
talking
that.
about, the creatures.
Yeah,
I was talking about the creatures.
exactly.
Some nice, some good, some evil, some crazy, some
I
you
mean,
know, some are probably
I don't know if you guys know her, but have you ever heard of Danielle Jones?
I have not. I honestly can say
think
that
so.
I haven't.
She has a small group. It might be bigger now, but we don't speak anymore. But me and a certain person were going to interview her for their group. And what I'm about to tell you now is the God's honest truth. And I do have another witness that was on the phone that can verify what I said, what I'm about to tell you. But we were talking to Danielle one night, and she said she was about to go out because she evidently has interactions with they don't like to be called Dogman, so she calls them the wolf people. And she's also in contact with some Sasquatch. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I wanted to hear, all about that. I can't find that picture right now. They may have took it down, but I'll have to look at my other phone. But we were talking with her on the phone, and she said she had took some treats out to the Bigfoot, and she was giving their positions of where they were around her, because we were video chatting with her, but it was so dark where she was at, you really couldn't see anything. And then she cut her camera off, and then she cut it back on. And she was talking, and she said, Samson, is it okay if I talk to Roy? And I'm going to just call this other person Brenda, but Dave know who I'm talking about. Is it okay if I talk to Roy and Brenda about you? And I heard the response, but I didn't hear with my ears. I heard it in here.
Wow.
It was one of the deepest voices, like they gargle with gravel. Sure.
Wow.
Never heard it with my ears. And I'm like, I said, Danielle, stop. I said, hold on. Don't say nothing else. I said, who else is out there with you? She said, just my dogs and my socks. I'm like, no. I said, what dude is out there with you? What human male is out there with you, Danielle? And please be honest with me. She said, Roy, she took the camera and went all around her. There's nobody out here. I said, do that one more time. And she did again. I'm like, I just heard Samson answer your question. She said, oh, really? What did he say? I said, he said, sure. And she paused for a minute. She said, Samson, are you talking to Roy? Is he a good guy? Is it okay for me to talk about you and your family group to him? And he said, yes, good guy, in the same voice. Yes, good guy. Brenda immediately said, Roy, are you serious right now? Are you playing with this lady? I said, you just heard what I said. You didn't hear that voice? She said, no. I said, neither did I, but I heard it in my ear.
Wow.
And I asked her, how is it possible? They way over by you, Lee. She's way over by you. I'm in Arizona. I'm like, how is that possible that I heard that response? She said, oh, they use each other like antennas. I'm like, what do you mean? She said, one could be here in Maine. He'll contact another one in a lower state, then another state, and then another state until you get it. Now, this is what she told me. I'm like, I said, that don't make sense to me. She said, well, how much do you know about Bigfoot? I'm like, just what I'm learning by watching videos and hearing people talk. Some stuff started happening to me later on that year that went into last year, and I found out that I'm an empath. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. If I could sell it, I'm gonna make a little money off of it because I'm gonna add city and state tax to it. But I don't want this.
Yeah.
It causes me to lose a great deal of energy.
It drains you.
I
I know
mean,
exactly what you're talking about because I had an experience with something that come through the woods on me, and the eyes lit up on it, and it was standing 30 yards in front of me, and it basically, in my mind, it told me, it said, "I just wanted you to know that I'm here." And then it just as quick as it came in, it just turned and walked away.
wow.
Went out the field. And then I've had other stuff like that happen to me. Like
Well,
that. And it's a knowing. It's just you can it's beyond explanation when it happens to you. But
Wow.
Unfortunately, David, did you ever go to my YouTube channel and watch that video that I told you to watch?
Yes. Yes.
Did you
No,
see?
that's
Did you see those? Did you see those orbs?
yes, I did. You sent me some pictures too.
That stuff is still going on. You can share those if you want
And
to. That stuff is
and
still going on with my car.
I was gonna say the issues with your car, that stuff's still going on.
Yep.
hey,
Wow.
you know, that could be related to the Bigfoot thing, Roy.
No, this is not Bigfoot. Unfortunately, this is something much darker.
Oh man,
I've had to
Roy,
I've had to do some things. I've had to do some things.
somebody messing with you, Roy?
Well, I don't believe, I know it's because of a woman.
Mm-hmm.
It's because of a woman. But for what I'm having to deal with, God is good and he's great. And I know he always gonna protect me, but this is really starting to get on my nerves with some of the stuff I do. I normally don't even sit in the house when I talk about cryptids anymore, just because of some of the stuff that happens. My grandson Toy lit up the other night, and he ain't been here since Sunday. And last night it just activated by itself, and you got to actually turn it on for it to activate. But David, if you go to my YouTube channel, just go on there, and I got a video in there, 1 minute 56 seconds long. You tell me if that sounds like a car horn to you.
Okay.
It don't even sound like my car horn, man. It's just, and if you watch up to the first 10 seconds, just look past my car and you'll see what I've seen. And man, this is just, but I ain't gonna go way off of base.
Roy, you talking about being an empath. I know what you're talking about. I can't be around a whole lot of people, and I just get drained, man. Like it just takes a lot of my energy.
Well,
you can feel it.
Yeah. When did you first find out, though, Lee?
I've known ever since I was little, because if I could see somebody get hurt or whatever, I could feel it. Like, you know, I'd feel it's almost like an electric impulse. Say, like if I seen somebody get hurt, like break a leg or something, I can feel it shooting down, like the pain shooting down my leg, you know?
Wow.
I don't have, it doesn't hit me like that. Mine, unfortunately, is more, if you sent me a recent picture of you and I put both of my thumbs on it and close my eyes and focus, I actually get a picture in my head, a quick picture in my head of what you're doing at that exact moment when I lock in on you. I was talking with my friend in England the other day, and it probably was about midnight here, and I was telling her something. Oh, we were talking about the Stonehenge. And I said, I'm seeing this just as clear as I'm seeing you sitting there right now at that bar with that glass of wine in front of you, and you got your head in your hands. It blew her mind. She said, how did you know I was seeing her like that? I'm like, I just seen that when I was talking to you.
Wow.
But it takes so much. This has just come to me within the last 7 months. So it's like a muscle that you don't use.
Mhm.
And then when you do use it, like the first time you go to the gym, you know when you get home, you're gonna be sore.
Yep.
It took everything. I could barely get out of bed the next day when I first did that, and I was like, "Oh my God, what happened to me?" But I don't like this, man. I don't like it at all. But if you have it,
Mm-hmm.
you got to use it, because if you don't,
That's a gift, Roy.
the blowback if you don't use it is this: it takes something else from you. But when you have this gift, other things, your soul has an extra shine to it. It's like your soul has bonus points attached to it. The regular human soul is worth 10 points. Your soul is worth 20.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking that somebody did something because of a woman, and now I'm having to deal with a demon.
Yeah.
He ain't gonna get me. He ain't gonna get me. And I'm not scared. The only thing that scared me is Dogman and werewolves, believe it or not. I'm not scared.
Yep.
And I know God got my back, and people have been telling me some certain things to do. I've got the house. I still got to get a couple other things in order to seal the house, but I know sage, just burning sage, doesn't work. That's only.
How about salt? Salt, Roy. You know about the salt?
Yep, I've got salt. I got black tar water. I have gosh darn it. I contacted the lady off the TV show Dead Files, and she told me some stuff to get, and I still have to get my obsidian crystals, and I got this other thing. It come from a root. I can't think of the freaking name of it right now, but I got the stuff that I need. I just have to have come and get the house blessed, and I do have the salt. And actually, they have another salt that's black in color, but I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole right now. But
I know about the black stuff, the black sand and the salt.
Yeah.
So, I wouldn't mess with that stuff.
Well, today, since I've started putting salt around my car,
that probably helps, doesn't it?
It's cutting down on the activity, but I notice that every time I back out of the driveway, I'm breaking that ring. So if I don't remember to do it when I get home or disconnect my battery, then my car horn goes off again for no reason, but it happens between midnight and 3:30 in the morning.
Yep.
So,
yep.
But it's just weird, weird stuff like that. But I think that because of how passionate I was about Dogman and Bigfoot and these other cryptids a couple of years ago, after I started to get into it, I looked into the dark a little bit too hard, and something in the dark started looking back at me.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So I'll deal with it. Like I said, I'm not scared. My dog pretty much alerts me if some weird shenanigans is going on, and I just make sure I key on him when stuff ain't right, and he ain't let me down so far. He ain't let me down.
Are you getting any smells or anything at night, Roy, like sulfur or any?
No, I'm getting a worse smell than that.
Yeah.
It comes between when I have a glass of milk or I have some ice cream.
You're lactose intolerant too, aren't you?
Yes.
Man, I know all about that.
Guilty, all of us.
Oh, hey, I was telling. I probably shouldn't tell this on the show, but I told David this. Like sometimes you get upset belly, and you take baking soda, like. In a little glass of water, just like a teaspoon, and you put a teaspoon in there. Well, I had taken it when I was a little kid, but I didn't remember the amount to take, so I used a whole tablespoon in the glass of water, and I drank it down. You know what happened to me, Roy? In the middle of the night, I woke up, I rolled over, and I farted. It's the biggest fart I ever let in my life.
You might have took flight for a couple of inches too, with that much baking soda.
It felt like I got hit in the ass with an axe. I'm not doing that shit again. I'm doing that again, man. I let
But
the demons
that's
all
actually,
out that night.
that's baking soda is great for heartburn. That's what I take
Yes,
for heartburn now. It's great for
yeah,
heartburn. But
that's why I
yeah,
was taking it.
I
But
had a
don't
bowl of ice cream the other night and a brownie, and I'm here to tell you right now, I broke wind, and my dog sat up and growled and barked, and then he looked at me like, "You need to leave the room."
holy smokes!
Uh,
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
Oh
it's just with all the stuff that goes on in the world today, we could talk about a great many topics, but I'm not gonna, get into. I don't do political talks anyway. I'll just stick to the state of the world, and I'm not taking that vaccination though. I'm not doing that.
yes,
I'm not doing that.
good for you. Roy, I work. That's why I don't have my face on here. I work in the hospitals, and you know how they're saying they're overrun with COVID and this and that. Our hospital capacity is like 280 some. Can hold up to that many patients. Guess how many patients we've had the last couple of days? We've had like 65 patients. The ER's not. Oh, yeah. The ER's, when they tell you that they're overrun, they don't have the staff to man the rooms. They don't have the staff to be able to take that many people in. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So
Yes.
and
Yes, it does.
and I've worked through this pandemic, and I'm right next to an ICU unit, and I wear my mask as little as possible. I know I could get in trouble for it, but I don't want the mask on my face either. And I've done well, but I think I caught it early on when it first come out or whatever.
For it mutated.
And I've got immunities to it. But I'll tell you, Roy, my wife just lost her job because of religious discrimination. She wouldn't take the shot, and they basically terminated her. She'd been there.
Wow.
She was 3 years away. She was 3 years away from full retirement, but she stood her ground. She stood her ground, and I'm proud of her.
Sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that, Lee. I really am.
I appreciate it.
My job came at me Monday. With you got to get vaccinated by the end of the month, or we're gonna let you go. I said, really? I said, give me 15 minutes. My boss met me outside in the parking lot. He's never at work at the time I get to work. I said, give me 15 minutes. He said, what you gonna do? Clean my locker out? He said, well, you got till the end of the month. I'm like, no, I got the rest of my life because I'm not getting no vaccination, and you can't make me.
Good for you, Roy.
Done deal. He said, well, where you gonna get another job? I'm like, dude, everybody in this complex is hiring right now. Matter of fact, when I leave from here, I'm going right over here and sit in my car and wait till 8 o'clock till this other place open. I'm put an application in there. One monkey don't stop no show.
Good for you, Roy. Good for you.
No, I'm not. There's something in that's not right.
I think it's something that's it's religious for me. I'm not taking it.
I think it's the mark of the beast.
I think it is too, sir.
I've been saying that. I agree.
Yep.
I think it's the mark of the beast. So if y'all want to make people take this vaccination, if we make a united stand and don't do it, they're gonna have to get rid of that. It's just the same way with these gas companies. Let everybody on the planet stop buying gas one day.
Yes, sir.
I bet they'll lower them gas prices back down to reasonable prices.
Yes, sir.
So it's just a matter of that. But you guys go out and y'all investigate, and y'all always make it back.
Mm-hmm.
That's a blessing.
Yes, it is.
Now, David, you down in Texas. I've been hearing some bad stuff come out of East Texas, man. What's going on with that?
I don't know, but I know when I went to Lake Fork and went fishing in the morning before the sun came up, the long stretch of boats that can, we were out on this road, and there was patches of fog in these fields. And man, I did not like the feeling. I did not like the feeling. And this was before I got into the cryptids. I felt like, anything could be in that patch of fog and you would never know it. And it's right there in front of you. It was the creepiest. East Texas is just, it's another, it's hard to explain unless you're there. It's just so creepy that didn't get good vibes from it at all when I was there. And then also Sam Houston is heavily in Sasquatch, but I think Dogman is East Texas and Sasquatch, and then north of me, Oklahoma. You know, Oklahoma's got them everywhere too. They're all around us if you really think about it.
You know, East Texas. What's the next state over from Texas, David?
Arkansas.
Arkansas. Okay.
Arkansas. Well, you got Arkansas and Louisiana right underneath.
Okay.
So
Now
it's really both.
Check this out. What if that East Texas and that big thicket area right there? What if that's the battleground for Dogman and Bigfoot, where they fight it out?
Ooh.
For territory.
It very well could be, because
that's why everybody's grumpy. That's why everybody's grumpy in that area.
Well, I was just thinking about the based upon the physical comparisons between Bigfoot in the Pacific Northwest and the ones that you hear about that run around down south. 3 toes, big, but more along a basketball player's build than the thick, broad ones that are in the Pacific Northwest. But that 3-toe thing, that kind of bothers me.
Yeah.
Especially, I'm thinking about the Legend of Boggy Creek. Some people say them things got webbed feet. 3 toes and webbed feet.
They go underwater.
Yeah, or is there possibly, it could be inbreeding, but we don't know where they're dumping these radioactive waste, if you will.
Yes, sir.
Nobody ever thinks about those could be possible causes of mutation. And I'm like, you have to find out where they're dumping this stuff at. And of course, they're never going to let you know where they're dumping it at.
That's right.
But when I talked to Boris, I asked him point blank, what is a Dogman? Whether you know for a fact or what your belief for a Dogman comes from. He told me a Dogman is a union between a dire wolf and a fallen angel.
Well, I can see that.
That blew my mind.
Here's one for you. What if like you said, there was 3 degrees of the werewolf type thing, and then like one got like bit a human, and they called those the pups, right? Or mud or pup.
The mutts. They call them mutts.
Okay, what if a Dogman bit a Sasquatch? Could the Sasquatch change into a werewolf?
I never thought about that.
I threw the pebble in the pond, Roy.
Yeah, you did. If he ever contacts me again, I'll definitely ask him that. But he told me he wouldn't be reaching out to me anymore because he didn't want to put me in any more danger than I would be. But he also told me that as soon as you get into the cryptid world, you go on the list.
Oh, I would agree.
You go on a list, and everybody that talks about it does a Vic's on it, Jeffrey's on it, Dark Waters is on it. Even Chihuahua Pack is on there, David. So unfortunately, they can listen all they want to. It's only going to be 1 or 2 people that are going to be able to bring one in to prove it. So they can listen all they want to. All I'm doing is talking about it. I don't have any pictures that I have of my own. All I got is stuff that I share. So they can listen all they want. What you going to take from them? You can't get blood from returning. So, well, now you mess with my kids. Well, that's a whole different story. But I'm not going down that rabbit hole there. But I've heard so much weird stuff. Even on Sasquatch Chronicles, where him and his brother went down there. They talking about when it get dark down there, sound like feeding time at the Bronx Zoo. If you've heard them recordings that he plays for that episode, I have to find it. It's in my history somewhere, because I was actually supposed to go on his show, but because I was having those issues with my car, I told Wes, you're gonna have to wait, man. I got some stuff I'm dealing with. So he pretty much is ghosting me now. He won't respond to my phone calls. He won't respond to my emails. And I'm like, well, listen, if your show was more important than what's going on with me, God bless you, brother, and keep doing what you're doing. But he's got some good stuff. It's just that's a different type of Bigfoot in East Texas. It really is. I mean, the aggression.
Yeah.
The aggression alone. And then with the different, what's with the ones that got the forgive, I don't want to offend anybody, but the Down syndrome look. Where the hell's that come from in the Bigfoot?
Yeah.
I've heard of that.
Genetic mutation, or
Yeah.
something in the environment. They've been spraying Roundup on the crops. These Bigfoot are used to eating. Who knows what it's doing to them?
Right.
We know it'll cause cancer and everything else on us
Yeah.
if you eat
And
that stuff.
everything in the streams and water systems, and
Yeah.
might could kill somebody else, but to a Bigfoot, it just maybe just jacks them up.
Well, it would
somehow.
mess their chromosomes up and cause them to have Down syndrome. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that is. I mean, this topic is wide, and when you add in these other, when you just add this other stuff in that we're doing to the planet, and they know what we're doing, but for the ones that go out there and they have a peaceful encounter, or God forbid they have these terrifying encounters. There's another show, I'm trying to think of the name of it. I only watched it twice because the last time I watched it, that dude freaked me out so bad. I'm like, I got to pull away from this one. But he does a live, and I have to look through my history, and that's going to take me a couple of days. But this guy was out in the woods in a cabin, and he said this Bigfoot, it was in his research area, and these Bigfoot actually caught him outside the cabin and held him down, and they was talking to him and talking about how they come through a dimension to hunt us. They actually come through from a different dimension to hunt man, because in their world or in their dimension, we are the top predator. That's the top prize you get if you can bring back a human being, especially one that's out in the woods that's armed. And he said, I didn't have any firearms on me. I was actually out there, but he said this thing was talking to him, but somehow he got away and made it back in the cabin, and they couldn't come in the cabin and get him unless he gave them permission to cross the threshold. I'm gonna have to find it, but he broke down like 5 or 6 times on that interview, and I felt some type of way, because you can't fake that kind of stuff.
Was it called Monsters in a Box? Was it the guy that is in it? They've got like a cabin down in Florida somewhere. Is that the name of the show? Monsters in a Box.
Yeah, he actually goes out and he said he's been pushed and punched by a Bigfoot, walked up on him that was cloaked and punched him and pushed him. Yeah, he had a guy on there that just blew my mind, man. I'm like, we don't know what these things are capable of. I actually was talking, I still talk to him. He's a music teacher, but he's a string theorist. And he gave me the best example of how Bigfoot or Dogman can cloak, in his opinion. I'm like, well, what do you think, Robin? Why do you think they're able to cloak? He said, well, if they can use infrasound, they can push it to a level where we can't even hear it. I'm like, okay, right. He said, what if they can manipulate the water molecules in the air to actually create a shield that bends light? And that's why we can't get clear pictures of them, or that's why they can cloak.
Absolutely. Man, that makes perfect sense. It really does. That, how like they say that they affect the cameras, like the electricity in the cameras, like they can maybe do that with the infrasound. And then like there was people, I went to a conference, and this guy was telling them, say, well, why isn't nobody catching any film of them now? Because there's phones and cameras everywhere. And so I explained to the guy, I said, well, you got to think about this. Everything's digital now, and like the cell phones, and it's all digital, and it all runs off of little batteries. But back when they took that Patterson Gimlin film, they were using 8mm film where you cranked it up, and then it was real film. So it wasn't like you were using digital format. They were using analog. So it wouldn't have affect the electronics in that device, because there weren't any electronics in it.
Right.
But the phones now, they can affect the electronics in it. I think they, and like say an eel in the ocean, for example, if it can create enough electricity to stop your heart or, jolt you, and then these things have different abilities like that, who's to say that they can't? Like, we have static electricity in our hair, right? Maybe these things can manipulate the static electricity in their fur or their coat and cause it to change. You know what I'm saying? To
yes,
cloak.
sir. That's another great point to make. I mean,
Yep.
It's just limitless where you can go with this because we know so little of them. And then when you think about how big they are,
Mm-hmm.
the lung capacity for some of these yells and these growls and screams, I'm like, now I have heard one, this guy recorded one in Georgia. Oh my God. That thing went from the hooting to, it sounded like King Kong was in that thicket.
Have you
I've
heard?
never heard anything like that. I mean, never.
Have you heard? Have you heard I think his name is Mike Patterson. I think his last name's Patterson. He's up in Canada, and he caught one talking. He's got actual audio of of him communicating with one and him talking to it.
Now, is this better than the Sierra Sounds video?
Yeah, David, is that guy's name Mike Patterson?
Yes, Ontario, Canada.
Yeah, Ontario, Canada. And I bet if you hear that voice, Roy, that voice that you heard in your head will match that audio.
Yes.
Because it sounds like when he's talking, it sounds like in order for him to be able to verbalize his words, it sounds like he's inhaling. Like he's inhaling with the gravelly.
Yeah, it's almost like a backward. It's like the mix between a backwards record and that deep gutter, like.
Yeah.
He said okay. He said okay, brother, but it was like.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
Oh, the one that was saying flower and all that stuff. I thought that was Sierra Sounds from the Sierra Sounds. But no, okay. I got you. I got you. I've heard some of that because it was actually the one he got was two of them talking. It was a male and a female. He said because the one voice was higher pitched and they talk so fast. But that was
the Sierra Sounds, and that was the samurai chatter. That they call it samurai chatter. Have you heard it called that?
Yeah. And I'm wondering why they call it the samurai chatter, simply because I got a whole kung fu collection and they don't sound like that in none of the movies I got, but maybe that's the best description they got, or Russian being spoke backwards. Mm-hmm. How the hell can you find?
Yeah.
It's hard enough for me to understand it being spoken forward. So I guess it's just they had to put certain names on stuff that best fit them at the time that they hear this stuff. But I'm pretty sure these things can communicate and with wood knocks or whatever. But if you guys ever get a chance to talk to Kat Hansen,
yes,
she has some stuff. She actually lives here in Arizona now, and
yeah, I've been telling Lee about her, and she's said she would come on the show. I can't wait.
Okay, yeah. When you talk to her, that lady is. I'm just gonna say that lady is. I don't know who's trying to discredit her with these pictures and stuff, but she just posted another picture on her page. I don't think she put it on the channel, but it's supposed to be of a juvenile Sasquatch, but it looked like a baboon.
Yeah, but she got some of the best pictures I've seen.
Yeah, because I had a couple of her where a Bigfoot was actually coming out of a portal, and she sent me a picture of a demon, and she had posted a picture for a short time on her page of a Dogman standing in her front yard on all fours, looking at her through the door, and this thing's head was up above a 4-step porch. She took it down real quick, and when I asked her if I could get it from her again, she never responded. But I tune into her. She still does her live stream. She had got sick for a while, but she told me once she paves the way, because right now she has she's running a battered woman shelter at her place, and it wouldn't be a good time for me to come down because Kiasa really doesn't care for males. That's the Bigfoot, her resident Bigfoot down there. But she sent me a picture of a cat person in a tree. She sent me another picture of this thing that looked like she said it was a monster that lived up under this bridge. She sent it to me. I got to go through my old phone and look and see if I can find that stuff. She used to share quite a bit of stuff with me, but for some reason, she kind of disappeared and went off radar. At least with me. And then last year I found out that she was doing her lives again. So I get the notification and I'll tune in like, hey Kat, what's going on with you? But there's more on this planet than just cryptids and demons. We talking about vampires, ghouls, all kind of things. And it makes me wonder
Roy, we've me and David have discussed on here how they put stuff into movies that maybe is more real than what people think it is, so they can discredit you later on and say, oh, you've been watching too many movies.
Right.
That's what that's.
Prime example I'm gonna give you. George Lucas. The very first Star Wars that came out the movies in 1977. If you pay attention to that bar scene, there's a werewolf sitting in armor at the bar.
Yep, sure is.
How the hell could he come up with something like that in 1977 if he ain't seen nothing like that himself? And then years later, I hear about it on I think it was Brent Sullivan's show. A secret military facility in either Iraq or Iran, 3 Dogman escaped. All of them have on armor, and all they use is swords.
Yeah.
And the soldiers that were fighting them, the bullets they was using weren't even penetrating the armor. They said they was wiping out villages. They had to actually bomb that area to deal with them.
Yep.
So
a lot of Jim Henson stuff too. He puts clues all out there. Remember that one Lee you showed me of the
dark crystal?
The dark crystal, man, that was the most terrifying. I was like, this is scary, man. Why am I so scared watching it? And then when I watched it, it was basically a message about adrenochrome and how they do it. And when I later figured that out, I was like, wow, that's why I was scared, because that's how they get this adrenochrome is through fear. But through children is what I've heard.
They say that he released too much information in that dark crystal is what I've heard. And he died shortly after that. Yeah,
that's crazy. I'm gonna have to find that video and send it to you, Roy. That will trip you out.
Yeah, that sounds very interesting. I mean, it just when
it was almost like he wanted to put everything out there before he left this place, and then ironically, after he did that, he died.
He die under mysterious circumstances?
He had a heart attack, I believe. I think he died of a heart attack.
I know of 3 different drugs that you can inject in somebody that will cause you to have a heart attack.
Absolutely. They even say that they have a heart attack gun now. Have you heard that? That the government has a heart attack gun where they can come in and hit you with the frequency and cause a heart attack.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, I've never heard of that.
And I'll go one further with you, Roy. They say not only do they use it on, like for assassinations and stuff like that, that the elite will use those guns at the sporting events, like the basketball games and the football games, and they'll take those guns and they'll shoot the players on the field to mess them up, so they'll fumble a ball or trip them up on the field. Yeah, just so that they can steer the game, so they can win the bet.
Control the game.
Money. Once again, it comes back to money. Wow, that is. What happened to the days where you just gave somebody 8 chickens and 2 goats and a cow? What happened to them days?
Yeah, where's them days at?
Long gone.
And our 30 cents a gallon gasoline. Come on.
Right. Yeah.
I remember when I was a kid, my mom and dad could go to the grocery store and fill up a shopping cart overflowing with food. Overfilled with food for $20, and that was just in my lifetime.
Yeah, now you can spend $100 and not come back with anything.
Yeah,
right.
That's right.
Barely have 3 bags.
Yeah, and you're lucky to walk away at the grocery store without paying $200 anymore. It's crazy.
I just spent what did I spend at Walmart? $224, and I got I had 3 bags and a partial bag of groceries, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me, man! What the hell? how much was this damn roast? Couldn't figure it out.
Oh man.
But I just watch. I shop selectively, and we have a lot of Asian and other international markets down here where I can go and get stuff for.
You got to watch buying the rice, Roy. They are putting plastic in the rice.
Oh yeah. I go to Winco and actually get my rice in bulk. You actually scoop it up yourself and weigh it out.
Cool.
So I get a really good chance to look at it. I go to a place called Ranch Market. It's a Hispanic market. A lot of their stuff in there, you go and serve yourself, if you will. But since this COVID thing came out, they cut back on that. You can't just go and grab something and stick the scoop in there and weigh out your own stuff. But I pay attention to what I eat. At least I try to. But with all the stuff that they're putting in food, look how big the kids are getting now because of the hormones they're adding to milk.
Mm-hmm. I went to the Bahamas, and we was having a conversation with the Bahamians there, and they're like real skinny, not scrawny, but they basically eat a different diet than what we eat.
Mm-hmm.
And they were telling us, they said, they feed you guys food to make you guys into, to bulk you up so that you can be fighting in the military, basically,
Right.
And it's the hormones they put in it, like you say. I remember when the food changed. I remember the food changing in about the mid 90s when they started doing the genetically modified food. Do you remember that, Roy?
To a certain extent, I do.
There was a time when I could eat corn, like canned corn. I can't eat canned corn anymore. It just goes through my digestive tract and tears me up. I can't. When it's genetically modified, I can't handle it. And okay. I know it. So I quit eating corn unless I get like corn on the cob in the summertime, and I know that it's coming from a good source.
Right, because you got to be careful what farmers markets you buy from too. We have several of year-round markets down here, and I try to get my corn from them because I noticed that I used to be a Del Monte Green Giant guy.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever they did to the green beans, they are garbage now. Del Monte and though I haven't seen Green Giant in a minute, but it's not the same. And if you buy them after they're frozen, they've lost so much of the protein that I really like in them. I'm like, I'm just gonna get stuff fresh. So
yeah,
it's
sad what they're doing to us
on every level.
Evil.
And people are just, McDonald's. I'm like, McDonald's don't even taste the same anymore.
No.
I got a quarter pounder, and I took a bite, and I was eating, and I was at my daughter's house, and my grandson, of course, he see me eating something. Grandpa, eat? I'm like, yeah, you can have some. And my daughter's like, don't give him any of that. I'm like, what do you mean don't give me any of that? She's like, Dad, you ain't heard about what McDonald's is doing? I'm like, no, Autumn, what is McDonald's doing? So she showed me this video of these factories. They had human bodies and babies in there.
Yeah.
That they're supposed to be grinding up and adding to the hamburger. Now, these factories are in China and somewhere else. And I'm like, wait a minute, Autumn. So you trying to tell me that right now I'm eating Bobby Joe or Lamarcus? I'm eating Bobby Joe or Lamarcus now? She's like, I don't know, Dad, but I don't eat McDonald's anymore, and you cannot give it to my son. I said, well, where's Damascus at? That's her pit bull. I said, where's Damascus? Come here, Damascus. You want some McDonald's? That just kind of blew my mind, and I'm like, are you kidding me right now? But I watched that video 3 or 4 times, and I'm like, how is McDonald's able to stay in business even if it's a suspicion that they're doing this?
They're allowed to. Big money.
Yeah, they're so well known globally that we know who's a part of it.
Yeah, right.
Like you said, well, that money.
There you go. Everything is, and that's what's going to be the downfall. Because now they're trying to do everything with credit cards, the digital dollar. That's just attractive.
Mm-hmm.
When I
Absolutely.
went to go pay my rent, and the lady told me, we don't take cash anymore. You can just give me a money order or you can swipe your card. I'm like, hold on. This is legal tender right here.
Yep.
Before there was plastic, there was cash. If you don't take this cash, you ain't getting paid.
Mm-hmm.
You're not getting paid. And she's like, well, I don't know what you want me to do. I'm like, the simple solution is stick your damn hand out, palm up, and take this cash. What you
Yep.
mean? I want you to do.
Wow.
She called the homeowner and asked him. Well, she said, has he always paid in cash? She said, yeah. She's like, well, why are you giving me trouble now? She said, because, well, we're trying to cut down on the amount of cash that we have in the office. Okay, as soon as I hang the money, put it in the bag and taking the deposit in the bank.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
I said, don't, every time you make a hoop, I'm going to set it on fire behind you because you ain't coming back that way. So take this cash. So she takes the money now and don't give me any grief, but I'm going to be moving out of here. Actually, Dave, remember I was talking to you, I told you I'm really considering relocating to Texas. I really am. I got a cousin down there and he's been begging me for the last 9 years. Man, just come down here, man.
Come on.
Just come down here.
Come on, man. Hey, we were talking about Kat earlier. She's supposed to move to Texas as well.
Is she?
Yes, that's what I heard.
I wonder how long it's going to take Kiasa and them to follow her there.
I don't know, but she talked about that, and she said she wants them to come.
That would be great to have.
I guess the friendly ones?
Yeah.
Are the ones that look after her?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they follow her everywhere. They followed her from Louisiana to Montana or Oregon and now back down here to Arizona. And she told me a lot about, I'm like, how the hell can they live down here in the valley with the heat? She said they just go underground. I'm like, okay, but where you're at, where's the closest water source? She said, there's golf courses all around. They just go and break the water lines to the golf course. I said, wow, are you serious? She's like, yeah. I'm like, so basically, you're harboring some delinquents and people that go around damaging other people's property just to get water. She's like, shh, Roy, don't be saying that. I said, you harboring people that be vandalizing stuff, but she told me she really wanted me to come down and meet me because she did hear my encounter and she was telling me some stuff about that, but she said, I gotta clear the way with Kiasa because he really don't trust any human beings. Now, did you guys hear about somebody almost beat her and her daughter to death a few years ago?
No.
No.
I know. I heard that she's been through so much. That's why I always have her back when I see people bullying her or picking on her. Man, I got Kat's back like that in a heartbeat because she has been nothing. She has been nothing but a tremendous friend to me, and for somebody to be that way to her is just shame on them, man.
She has so much knowledge. She has so much knowledge, and it was supposed to be another researcher that disagreed with her on to a certain extent that now this is just between us. They hired somebody that broke into Kat's house during the daytime and they beat her and her daughter so bad they weren't sure that either one of them was going to survive.
Wow.
I said, where the hell was Kiasa at when this happened? She said he was underground asleep when this happened.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I'm like, so ever since that day, he don't trust any men. I'm like, well, I'm just old chocolate. If I come down there, she's like, Roy, you still a man? I'm like, well, I ain't putting on no dress and no wig just come visit you, so maybe you better meet me in town.
Oh my.
But just to be able to talk to her, meet her face to face, to meet you face to face, or meet you one day face to face, David, to me, that's enough for me. I'm just a person that like to meet somebody face to face when the time is right, of course. And we just sit down and chew the fat.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, we all children of God, and we just human beings.
That's right.
This arguing and bickering and this Josh Turner, Vic Cundiff, Marvin Allen mess. I don't want none of that. I don't want no parts of that crap.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to be in a around good, positive people and the people that are in it for the right reasons. And I try to stay away from all that drama and negativity.
Life's too
Mhm.
short for all that. We're looking for
Exactly.
answers here. There's answers that we need. Or questions we need answers to. And if they've got everybody fighting in a state of chaos, you're only looking in one direction. You're not you're
Yes.
not tossing that pebble in the pond and looking like the ripple effect
Well,
type thing.
just think about the answers we could get, y'all, if everybody had that mentality just to get along and
Mm-hmm.
stay focused as one whole instead of all this division. And you can't get nowhere with that. You're stuck in neutral.
But
I,
I'm
I
where I'm
couldn't
at
agree
with
with
it.
you more. I
Where
couldn't
I'm
agree
at
with
with
you
it is
guys
like
more.
Steve Istall. He wants people to come forward and basically build an army of experiencers and people that have seen these things and know we're knowers. We know that they're real.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
Mhm.
where we need to keep our focus. We don't need the bicker and so what? Somebody's got a different opinion. They may be right to a certain degree. You may be right. We all hold the key to the puzzle. We all hold different pieces of the puzzle.
Well
Yes,
said.
sir.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. It's just, I don't see that ever happening anytime soon, especially when
But
it's like BW. He claimed he don't know who I am, but we actually did have a conversation, not just through a messenger. But I told him, you get these encounters for free and then you sell them. You sell them. Why? Well, this is entertainment. So you're profiting off of somebody else's terror. That what you're telling me? Well, the people, they like that. I'm like, you don't always have to give the people what they need. The truth is emotionless. It has no smell. It had it has no smell. It has no bad habits. It has no good habits. The truth is just emotionless. It's just the truth. It's what you choose to do with the truth, where it gets twisted, and it's no longer the truth then because you've twisted it. So any encounters that I get, if I do decide I want to start doing interviews again, I will never sell them. I will never charge anybody to listen to them. It didn't cost me anything but time.
Yep, that's
And
exactly where we're at with it.
It just makes me sad. Me and David were talking about that when we first spoke, and we talked about a few other things too. I didn't realize that he knew who I was. About some other things besides my encounter, but we talked, and Dave was a good dude. I asked a couple of people about you. I'm not gonna lie, and
Hey, it's
I
all
didn't
good,
get
man.
I didn't get nothing but positive feedback. They're like, if you want somebody that's true to it, you need to make sure you keep in touch with him and talk to him, develop a relationship with him. So just them two people telling me that because I trust them to the extent that I do. Hey man, you ain't gonna never have no problem with me if we have a disagreement about something, just based on the fact that we could sit here and talk for 4 hours and something, and you too, Lee.
Yes, sir.
I
Hey,
know
yeah.
that I can
Hey,
talk to you guys.
that's why I laid it all on the table and was like, look, I've been in this group, I've been in this group, because I was like, man, I got nothing to hide, man. I'll just tell it like it is.
And that's the way it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way it's supposed to be. But like what I just was saying, this involving people and threatening people and talking about, well, they're doing this behind the scenes. You're not the cryptid police. What the hell are you doing?
That's right.
What are you doing? Are you keeping drama going when you supposed to be focused on the cryptid or paranormal events that's happening to these people? And you say talking about what one podcaster said about this one. Ain't nobody got time for that. This is not grade school. We not on the playground. Grow the hell up. Stand your ass up and get them wrinkles out your skirt and take them off. Put you some khakis on. Matter of fact, take that skirt off anyway. It's ridiculous, man. But
Oh yeah,
I just like talking with people about cryptids because I'm not really. Well, I really wasn't planning on getting into it to the extent that I was 2 years ago. I'm not gonna lie. I just figured I'd share my encounter with Vic, and that would be it. But so many people reached out to me, and then they seen, well, you're actually getting the comment section while this is going on and communicate with us. I talk to a lot of people. Some of them I ain't gonna never talk to again, thank goodness. But some of the ones that stuck around, I appreciate them because I'm still learning. I like to learn one new thing every day, and I've learned several things tonight. So Thank you
Hey,
guys
me
for
too.
having me on the show.
Man,
And
I'm still learning. Just in a couple years, I'm learning so much. And Lee, man, he's like an encyclopedia of stuff. I hopefully I can get that like him one day.
man,
You're there, David. You're
ain't
there,
nothing
buddy.
wrong with that. I
No,
mean,
you know, we're all in it. We're all in it to learn it, and I think that's what
That's
maybe that's what intrigues us so much.
But
yes, sir.
there's so many different things that we can talk about that, not necessarily Dogman or Bigfoot. There, I mean, look at all the ancient civilizations that's out there that all the mysteries of the ancients and all kinds of
Hmm.
stuff, UFOs and different things. But
And we know so little, but we think. Well, I'll put it like this. Let me retract that last statement. I'm pretty sure as we're all three sitting here talking right now, there's at least a handful of people, at least, that could tell us exactly what Dogman is, where it come from, the estrus cycle of a female, the gestation cycle of a female, how old a male has to be before he's allowed to breed, where they prefer to live, what they prefer to eat, because they got them somewhere and study them. They cut them to figure out how to make a better one of them. How can you make a better one? How can you? Once man touches it, unfortunately, it's either gonna fail or it's gonna go screwy.
Yeah.
absolutely.
I can talk about cars, or we can talk about bicycles. Bicycle get a flat tire. Why? Because we use rubber for the tires. It's too heavy to make them out of stone. How many people gonna ride a bicycle with a stone tire or a metal tire? So
right.
we tinker with stuff and we try to make things easier, and we call it better. But in fact, the first design is the best design for it. Just make it more user friendly, but you don't have to change it. So I just found out that learning stuff and looking at stuff in a simpler view rather than making it more complicated, I came up with a lot of answers for myself about quite a few things. And some people agree with me if I decide to share it with them, but some people don't. But
yeah,
man, as a whole, I see now why no alien ship has landed and came out and said, "Take me to your leader." Who the hell want to take somebody to meet Joe Biden? Now, I didn't got nothing against Biden, except for one thing. If you on national TV and somebody has written your media address and you get lost in the middle of it, don't have nobody come from another civilization and come and meet you. Be like, well, I was going to say hi, but Kamala, what was I saying, Kamala? You supposed to be representing us, and you done got lost in the hello. No,
what was I saying? Yeah, what was I saying? Oh, by the way, just come out here and speak the whole thing.
Right,
and that's what happens.
But I'm pretty sure with Area 51s or the 50s, if you will, there's aliens that communicate with us. Look at how fast technology is growing.
Hey, Roy, do you know about the train system that's supposed to be underground that goes from one side of the United States to the other, and it does like Mach 2 or something like that, and it can go it can go across the United States in 20 minutes.
It exists now?
Yes, it's supposed to be. I think it's like
I've never heard that.
Yes. And I just watched a video where the guy, he was in the military and he was telling, like, breaking it down, and he said that he actually touched the train itself. These trains are so sophisticated that Mercedes-Benz actually designed them. I saw the schematics of them one time, and when I got into some stuff, because I've been messed with the internet since like 95, like when it first started, and the schematic showed that this train system is so sophisticated that they use a nuclear tip boring machine that goes underground and made the tunnels with it, and then they put in maglev rail system, and they can suck the air out of the tube, because it's a sealed glass tube that's went underground. They can suck the air out of it and then make this thing ride on a rail. It runs on a magnetic rail and does like Mach 2. It may be faster than that, but it will go from one side of the United States all the way to the other in 20 minutes. And they said that the earth is laced with these things underground, and they actually go, there's trains that go into all the other countries, and that's how they get around. You know, when you was a kid, Roy, you probably remember seeing convoys of military vehicles when you was a kid. You know, like they'd be long lines of military convoy vehicles going up
Yeah,
and down
yeah,
the road.
going over to
You
SAC Air Force Base in Bellevue. Yeah.
you don't see that no more. That's because they're traveling underground. And
Wow.
I got a buddy
Wow.
that I
I got
DJ.
a couple of questions when you get done, Lee. I got a couple of questions about that. Go
Okay.
ahead.
I got a buddy that he lives in Washington D.C. right now, but he was telling me he worked at the Pentagon, and they sent him out to Denver, Colorado, and he said he got to stay in underground in a city underground for 2 weeks. And he said they had highways under there, they've got malls under there, they got post offices under there. He stayed under there for 2 weeks, and he said he hated it. He didn't like it at all.
Is this just for government employees?
Evidently. I've heard him say that I forget where at in Colorado. If anything happened to Washington D.C., that would be the next capital, would be up in Colorado somewhere. I think it's Denver.
Wow. So let me ask you this.
Yes.
Do you think that any president, and this is for both of you guys, do you think that any president that we've had in the past has been in that basement at the Smithsonian Museum and seen these alleged cryptid remains?
I think they probably have. There's some of them have.
I don't know if they've seen it, but I think they get released information and they know about it.
Yeah. Do you know about the
I
Granada?
absolutely do.
Do you know about the Granada Treaty, Roy? Eisenhower was supposed to cut a deal with extraterrestrials for technology, and they wanted an exchange abduction rights to abduct humans.
I've been talking about that for quite a few years. Yeah, I just didn't know that was the name of the treaty.
Yeah, I think it's called the Granada Treaty is what it's called. But how evil is that, man? You know,
well, this man's been doing that for forever.
Oh yeah. And you know,
I mean, even before slavery, what you know, you give. Well, let's just say, let's go back to the Incas, and you think about they will sacrifice X amount of people in order to make it rain, make the crops grow, or to bring good fortune to that village or society. But then you're always willing to loan or give a certain amount of your property to someone in exchange for something else. Let's say David got married to a woman he lives whose father left her 500 acres in South Texas. Okay. Mm-hmm. They have kids. David decided, well, instead of my kids having to live in the city, I'm going to just give them 15 acres of land to build a house on and start something. So you're giving something, even though it's to your family, and you're going to get you're going to receive something back, whether it be the tractor breakdown. Okay, son-in-law going to come up here and help me repair the tractor, help me fix my razor, help me patch the barn. You see what I'm saying? That give and take. But yeah. I was talking to somebody about that exact same thing you said about making treaties with extraterrestrials to for technology in exchange for you can abduct and do experiments on 20,000 people from the United States a year. You go to Mexico because there's a lot of sightings of UFOs over Mexico City. The Mexican government makes a deal with them. Okay, you can have 50,000 of our people every year if you'll teach us how to build those ships or give us the technology to create better weapons so that if the United States ever decides to invade us, we will have the upper hands as far as the technological advances with our weapons. Mm-hmm. So I know this is going on. And then the third thing is this, and I think me and David talked about this, but I'm not sure. How many years have we been seeing in the grocery stores on those cork billboards before they went to the backs of milk cartons and then to the backs of cereal boxes? Have you seen me missing?
Milk. Yep, on the milk cartons. The milk carton
This
kid.
this is not all serial killers. This is not people just disappearing off the face of the earth without assistance.
Nope.
Some of these I'm definitely going to say are cryptid related, depending on what state it's in, or how close to a national park or state park or Appalachian Trail, if you will, they are. So you got people disappearing all the time, but there's always going to be different sources of those disappearances. Of course, natural death. Somebody might get mauled by a bear. Just like last year, 3 young ladies at separate occasions disappeared in the national forest. And then 2 or 3 weeks later, they pop back up in a parking lot at that national forest. Unharmed, ain't lost weight, don't look like they've been trying to survive off the land. What the hell was you doing out in the woods for 3 weeks? Bear didn't get you, mountain lion didn't get you. You didn't get bit by a Western diamondback or Eastern diamondback, depending on what part of the country you in. You didn't get bit by a black widow or a brown recluse.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. But you don't look like you've been living out in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Picked up and dropped off.
Right. Your hair is brushed, so it could be, well, like you said, David, it could be picked up and dropped off, but they say, I can't tell you where I was at. I don't remember. What? The last thing I remember was I was walking down the trail behind my boyfriend, and next thing I know, I'm back here in the parking lot. But you healthy. You're not dehydrated. You're not hungry. Well, you're a little bit hungry because you had to walk certain miles to get back down here to the parking lot, but you're here. Or somebody is hiking up in the mountains, and they just come walking out of the woods, and they be like, hey, that's that girl or that was on the news a couple of days ago. There she is. But they just had 250 people search that whole freaking area and couldn't find any trace of her.
Mm-hmm.
So what you said makes perfect sense, and I'm on board with that. Our government is doing some stuff behind the scenes.
Yep.
That if we found out what they was doing, I'm not sure what we would do about it, but we would need to do something about it because you trading us in order for your advancement so you can charge us more money for the Galaxy, Samsung Galaxy S21 that now runs on 5G.
And now think about the name. Think about the name of it. Samsung Galaxy. Is that where that technology came from?
Wow.
Reverse engineering. Reverse engineering.
Good point there.
Have you heard of the medbed technologies, Roy?
No, honestly, I haven't.
There's supposed to be medbed technology that's supposed to be released at some point. And the med beds that I've heard about, there's holographic, regenerative, and rejuvenation, I think, or something like that. But
rejuvenation?
Like rejuvenation. Like you lay in this bed for like 20 minutes, and no matter what age you are, like a man's body can be regressed back to like 25 years of age, and a woman, I think, is 23. Like their body would go back to like 23.
Can I get one of them on Amazon?
Yeah, we need to. We all need some of that technology.
Right. With this knee and this back, yes, Lord. Wow, no, I never heard about. Tell me a little bit more about that, Lee, please.
What I've heard about the medbed technology is that the reason why it was developed was because we have a secret space program up in space that's been up there since. Some say since the 60s, and some say even farther back than that. But the reason why they developed the med beds was because they can't take enough supplies up into space, for long trips, because they'll run out of what they need. You know what I'm saying? Because there's always going to be bumps and bruises and sprains and stuff like that. So they developed these med beds that they can heal you in the med bed, whatever sickness or whatever you've got. And I've also heard them say that, you ever seen Star Trek, how they, like if they needed something to eat, they could go up and they'd hit a button on a box that looked like a microwave, and they'd pull out like a a meal or whatever.
Yeah.
They say that they actually have that technology as well. And the way that I may be off on how this works, but I've sat and thought about it. And I think the way that it works is it takes the molecules out of the air, or the atoms out of the air, and it can build food, because it's all chemicals, our bodies are made up of chemicals. But anyway, this thing can construct food, like from the atoms out of the air or whatever. It can construct the food in kind of like a 3D printer would print. They've already, if you have followed along with NASA, they talked about they have a 3D printer that can print pizza out up in space. So if they have those replicators, they say that Gene Roddenberry was read in, like George Lucas, for example. He was talking about the Dogman thing and all that. These people that have made these movies have been read in, and they say that Close Encounters of the Third Kind, that was actual disclosure. They were disclosing. That's an actual supposed to be disclosure, that there was an exchange program between humans and aliens. But anyway, the med beds, like the one guy, what's his name? He talks about it. I don't know if you've heard of the super soldiers that are coming forward, that saying that they've been fighting in wars like off planet. They can like take you out of your body, or out of your bed, by taking you like. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself here. They can take you out of your body, like, I don't know if it's astrally or what, but then physically manifest you on another planet. And they teach how to fight, and they're fighting in wars up there. And they have it's called a 20 and back program. The one guy that I saw, he said he was in the Marines, and he went for 20 years up there and then came back. But he said that the med bed technology that they had up there was so sophisticated that if he got his arm blowed off, they could put him in that med bed, and that med bed would start generating nerve tissue, bone, veins, everything, until your hand was healed back up, like you had another functioning hand again, just like you didn't even lose it. Like he said, if your body got blew up and the only thing that was left was your head, they could put your head in this thing and regenerate you a body, basically. Is what they talked about. I know it sounds science fiction.
I've actually seen a couple of movies where that was
Elysium.
Elysium,
and Prometheus.
Prometheus, yeah, that was it.
They had a med bed.
I thought it was Elysium. Wasn't that the one with Matt Damon, where he went up in that
space station? It was in a space station above the Earth, where the elite were. Yeah, and that med bed would do like cancer. It healed that girl with cancer. She had cancer, so it fixed her body. But the one in Prometheus, they did a C-section and pulled the alien out, and then it.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's right.
The reason why I think that could possibly be a reality was I came across some information. It was a presentation that this military guy was going to present to these generals, so he could get a rank, get a bit higher rank. I guess they have to go through stuff like that. And what he was presenting was information about a spacecraft called TAV-1. It's TAV-1. And so I started digging, and I thought, TAV-1, I wonder what this TAV-1 thing is. So because I just kind of stood out to me when I read the information. And it was talking about interstellar travel and stuff. So I looked up this TAV-1. I did just a random Google search on TAV-1. Well, I come up with this company that was building a craft, and it was a proposed craft, like an experimental craft for the military to go into space. And you ever seen the movie Flight of the Navigator, that silver craft that kid was flying around in? That's what this ship kind of resembled. And it had it told what was on board the ship, because on this website I was on, I printed it all out. And one of the things that it mentioned, that this was back in 1997, they said it had a nanoparticle skin on this ship that was like a radiation shield, and it was made out of nanoparticles. We didn't hear about nanotechnology until way late into the 2000s, at least I didn't anyway. So then I'm reading on, and it had a plasma engine in it that some kind of it made its own onboard fuel, because you would have to have something that could generate its own fuel. This thing had the capability of generating its own fuel. And then right at the very bottom, it said also has onboard medbed technology.
Wow, that is incredible.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Oh yeah.
Where are you pulling this stuff? Where are you gathering this information from? If I can ask you.
I do weird searches. I've been searching on the internet since like 95, and I can tell you that they've taken down a lot of this stuff. They have taken it off. They don't want the public seeing this stuff. But I was lucky enough and fortunate enough and weird enough that I would do searches and look for stuff like that.
There's nothing weird about it, man. You're just soaking it like a sponge.
Right, and wanting to learn one new thing every day. But back to this super soldier thing, I just had a couple of questions if you had the answer to them. So you're saying that you could be here on Earth, excuse me,
laying in your bed, yep,
and wake up on another planet, fighting. I'm pretty sure you're not fighting other human beings, so.
They talked about fighting reptilians. This his name's Captain something. I can't remember.
Okay.
Captain K or something like that. I'll have to look it up. I just seen him the other day. He's still talking about it. Now,
but what body are when they arrive at this other planet? What body are they being inserted into? I mean, are they physically removing you, or are you just being astrally or not physically, but
the way that I take it works is like, say if they came and took you at night, what we would think of as, say, a 24-hour period, or 12-hour period of sleep cycle. Within that amount of time, they have taken you and jumped you into another time frame, for instance, and within that 12-hour period of time, 20 years had already passed by in that, like in the other timeline or whatever.
Okay.
Because
wow.
I take it time is different in space. Like time doesn't exist like in space, like we think of it here on Earth,
Mm-hmm.
So
I heard that somewhere. I think it was, I heard that. I was watching a YouTube video and they actually had an alien. I think it was a gray. And he claimed that he was a human being from the future. And the reason they looked like that was because of war, nuclear war. And they actually was coming back here to get DNA samples to try to make them get back to where a human being should look like. But he said traveling through space is traveling through time itself.
Yes.
So I'm not sure if what I saw was a genuine alien, because this wasn't even in the United States. It was in Guatemala or Peru.
Yeah.
Somewhere over there like that. But if that was a dial, the animal, whoever was working the strings on that damn thing knew what the hell they were doing, because it looked to me like a genuine creature or entity, if you will. But to think that somebody could kidnap you out of your bed, take you to another planet, insert you on said planet, and now you got to fight
aliens,
a reptilian, but a reptilian looking alien. I seen a show, and I can't remember the name of it, but this guy was talking about in one of the Area 51s, there was a third level that was dedicated to whatever aliens they had made a treaty with. But they said they was aggressive, so they made sure that they kept a certain amount of soldiers outside the door, and they went down to do a shift change, and the soldiers that were supposed to be guarding the door weren't there. So the guy called back upstairs and was, asking for orders. Okay, what do we do? Did we miss them? Because there's only one elevator going down, and and to come back up on. He's like, well, did we miss the shift change? Dude said, no, they should be there. No, they not here. He's like, okay, I'm sending somebody down. So a couple of guys came down and they had these key cards that they had to open at the same time. but on opposite sides of the door, they had to be turned simultaneously or inserted simultaneously. And when they opened the door, yeah, theirs was the soldiers that were supposed to be guarding the door. They were basically being cut up and prepared to be eaten, or they were being fed on. I don't remember what kind of aliens it was, but a firefight took place. I think I was talking about this with you, David, wasn't I?
Yeah, if they're being eaten on, I bet you they were reptilians.
And a firefight broke out, and dude got his hand melted together, but it's like a black stump now. And he only had a couple of fingers or 3 fingers on one hand, and
he's talking about Phil Snyder.
Yeah. And that happened, and then the later on in either that show or another show, this guy had been working for the government, but you know, they had him in a silhouette and they changed his voice, but he had this book and it said, these are all the aliens that the United States government knows about. And it said there were 8 that were friendly, and it gave some drawings of them. It was they looked like grays. 3 of them looked the same, but they were different color with the big head and the big eyes, barely got a little slit for a mouth and just 2 indentations in the face for a nose. And then they had some that looked like a praying mantis. Mm-hmm. Another one looked like a big weevil. Another one, I don't know what the hell they call that thing, but they said these are the ones that we have contracts with. Now, there were 24 aliens that they knew of. The first one, when he turned the page, said extremely dangerous. And the first picture that I seen looked exactly like a Dogman. Exactly.
Wow.
And then they had another one that looked like a damn boll weevil. Another one looked like a creature from the Black Lagoon, basically.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, are you serious? I can't remember. I was watching this on the Science Channel, and I watched it last year, and I should have recorded that episode. Otherwise, I'll be able to take some screenshots of that book and send it to you, man, because I'm like, these drawings are, people are reporting seeing some of these things. There was a guy on a fishing trip that claimed he seen a 7-foot praying mantis that could cloak. But it uncloaked in front of him, and it scared him so bad he used the bathroom on himself. And then his buddy was with him, and he runs down the creek to tell dude, "Hey, you need to come up here. You need to come up here. I can see this thing." And when he got up there, his buddy seen the thing, and he had got out of the water and walked up onto the bank. But when he seen it, it didn't try to hide it. Actually, puffed up bigger and spread his, them arms out. And the dude was just standing there looking like, "What the hell? What did I see that on? Was that?" It wasn't Terror in the Woods. It was no, it wasn't Paranormal Witness. But I seen that show last year. But I seen that exact creature in that book. Now I don't know if this book is real or if it was something just made for TV. But
was it
the
called?
Third one,
was it?
It was on the Science Channel. I'm trying to think of the name of that freaking show because they showed it like during the holidays. So it had to be around the 4th of July or something when they had them marathons. Yeah. And the last page it said, by no means necessary, ever interact with these. They will kill you immediately. And I can't tell you exactly what kind of creatures those were, but a lot of them did have more than 4 appendages. Wow. But I will look and see if I can find that because I found that so interesting. And then my roommate was up, she would verify exactly what I just said because we were sitting here looking at one another, mouths open. I'm like, is this real or is this made for TV? But it was supposed to be an official government document because it said on the cover, official government document for not for something. Oh, I hate it when I do that stuff. That's why I like to record stuff, and save it to watch later. But I didn't do it. But it was supposed to be an official document about the known aliens that the United States government knows about, basically. And it's getting kind of late. That's probably what's wrong.
Yeah, that's okay.
If I find that, I will send it to David, and he can forward to you. Or if you want to
Okay.
contact me yourself, I will send it to you.
Yes,
But
sir.
that made my skin crawl, man.
Hey, Roy, if we decide to have another show one night, would you like to come back on and we can talk some more about all this stuff? We don't
Heck
have to
yeah.
just talk about cryptids. We can talk about the aliens and stuff like that. We would love to have you on.
Oh, most definitely.
I
I
mean,
found this time. I
Hey,
found this
I feel like
very, very
I feel like we got a show within a show within a show tonight. This has been a blessing.
yes.
commercial free too.
Yes,
Commercial
yes,
free,
sir.
yes, sir.
Hey, Roy, I've got a guy, a lady that I work with. Her dad, he had some encounters over around Illinois. He saw a Bigfoot when he was young, and then he saw Bigfoot when he was an older man, and then he had an encounter with a one of those praying mantis beings that you're talking about. He was mushroom hunting, and he saw it. He heard something and looked up, and it was walking up the hill in front of him, and it turned around and looked at him, and a portal opened up in the ground, and it shot down into the ground and then closed back up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
See
I can get
that kind of stuff right there. That I had a lady, Native American lady, that say I don't talk to her anymore because she's rude. She's very rude. But she was started telling me some stuff about what's going on in South Dakota or outside the reservation. She actually invited me up there. She said, if you want to see a centaur, Roy, just come here. I said, wait, you talking about the half man, half horse? She said, yeah. She said, they're all up here in South. Well, she didn't say they're all up there in South Dakota, but she said her aunt, her uncle, who's a game warden, and her sister were out. They were getting something, some kind of plant, but she said they seen 3 of them. And the biggest one ran out of the woods. No, not right up on it, but it just came out of the woods about 10, 15 feet, and it stomped his feet and it snorted at it. I'm like, wait a minute, like a horse would do? She said, yeah. I'm like, so they don't talk? She said, they have a language. She said, but you need to come to South Dakota. Now, all this stuff what she would send me was in Messenger. She was part of the Chihuahua pack too, David, at one time. That's where I ran across her. But every time I would ask her, can I call you on the phone and talk to you? She would immediately jump off a messenger, and then the messages would just disappear that she sent me. Her name was Angel something fire. I have to go into hold on a minute. I can go right here on my phone and go to my block list and tell you what her name is. But I asked her that 3 times, and every time I would ask her that, she would immediately jump off, and then I wouldn't hear from her for like a month or 2. And then just out of the blue, she'd be like, hey, Roy, I just wanted to say hi. How you doing? I'm like, well, why did you hang up on me the last time I talked to you? What was that about? Well, some stuff I'm not supposed to talk to you about. Then why are you talking to me about it?
Is it Angel Eyes? Is that the name, Roy? Angel Eyes?
Hold on just a minute. I'm about to go. Yeah. I gotta go to Facebook and look on my block list. Because she pissed me off when she did that the 3rd time. I mean, I was like, you are so freaking rude. Why you just can't say no? But yet you reaching out to me to tell me about this stuff, but you won't tell me. You won't have a phone conversation. But I said, I'm starting to think you're trying to sell me a 4-legged wagon with 2 wheels. And she would just, well, I can only say so much. I'm like, okay, I didn't ask you to tell me this stuff, so why are you telling me this? Well, I heard your encounter, and I know you're not lying. Reservation, but why are you being so rude that you don't want to have a conversation with me? If you don't want to talk to me on the phone, then just tell me that. But whenever I ask you, she said, well, I figured you'd get it if I just jumped off of here. I'm like, that's just rude, though. Okay, I'm on my block list now. Let me see. Her name is Angel. Damn, is it this long now? Oh, yeah, because when I removed all of them people. Hold on. It might pop up if I just put a search name in for Angel. Hold on, I'm looking. Wow, look at this list. I can't remember her last name, but it's something Fire something. Okay, Angela Smallwood, that's not it. Okay, I'm gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way and just go through. But keep talking, guys. I'm here. I'm just looking for this lady's
I
name.
definitely don't want to run into no half horse, half human. I know that.
I wouldn't mind seeing it simply
Yeah.
for the to know that it exists. But she also dropped something about seeing some the lion body and the eagle head.
Oh,
What are
okay.
those called? What are those called?
Is it a griffin?
There you go. There you go. She said she seen some of them. I'm like, then this is in South Dakota. I'm like, South Dakota is flat like Nebraska and stuff. She said, oh no, there's mountains and there's all kind of
Cryptids.
Is the griffin a cryptid?
No, not to the best of my knowledge. It's supposed to be more like what's the word I'm looking for?
Supposed to be more like fairy tale or something.
Yeah, or along those lines. But
like a legend.
she said that there's a couple of her tribal members that actually seen one. They were out picking berries or something, and they were looking on a hill, and there were 5 of them walking in a row down this game trail. And she described them. She said the coloring wasn't like a lion, at least like an African lion. They were more dark brown with black stripes, but they had the bird's feet, the eagle's feet, and not an American eagle's head, but like a golden eagle head. Yeah. This is just what she told me. And I was like, really? What is y'all really smoking up there on the rig? He said, you don't believe me, do you? Or I'm like, well, I'm not going to say I don't believe because I haven't seen one before and I didn't. I just never seen anything like that. So I can't say that you that you didn't see this because that would mean that I'm not willing to accept the possibility. Is that her? No, that's Robin Moonshadow. That's somebody else. Wow, I did not realize I had this many people in my block list. Her name, Angel Leading Fire. That's her name. Angel Leading Fire. And she used to be part of the Chihuahua pack. David know who I'm talking about when I say that. I just don't like to drop a lot of names, but yeah, she was part of that. And she just reached out to me one night on the messenger and was like, hey, Rory, how you doing? I just wanted to say hi to you, see how you were doing since you had your encounter. Is everything okay? And I'm like, yeah, everything all right. Why? What's up? She's like, well, like I said, I just reached out to you, but she didn't immediately start talking to me about this. It was about 6 months of conversation off and on. And then just one day she just hit me up and said, hey, Roy. I'm like, hey, Angel, how you doing? It's like, I'm doing okay. She's like, how do you feel about being able to see a centaur? I said, I don't know how I feel about being able to see a centaur. Nobody's ever asked me anything like that before. Why? Do you know where I can find one at? She said, yeah, just come to South Dakota to the res and me and my aunt will take you out. And I'm saying, so you've seen one? She said, yeah. She's supposed to be like, I guess every generation or several generations, one person is born that's supposed to go out into the woods and make peace with Bigfoot, Dogman, whatever cryptids is around there, and they're supposed to pave the way for peaceful interactions between them and the tribe. And she said, I know she's a Lakota. And she said, but I don't want to do that. I like drinking wine every now and again. I like doing, I guess she smoked a little weed every now and again, but she said she was resisting that calling so much that finally she started having bad dreams. And the medicine man told her, until you take this mantle, you're going to be punished by dreams and visions. And she was telling me about a vision. She actually contacted me about 2 o'clock in the morning one time. I had just got home from work, and she said, I just had the most vivid dream ever, and I'm scared right now. And I'm like, well, why are you calling me? call the police if you scared. She said she had a dream that a dog man ran out of the woods, and her father, her uncle, and her grandfather were standing with shotguns and had fired on the thing and hit it, and it had no effect on him, and the thing ran up and it ran his hand in her stomach and grabbed her by her spinal column and pulled it out through her stomach.
Oh, wow.
And she was bleeding and stuff. And I'm like, wow. I said, that's a powerful vision, man. You need to talk with whoever the shaman or medicine man is your tribe. And she's like, he's the one that keep telling me that this stuff is going to happen to me until I accept his mantle. I'm like, then why don't you do it if it causes you not to have these dreams? She said, because Dogman is around now. 3 or 4 people have seen him, and I'm supposed to go out into the woods and make peace with him. She said, but I'm scared, Roy.
Wow.
I said, so you called me or started messaging me for me to do what? She said, I can't talk to nobody else in the tribe. And she said, and I know how incredible your encounter was, so I'm reaching out to you. She said, what do you think I should do? I said, well, they got plenty of houses and stuff down here in Arizona. I don't think anybody's going to try to make you do anything, but is that something that you can run from? If you are been chosen to, that's the path, not the path, but the job that you're supposed to have within your tribe, you're going to have to accept that mantle.
Yep.
She said, but I'm scared. She said, I'm so scared. I'm like, but if you accept a mantle and this guy's going to train you on how you're supposed to interact with him and give you this spiritual strength and armor, if you will, then Angel, why don't you at least try?
Mm-hmm.
And she said, I figured you would understand, Roy. As scared as you were when you had your encounter and that you urinated on yourself, I thought you would understand the fear that I have.
Mm-hmm.
I said, okay, I do understand fear a whole lot better than you think. I said, but what you're talking to me about right now it's not on the same level. This is a calling that you're supposed to answer. And if you answer and you make this peace, will that not give you peace yourself if you decided to do that? Well, I got kids now. Okay, don't you want your kids to grow up and not be scared? Well, what if one of them is supposed to be the next medicine woman or whatever I'm supposed to be? I'm like, then that's their calling. But once again, why are you contacting me telling me this, Angel? I told you because I thought, she started putting exclamations and capitalizing shit. And I'm like, well, you ain't got to yell now to calm down. I'm just trying to talk to you rationally.
Yeah.
I understand fear. Trust me, I understand fear. I know what it means to be scared out of your long johns. I said, but this is not something, nobody gave me any training for my encounter. So I had to wing it. Yeah. And everything that happened after that. So you have somebody there that's actually willing to train you on what you're supposed to do. So at least try. Don't nothing beat a failure but a try.
That's right. That's right.
She said, I'll think about it. And then the last time I talked to her or messaged her, she was telling me about her uncle, who's a game warden, and a couple of the other guys probably are going to have to go out and hunt down this Bigfoot and kill it because it's starting to get more aggressive, and it actually tried to lure some kids into the woods. Now, once again, we're talking about South Dakota. That's only a 5-hour drive from Omaha. Me and my brother used to go up there sometime 3, 4, 5 weekends in a row, especially when the walleye was running. If the crappie was doing their thing, we there because you know that's a day trip.
Mm-hmm.
So I've seen a great deal of South Dakota, and I just don't remember it having, like Nebraska is flat. It does have woods, but usually if you're gonna find woods that are that thick, they're running by the Missouri River or there's a good sized water source around.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't remember there being deep woods like that where something could be. She's like, it's not really wooded around here. They cut down all the trees to build the houses. I'm like, so you're living on the plains then, right? She said, yeah. I'm like, so how the hell are these things getting up to that close? And she started talking about this spider crawl.
Yep.
And I'm like, well, I've never seen that before. She's like, it looks like a weird freaking spider crawl where they're on their toes and their fingertips and they're moving. I'm like, so are their elbows up in the air or are they out to the sides? And she would describe it to me pretty good. I'm gonna go in and see if I unblock her on Messenger, if I can actually retrieve them messages. I might not be able to get them, but I'll screenshot some of that stuff, David, and send it to you so you can see I'm not lying, man, when I tell you she went
Oh,
deep down the
I
rabbit
believe,
hole.
I believe you, brother. You can send them to me.
I
Yep.
mean, when you get these Native Americans talking and they start telling you some of their tribal histories or stuff that's going on now, like there was a young lady, I met her years ago. She actually used to date one of my friends, and they reconnected last year. She stays on a res in New Mexico, and he drove up there to get her to come down to Arizona for a week to stay with him. I guess they were going to try to pick up where they left off, and she told me a story that just made it scared me. It almost scared me as bad as when I had my encounter about skinwalkers. She said she remembered when she was small, her father had her sister, and I think she has a brother, or maybe it was a nephew that was over. But he had them in the kitchen, up under the kitchen table, because their home was being attacked by several skinwalkers.
Oh, wow.
Then she goes to tell me that she actually thinks she found a dead skinwalker and the ritual site.
Wow.
And it scared her so bad that she took off running. Now she does have the medical records to back up the injuries that she sustained, because she scared her so bad she basically ran off a small cliff and lost her phone. And she was out there for a day and a half before somebody thought to come and look for her, because she had broke some ribs and broke her.
Wow.
And I'm like, are you serious right now, Ursula? You're not fucking with me because you know I'm interested in crypto, right? She's like, Roy, I would never lie about that. She said, but when I come down there, I'm going to sit and I'm going to talk to you about some stuff, and I'm going to talk to the elders at the red, so you can come up and talk to us and get encounters that have been going on in the last 5 years.
Wow.
Well, Ursula drinks a lot, and she got down here and got some of that fire water in her system. Excuse me for saying that.
Oh, that's
And
all right.
her and dude got into a fight, and she just disappeared. She just disappeared.
Wow.
I had her telephone number. I called her 5 times, left a voicemail. When you get this, can you please call me back? Because I don't have anything to do with what happened between you and dude. I still want to find out about these skinwalkers. Call me back. She gave me every excuse under the sun why she didn't call me. My grandmother's sick. Okay, your grandmother got sick. What they got to do with you talking to me on the phone? Well, I got to take care of her. What they got to do with you talking to me on the phone? I'm not asking you to leave your grandmother unattended. Then her and whatever person she was dealing with got into it. So she was hiding from her in order to keep from getting her hiney kicked. I'm like, come on, man. And Ursula just picked up the phone and called me, but it basically got the 5th time I called her and she wouldn't respond to a text message or email. I told her, I'm just going to put the stuff you told me down as woo-woo, and I'm not going to touch it anymore. So you do what you do, and we, I'll be good. But my friend said he gonna try to reach out to her again this year because she keep popping up in his head, and he thinks something's going on with her. So I said, well, you can ask her, man, if she want to talk to me and tell me about it, because I was supposed to come down to your house and talk to her face to face about this. I said, what do you think about what she said, dude, since you went up there on the reservation to pick her up? And all he told me is, well, I don't know if it's because I'm black or just because I was a stranger. He said, but everybody was looking at me real funny. I'm like, what do you mean real funny? He said they was looking at me real funny, like, what the hell is you doing here? And why are you here? And he's like, I said, nobody ever said nothing to you? Didn't talk to anybody to see, get a physical reaction or verbal just from the looks? He's like, wouldn't nobody say nothing to me, man? I was asking for directions on how to get to her house because I was on the res and wouldn't nobody even give me direction. They wouldn't even say nothing to me. They just looked at me, gave me a dirty look, and didn't say nothing, or they acted like they were scared of me. He said, something's going on up there, Roy. I'm like, something's going on everywhere, dude. But the way you acting, like they was looking at you like you was a skinwalker or something. He's like, yeah, well, I ain't no damn skinwalker. I'm like, I know I lived with you for 3 years, so I know you just an average dude like me. But for you to get that kind of demeanor, what do you in your heart feel is going on? Because Dave is real spiritual. And he said, I think there's something going on up there that they don't want to let outside their community. That kind of disturbed me a little bit because that means that they still having issues with certain things that shouldn't be running around on the reservation. But if you think about the history of some of what's been let out about how these Bigfoot used to come down and take the women and the children and be raping the women, and sometimes they get away and make it back to the village, and then 8 months later, then come the 9th month, they having kids that are abnormally large. But a lot of Native Americans don't have a lot of hair all over their body.
Right.
But yet some of these kids are being born really hairy, really big noses, feet.
Wow.
So when I think about just in the last 2 years since I did my encounter, because she actually sat and listened to my encounter with my friend, and that's what made her like, wow, Rory, that really happened to you? I'm like, I ain't got no reason to lie, Ursula. But for her to just disappear like that, I hope she didn't get in trouble just by talking to me about that, because she said she talked to the tribal elders to make sure it was okay for me to come up there and talk to them. And I was supposed to go up there, and the following month, if she came down here, which would have been August, I was supposed to go up there and talk to her, or talk to them, but I was going to be put in one location in order for the people to come in and talk to me, but I wouldn't have free reign to walk around the reservation. I'm like, well, why not? She said, because you don't belong here, and there are certain things that are going to take offense to them even letting you walk around the res. But if you do go anywhere, you can't go unattended. I never heard that before. Have you ever heard anything like that before?
Like them keeping you in one spot and not letting
Or
you go
anything.
around the
Right.
reservation.
Yeah.
I've never been on a reservation, so I don't know, but I could see where they would have trouble letting insiders in or outsiders coming in.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Just the way they've
Yeah.
been treated over the years, and they probably don't have a lot of trust, and you can't blame them.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I wouldn't blame them for that. I wouldn't blame them for that. They don't know me and I don't know them, but I don't want to come back without my hair neither.
That's right. That's right. Well, fellas,
So,
do you guys want to call this a night? We're
we're coming up on 5 hours.
Yeah, and I'm sorry that we've kept you out so long, Roy, and we really appreciate you coming on, man.
Oh yeah,
I'm
man,
gonna
absolutely.
I'm gonna be up the better part of the night anyway. Don't worry about that.
All right. It's almost 3 here, and I've worked 12-hour shift today, so I'm fading out, guys. I'm sorry, I'm whistling out on you.
No, don't
I'm
apologize.
sorry that I was late. I'm sorry I was late tuning in. I just had a couple of things I had to get straight before I did it. Let people know, okay, I'm about to be live or I'm be doing an interview. Please don't call. Please don't send a text message. And everybody got it except for one person. So I apologize for being late.
No. Hey, we've really enjoyed this, Roy. We would like to have you come back on just to talk about the aliens or just whatever
About
whatever comes up, man. We got some really good conversations, man.
Anytime.
Awesome.
I'd love to come and talk with you guys anytime.
Awesome.
I found this most educational. I've learned quite a bit tonight, and I was able to share some things that I ain't been able to talk to anybody else about. Because that phone call guy, Boris, I'll tell you the other stuff that he told me that they've done. Wow.
Wow.
Maybe I should write a book.
You
There you
should.
go.
That's what my wife said, Roy. She said you ought to write a book.
Yeah, that I think that would be a great way to get a lot of the information out. But we'll talk about that
Okay.
another time. I'm not going to hold you up, especially after you pulled a 12-hour shift. I know what it's like. I used to do that. And David, I'm glad I finally got a chance to really sit down and chew the fat with you, because I know I promised I would call you quite a few times, and I just didn't. I had other stuff going on with that Alabama situation, but things are a lot better.
We can exchange. Hey, we got numbers now, so we're good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey,
So,
Roy, thank you for coming forward with your encounter. And I know that took a lot for you to stand up and tell the story to people because of the ridicule and everything. And,
they don't make fun of me. They don't make
No.
fun of me. Trust me. My
Yeah.
mouth is, my mouth ain't no joke when I'm satisfied about.
Yeah, I understand. It takes a lot to do that, though, and we really appreciate it. Well,
Yeah.
guys, I'm going to play our outro song, and I'm going to head off, guys. I'm sorry to cut it short here, but it's only been 5 hours, so
Remember,
5-hour energy drink just run out.
Hey, that's a
Just
great show
always
right there.
remember.
That's a great show
Hey.
right there. Thank y'all, man.
Good night, and God
Yes.
bless, guys.
Thank you. Just remember, give God as much time as you give Cryptis. You got to
Yes.
balance it.
Yes, sir. I
Yes,
think about it all the
amen.
time.
Amen. I love that. Yes, sir.
God bless you guys.
Well
All right.
said.
Good night, fellas.
Good
Keep
night.
in touch, y'all.